I've managed to do it. It's actually fucking working. Most stuff is actually working. I can't fucking believe it. Welcome back to the fucking asylum, you filthy degenerates. What's up, Grimoire, Vagabond, Khaldun, Animal, Moonstone? How you doing? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Man, this has been a rough week. I'm just gonna be honest with you. This has been a fucking rough week. I had someone smash out a window in my car. I had a tree fall on me. The power supply will hold if Netanyahu. You know what? That's the most terrifying part. I hope it doesn't. I finally figured out what the fuck was going on with my OBS, why it crashed out the last time, just like I did. Jesus, I was so mad. I've been so fucking mad this whole week. I went to bed so angry after that last stream that I woke up sick. I had man flu for like a week. I was throwing up. It was not fun. Holy shit, it was not fun. And no, I will not be apologizing for my crash out. It was justified. It made 100% sense to me. I can't believe it. I touched Rogue Trader and all of a sudden everything falls the fuck apart. But welcome back to the stream. We're going to make today nice and simple. It is Discord Monday. I am back. I have done so much work. I've done so much fucking work while I've been in a comatose state. I'm finally back to working on some long form stuff. I've managed to get approximately 100 hours of video footage that I need for the video that I'm working on. Soon I'll hopefully be moving into editing it together. And it's going to be something you're not going to be expecting. Because at least in this last week, I have been blessed by the Chinese gods with something very special. Very, very fucking special. So I'm finally starting up my long form channel again. Thank fucking God it's been too long. Other than that, I finally made some models. I managed to get them 3D printed out. My business is fucking going nowhere because I haven't been able to work on it that much. But hey, that's life. So this is how today's going to work. We're going to make this nice and simple. You filthy animals have put a bunch of bullshit in my Discord. We're going to go through it. Today, I figure we're going to focus mostly on the gaming stuff. We're going to focus on all of that because there's no way I'm getting through all of that shit. I am hoping if I get far enough, or if I'm just too fucking burned out from looking at shit, I'm just going to switch over to Final Fantasy at some point. I need I need to get further in that game. I need to see what the fuck is going on with the glowing anal beads. It's been a while since I played. My character, I'm afraid to move them because then I'm playing it and I'm not on stream and blah, 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 and all of that shit. But I've realized something over this last week, something very fucking important. I used to say the words, MMOs are a dead genre. Because they kind of are. I used to say it's dying. It's kind of an old man's game. Average player base is 35 years old, and those are the young ones. I think the problems are wider than that. I've looked into this now. I've looked into a bunch of indie games. I've looked into a bunch of AAA games. I'm starting to think that the entire gaming market is completely fucked. Royally fucked. Welcome back. Welcome in, Sensor. How you doing? It's so good to be back. So, I've taken a little cursory glance into the entire video game market while I was sick as a fucking dog. While I was sitting there hoping that God would take me from this earth. I haven't seen a single AAA video game release that has, like, come out that has blown anyone out of the fucking water in years now. And it's almost like this is a problem that everyone's kind of ignoring. Has there been a single 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 experience that's come out of the AAA games industry? And that's scary, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why this is fucking terrifying. Meanwhile, I can't figure out which game to play, so many options. Yes, because I'll get to that. I'll get to that because you point out something very important, Khaldun. I've not seen a single video game that's come out of the AAA industry that's gone well. I have seen the indie space getting invaded by AAA game developers pretending to make indie games. Because they're incapable of anything creative, they keep on stealing ideas, then trying to launch as an indie. I think the gaming market's about to get so much fucking worse. And I'll tell you why. The good, amazing indie game devs who keep making incredible fucking products are about to be in deep shit. It's not like all of a sudden their games suck. It's not like all of a sudden no one's playing what they make. But they are about to be flooded by a bunch of retards from the AAA industry who are about to get laid off, think, fuck you guys, I'm going to go make an indie game. Their indie games are going to suck ass because they're all a bunch of retards sitting in the office thinking they know what the fuck they're doing. They're going to flood the market with even more shit. And the people who make great games are going to suffer because it's going to become even harder for them to find their market because of that. The only hope that video games have currently that I see is the fact that almost everyone is sitting with a backlog of old video games that are still fucking bangers. And you know what I have to say about this? Good. Good. I hope that things get worse. I want things to get worse so they can get better later. I want all these filthy little retards in all these AAA video game industries to collapse. I want them to try and make indie games, fail miserably, and then have to go drive for Uber Eats or some shit. What's up, Alarazla? How you doing? I thought you died or got a job. Unfortunately, the job hunt has not been going well, so no, I'm still an unemployed piece of shit. I would apply to the social systems that exist in my country, but there are no social systems in my country. There's no assistance. It's go homeless or survive. That's what you get in Africa. But can those retard programmers from AAA companies build a game without using free asset garbage engines? No! Definitely not. They are incapable of it. They will never be able to do it. They will buy a bunch of Unreal Engine 5 asset slop, throw it in their game, think they did something incredible, shove that game out to the public. Everyone's gonna fucking hate it. And you know, this is the biggest problem. Those guys have worked in an isolated bubble within the AAA games industry for so long that they are incapable of realizing that they are the ones making shit. So when they go and make their stupid little fucking indie project that's basically a bunch of asset flips, they are going to blame the players, not themselves. Do you want to, by comparison, do you want to know what a real indie game dev studio looks like? It's a bunch of retards, a bunch of nerds in an office who are so hyper obsessed with getting everything perfect that they cannot help themselves. And I'll give you the perfect example, because I think if their first game pops the fuck off, I think they're going somewhere. I want you guys to look into these guys at some point. These little fuckers right here. These little shits. I am almost dead convinced. I might be wrong. But these fucking nerds sitting in a back office somewhere, working from home, living with their parents, delayed their indie game's newest update. And do you know why? The only reason they said was, nah, it's not good enough. That's what I want to hear. It's not good enough, so we're delaying it so we can keep going. That is the kind of mindset you need to succeed. It's not good enough. It doesn't do what I want. It's not polished enough. I dislike this feature. We're going to fix this thing. You know what? People can wait. So I think there's going to be a bunch of publishers that suffer real fucking soon. And I think there's a bunch of AAA studios that are going to collapse. And the only way they're going to survive is they're no longer going to make video games. All they're going to do is use legal lawsuits to try and sue other people for using similar video game mechanics. Job market is horrible if you don't know programming or something about AI. Yeah, you need to know a bunch of shit about AI now and all of that, but that's not too bad. Waiting for Road Trader's final DLC to go ham on that game, and I just bought Kingdom Hearts Trilogy on Steam for $30. You're gonna have fun with Kingdom Hearts. It's a wacky experience. It's a real weird experience, but Kingdom Hearts is an amazing game. Oh man. And we never got another Kingdom Hearts. They forgot how to make those. They've fallen off. Before AAA game devs collapse, they're going to sue consumers for not buying their games. They will... Jack, I wouldn't be surprised. You're probably being, like, hyperbolic, but I wouldn't be surprised. I genuinely would not be fucking surprised if they tried that. These little fucking rats are going to squirm and twist and turn and cry like little bitches, and they are going to do everything except accept the idea that they are simply to blame for making dog shit games. I have a master's degree in AI, and a job industry is still shit. A master's degree in AI? What, like, that's because you're in the wrong component of the AI industry, Johncom. What you've got to get into with AI is making porn. Because people are starting to care less and less whether the women they jack off to online are real or not. Mostly because the photos and videos are so edited that they're not real anyway. I've seen some wild shit out there. I've seen some video photography. Yeah. So while I was sick, while I was laid up in bed, my wife was like lying next to me, scrolling through her phone, scrolling through the worst place on the internet, Instagram. And every single photo that I saw while she was scrolling through there was some edited pile of shit where I could spot the shitty Photoshop and the use of that one bubble tool that expands the ass. Oh boy, man. Instagram is a fucking cesspool. Holy shit. I feel like nowadays there's only two options: dedicate an entire vacation to play a single game in full, or fight strangers online with words, with a game in the background. Yeah, mostly yes. I think it's because life is getting so busy that everyone has to have 4 jobs to try and survive. No one has free time anymore. And what I've noticed as well about video games is that a lot of story narratives and shit like that don't really work out that well, because people want a game now that they can jump into for 5 minutes, have a little bit of fun, and then fuck off to their 9 to 5 that they have to, because that's all the free time they've got left in the day. It's really rough. Overt collapse you won't happen. It'll just be a comical time where the big studios restructure every week to obfuscate that they are shrinking. Yes, but that doesn't mean the collapse isn't happening. That's them just making excuses as to why it's not happening. I wish there was just, we would see them, their offices just catch on fire and burn to the ground, but that's not what's going to happen. It's going to be a slow, painful, drawn out death towards nothing. That's what's going to happen in the future. Not that it matters, no one is going to be able to run Unreal games. Yes, and then you've got, on the other side of that, the hardware problem, where no one can buy shit. No one's affording RAM, no one's affording new SSDs, no one's buying a new GPU. That shit's too expensive. It's old video games. It's all the shit from 20 years ago. It's the stuff from 10 years ago. You're all going to be playing that. And you know what? You're going to be having the best fucking time of your life. Because the modern industry is going to just fall the fuck apart. And whatever's good, that's just there, is going to be what dominates. Says the guy with 4090. A 4090 I didn't pay for, Faith. If I couldn't afford the PC that's under my fucking desk. Thankfully, I made that Guild Wars 2 video, and a guy who wanted to use this PC as a tax write-off just gave it to me. I couldn't afford this shit. Are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean you can't afford a $2,000 GPU? Yeah, those excuses are coming, right? And I want you to remember all the shit heels who've said fucking shitty things to people over time. It's gonna be Bethesda. Oh, why don't you just upgrade your hardware? That way you can play our new game. It's gonna be EA, but they're just gonna pump out the same slop ad nauseum like they've been doing for the last 25 years. It's gonna be... Fuck, is Ubisoft dead yet? Anyone know if Ubisoft's dead yet? They deserve to die if they're not dead yet. I just said that about Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's an amazing game, but it's too big. One day you will find the time to sit down and play as much Kingdom Come Deliverance as you want. It'll be the day you lose your job. Imagine all the Zoomers rediscovering Arx Fatalis or Spellforce. Oh, God. The Zoomers who have parents who love them and whose parents play video games are going to be introducing them to the Library of Alexandria of games, being like, why are you playing this dog shit? Let me show you what a real video game looks like. And they're gonna give these Zoomers, all these kids, Gen Alpha, like a backlog of games, and it's gonna probably depress them more because they're like, why the fuck can't we make games like that anymore? What happened? I can't really run anything from 2020 or beyond, so I already pay very minor attention to new games anyways. Completely understandable. And you know what? You're not missing out on much, Bestia. And you know what? You will be able to run certain games that are newer, but they're all going to be indie games who don't give a shit at all about graphics. Do you know how bad it's gotten when it comes to graphics? Look at the dust we've got on the tires of the car. And you're like, I don't give a fuck. The game sucks. What about the gameplay? It's going to be so bad. Also, thanks for the sub, David. No Zoomers have parents who love them. They hit the gritty and get beat. Well, they deserve it. They shouldn't have hit the gritty then. That's their fault. That sounds like a them problem. You know, so this is the last part on this before we start looking at all the shit that you put in the Discord. Do you know how I know video games are not doing well? Every now and then I take a look at a bunch of streamers, right, and what they're doing. I try to pay attention at least a little bit to what the wider streaming, audience is doing. Have you noticed that all the big titans of video game streaming are starting to not play video games anymore? Oh, I'm still a bit sick. Excuse me. Have you noticed that a lot of them are doing like weird shit, like trying to emulate the sounds of certain things or use some voiceover thing, or they're playing like Mecha Chameleon or something else for a little while and then they're done and then they drop it and then they're never coming back ever again? My kid is Gen Z, like my wife is addicted to Warframe. Okay, well, you see, they're gonna have a good future. They're gonna have some special moments at least. The only modern game I care about is the next Divinity from Larian. They earned my trust since Divinity Original Sin 2. I agree. I think their next Divinity game is probably going to be fucking amazing. And can you imagine how disastrously retarded the IP owners of Baldur's Gate feel right now that Larian refuses to make a Baldur's Gate 4? Because no one can match up to Baldur's Gate 3. They were like, no, we're not giving you the IP back. Do you know how fucking stupid you have to be? That they made Baldur's Gate 3 and then you're like, nah, we're not going with you guys for Baldur's Gate 4. And then there are whispers that every other single game company that has been contacted by the guys who own Baldur's Gate 3, I'm forgetting their name now, has turned them down because they're like, no, we just can't compete. What do we have to look forward to in the gaming market when it comes to big games? Probably some FPS out there that no one knows the name of as of yet. The Witcher 4, which might be a fucking disaster if they completely ruin Ciri's story. Divinity. And that's it. Those are the only three I can think of. That's it. How disastrous is that? I hope they all lose their jobs. They deserve it. Graphics nowadays in most cases are often crap anyway because it all looks the same. They lost the skill of having a distinct art style. Yes, because they focus so much on graphics and making things look realistic that they forgot that there's supposed to be some level of artistic expression within the video game. Because when they pitch their video games to investors don't fundamentally understand what makes a good video game good. And so they hyper-focus down on the graphics because it's something the investors can understand. Because the investors only care about making money. And also, yes, you're right, Faith, it's all UE5 slop anyway. So all the graphics are going to be homogenized over time anyway. All the games I'm looking forward to are from the Asians. Said this before, I'll say it again. After what I've seen China make, if China keeps on going the way they are, they're going to be the new global hub for where video games come out of. All your stories are going to start off going, and you know what? The game's going to be fucking amazing. That's it. It's going to be so fucking good. You're going to be like, God damn, the fucking Chinese have taken over everything. All the Asian studios over-monetize the shit out of everything, but at least they still have the game attached to it that's still playable. They didn't forget that a game has to have gameplay. It's gonna be fucking hilarious watching every single one of the Western industry games, like studios, throw a temper tantrum over the fact that China's gonna blow the fuck up with video games. I hate the wuxia graphics. Oh, the thematics. I don't blame you for that, right? But I think they need a starting point. I think Asia, if they're going to start making top-tier video games, they needed a starting point. And their best starting point is pulling from their own culture because they've lived their own culture their whole lives. So, games like Black Myth Wukong, shit like that. They need to start there before they start expanding out into other regions. And I think they will get there if they keep going down the path that they're on. What is your number one game of all time? Grim Fandango kind of saved my life. Ooh, my number one game. I don't actually have one. I don't actually have a number one game. Because I kind of, in my head, I divided up by genre. Like, I loved Warcraft 3. I played a lot of Heroes of the Storm when I was a kid. Yeah, I know, dog shit game. No one else played it, blah, blah, blah. I played the shit out of it. I was incredibly depressed. I was highly suicidal when I was younger after some shit that happened. And Heroes of the Storm kind of saved my life on that one, because all I did was for months, I would wake up, I would play like 8 hours of Heroes of the Storm, and I would go back to bed. The only thing I had that kept me going for like a few months of my life when things were going real bad was Heroes of the Storm and my dog. That's all I had. So it holds a special place in my heart. Witcher 3's up there. Oblivion's up there. Morrowind as well. Shit, the problem is I can't pick one. StarCraft 2 was incredible as well. As an RTS, StarCraft 2 was amazing. There's too many. There's just too many to pick from. I loved all the Dark Souls games as well. Huge fan of the Dark Souls games. I loved the fact that they were a challenge. Black Myth Wukong look is aping Dark Souls. It's supposed to look edgy and gritty. The Chinese can make games with bright colors and smooth surfaces. I still like Black Myth Wukong. I thought it was an amazing game. I thought it was incredible. Ooh, also, Command & Conquer is definitely in that conversation. You should try Guild Wars. Oh yeah, sure, I'd love to. I'd love to. All I need is an AR and access to the ArenaNet offices, and I'll be able to play Guild Wars 2 again. Not gonna lie, Delta Force is pretty good, especially compared to Battlefield 6 by Chinese devs. I've never played it, so I wouldn't know. RTS are great because you can still play against bots today, and it's fun as fuck. Oh my god, yes. Even if, okay, let's even eliminate the idea of playing fucking against bots in like skirmishes. RTS games have this huge lifespan on them because you can open up that game, play through a full campaign story mode, get an interesting and unique experience with each single campaign, close the game, feel satisfied that you felt like you accomplished something, like you got lost in a world, and then move on. Homeworld is one of the best RTS games I've played. Homeworld was amazing as well. Yes, I did play Homeworld back in the day. Homeworld was incredible. Never gonna see those games again. Civilization used to be good. Now they just throw in random fucking people, and it kind of pisses me off. It's just the same game. It's kind of like the NBA or the FIFA games made by EA, except it's just 4X for nerds. That's it. I was a big Halo fan, so Halo Wars was my RTS of choice. I never played the Halo games, so I've got no fucking standard on that one. Homeworld was fucking hard. It was. And that's what made it feel so good. I wonder if kids today will ever rediscover emulation and play old Game Boys. I don't think they will ever replay the old Game Boy games because I think they're trapped in the idea of they don't want to play video games that have very clunky and limited mechanics. Maybe a niche group of nerds will rediscover those old games, emulate them, and play them. But I think the widest swath of Zoomers, what they want to do is they want to log on, they want to play their games, they want to spend time with their friends, like in an online world. And that's why Roblox is fucking gigantic. Thanks for the Suburban Plankton. Before I forget. Before I miss that. Favorite game for me spread across different consoles like PS2. Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 were my favorite. On the PlayStation, I think my favorite games, hands down, were probably the old God of War games. They were so fucking good. It was brutal. It was aggressive. They made you solve puzzles that had story. Kratos was just a fucking giga chat going around murdering the gods. They didn't hold back on anything. You fucked your own related fucking family member, your aunt, who's basically God. What's the goddess called in Greek? Why am I having such a shitty time? I've got so much brain fog today. How did I forget this? Aphrodite. You go and bang a bunch of sluts in the first game if you find the secret area. It was so good. The cinematics in the old God of War games had the Oracle with her tits out. I played the very first time I played through, I think it was God of War 2, where the Oracle had these gigantic fucking knockers on her and like a thin little veil on it. I sat there playing that video game right next to one of my friend's sisters. And I felt zero shame. I was like, this game is fucking awesome. And she's like, what the fuck? Why are her tits out? And I'm like, it doesn't matter. Her tits are out. Welcome to ancient Greece. It was so good. The bang your wife quick time event is unbeatable. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that's just because she keeps on laughing at how short it is. Oh, you meant in a video game. Oh, never mind. Right, but let's get fucking started. Before I go on another rant, there are so many good old video games, and I think that's where everyone's going to default to. People will find their niche of video games growing up, playing all the shit from the old age. And I've realized this is an even bigger problem than just the games industry, right? I was training one of my students in judo, one of the older ones, and he was like 16 or so. And he asked me a question. Because he was like, I don't understand something. He was like, you know, like your parents' generation kind of grew up with like Lord of the Rings. That was then obviously like brought back by the movies. Like the older generations had like He-Man, and they had Xena Warrior Princess, and they had all these fucking shows. Your generation, the millennials, grew up and they had shit like Harry Potter and stuff. And then he asked me a question I didn't have an answer to. He was like, where's our stuff? Where's the stuff we're supposed to grow up with? What happened? And I'm like, I wish I could tell you. I wish I could. If I could just point you in the right direction, I would. But it just doesn't exist. There is no like massive cultural relevancy wave that like Gen Z has grown up with that just dominates everything. Maybe Fortnite, maybe Roblox, but there's no like fantasy story or world or universe or movie or book series or something that just enthralls them and becomes their lives for like a year or two. At least the healthy ones. I mean, there's still millennials out there who believe that Hogwarts is going to send them their letter any day now. Mostly it's fat blue-haired women who believe that it exists. It's mostly mentally ill people. But think about how good that was growing up with as a kid's story. And these new kids just have nothing. Recently reinstalled Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, and I got into the strip club, turned around and told my girl to look. Nice. Did you say, honey, look? That's what you're supposed to look like. That's what you should look like. And then if you really want to drop her confidence so that she stays around and never leaves you, what you want to do is you want to leave a browser tab open with all the links in purple, right? And all the links are things like how to make sure that your fat, ugly, overweight girlfriend still has some confidence. And you just let her discover it. And all the links need to be purple. I keep hunting owls so these people will never get their Hogwarts letter. They don't deserve one. You're doing the world a service. You're doing the world a fucking service. Roadblock, you're not 20 minutes behind. I've just been ranting like an animal. Now we can start, now that you're here specifically. Nonsense, they have Water Melina. Water Melina will age. She will hit the wall. she will rust out, and then none of the zoomies will want to bang her. She'll be gone in a moment. Just like your dad getting milky, she'll be gone. Anyone remember Dante's Inferno hack and slash game? Yes, that one bit off of the God of War games. It was still good. It kind of felt like a ripoff of the original God of War games. So did Heavenly Sword, but even the ripoff games were amazing back in the day. That's how good they were. Oh man, our ripoffs were better than the originals being created today. They have Will Smith eating spaghetti. Yeah, welcome to the generation of AI. They're never going to be able to tell what's real and what's fake. They're fucked. I don't remember any HP high before the movie is crazy. The people who can't read are waiting on a letter. Okay, maybe this is just my small universe bubble, but when the books were released before the movies were even out, my whole school was blowing the fuck up over those stories. Everyone loved them. Everyone loved them. And what was really cool was seeing like the real like jocks who were trying to be cool and shit. They were like, yeah, whatever, I don't read nerd shit. And then like their bag would knock open in school and they've got the entire series set just falling out their bag. They would pretend to not like it and then still read it. Damn. Damn, they're never getting that today, huh? The world's changed too much. The world has changed too much. Now, let's take a look at what you animals have put in the Discord. Today is obviously Discord Monday. I'm back after a long time. You guys have stacked up the fucking Discord. We're not getting through all of it. I'm just promising you this now. We're not getting through all of it. And also, if my power cuts, I'm fucked. And it's been a rough fucking week. I'm just gonna be honest. It's been a real rough fucking week. So I expect things to go wrong today. I've had a tree fall on me. The murder rate in my region, my area, has spiked massively. A bunch of white women have now been murdered in their cars. They're dropping rocks on the fucking cars, even in the fancy areas in my country. Shit's going bad. So I had to make sure that my house was reinforced. Oh, yes. Also, I had my car broken into. That was fun. That was fun. I had to repair a fucking window. But I think my favorite part was he broke into my car and stole nothing because there's nothing in there. Some asshole broke my window, climbed into my car, rummaged around in there, found nothing but fucking shit, and left with nothing. What a dickhead. Clive Barker's undying. Clive Barker's too niche, unfortunately. Internet Spider, it's way too niche. No one will even know what that is. Will Smith actually recreated that AI video and then a new AI reproduced it and it looks more real than his actual video. I'm unsurprised. AI is going to start getting into this state now where people will not be able to distinguish between what is AI and what isn't, and everyone's going to feel like they're an expert on it. If you want a good example of this, there's a guy who went on Twitter who posted a painting, the original Monet painting of like a lake or something, and he said, I have recreated a Monet painting using AI and I'm trying to figure out what makes this image look like it's AI. And there's just a bunch of shitheels in the comments being like, oh, well, you can tell by this part that it's not really a Monet painting because meh, meh, meh. And then he reveals after like a day, he's like, actually, this was a real Monet painting. I didn't use AI at all. And you've just got a bunch of dickheads in his comments pretending like they knew what the fuck was happening. Oh, man, it was amazing. I love that Twitter post. I should have saved it. I hate Sony these days. They was based. Yeah, they used to be. They used to be. Now they suck dick. I hope they also collapse. They deserve it. They really deserve it. Prefer shit all than a broken window. Oh, well, I got both. Okay, so let's see what you animals have put in the Discord. And it looks like the first thing you fuckers put in here was Christopher Nolan and the Odyssey. I haven't seen the Odyssey yet. I still want to see this with my wife, so I'm going to save that one for after I see the movie. Because I want to come into that one with an informed opinion. I'm going to be trying to force my wife to watch the Odyssey this week. Sometime this week, I'm going to sit her down. I'm going to have to cable tie her to a chair, and I'm going to make her watch the Odyssey. So we're going to move on from that one. What the hell is this? Predictably, it's... Oh, wait. I'm not a fan of Jason Schreier, but he talks about what he knows. Predictably, it's just him coping and going into denial. Common retard take. Always disregard Schreier. Reminder, Schreier is... Wait, tried his damnedest to incite a mob to go after the devs of a game named Dragon's Crown for including this character. God damn. God damn. What happened? This is what we used to have. What happened? Now we gotta have fat, ugly lesbians in everything. Jesus. When the artist drew her, made fun of her on Twitter, implicitly calling him gay, he switched tactics to the brilliant gambit of claiming this is a lolly and that liking this makes you a pedophile. All I have to say is if that's what a child looks like, there are a bunch of streamers, YouTubers, and Minecraft gamers who are gonna be very fucking disappointed. They're gonna be, I wish I was that skeleton. I think everyone wishes they were that skeleton. Implicitly gay, he switched tactics, a brilliant gambit by claiming this is a lolly, that liking this makes you a pedophile, hoping to get the anti-anime crowd on his side, but even they rejected his PA request. Yeah, okay, that's Jason Schreier. What did you expect? Okay, what's this? eBay had to pay this couple $56 million for stalking them. I'm going to save these for later because today we're going to be focusing on gaming stuff because I already know I'm not getting through everything. I remember her in-game animations were super crazy bounce. If you've got tits like this, if your fucking badongas look like that, of course you're gonna have insane bouncing mechanics. This bitch cannot walk down a pair of steps without slapping herself in the face. And I'm not talking about her using her hands. Of course that's gonna have some jiggle physics on it. Of course it's gonna be bouncy as fuck. Can't wait for Rose's wife at Law stream when he once again makes her sit through a diabolically terrible movie. I'm gonna have so much fun. I'm gonna have so much fucking fun. So we'll save that one for later. What else we got? I'm exhausted with all the early access games. Has anyone noticed a trend about something when it comes to mortismal gaming? I feel like I'm noticing a pattern here when it comes to mortismal gaming stuff. I've noticed this man's gone fairly negative. I've noticed that most of his stuff, right, is either reviews or he starts to go very negative whenever he gives an opinion. And this is not a mortismal gaming problem. This tends to be a wider industry problem that I've noticed. I've noticed that a lot of content creators are going way more negative on gaming. And I've been sitting here being negative the entire time. Negativity gets clicks. It does. People want to be upset at something. They want to be upset. Rose's wife is a paid actress. If you think I'm paying anyone, you are sorely mistaken. No, she's a prisoner of war. I remember how crazy it was, the interest in cinematic Prince of Persia Warrior Within. I never played Prince of Persia, but I did have a bunch of guys at my school who were obsessed with it. Mostly the Arabs and the Indians. They fucking loved Prince of Persia. They were deep into that shit. Now then, let's see. Why the hell has mortismal gaming gotten pissed off with early access? I'm going to give you my hot take right now. Before I get accused of copying him. I think that early access games are a timed detonation mechanic. I think that this is a disaster waiting to happen when it comes to early access games. And I'll tell you why. Early access has been not nearly as abused as it could be. And I think because the AAA games industry cannot make a single good video game in the future, they are going to abuse the shit out of early access to get you to play for a game, like pay for a game, and then try and keep your money. This is why they're so desperate to get you off the Steam platform where you can refund. They want you on their platforms where you cannot get a refund. I expect in the future that Early access is going to be a system mechanic for game devs and game companies to use to abuse you, steal your money, make a dog shit, incomplete, or unfinished game, walk away with a bunch of profit that they don't deserve, and never give you the video game you were promised. That's what's going to happen. They will abuse this mechanic. Hey, remember when everyone like lost their shit about like skins in video games, and then everyone was like, "Oh, calm down. It's just a visual aspect of the game." And then the monkey paw curled. And then next, it was pay to win. It was pay for play mechanics. It was to reduce this timer. It's just gotten worse. This is the next thing they're going to abuse. Is early access games right here. Get into early access game. All you need is extensive experience in video game developing and programming. It costs $40 to get in. Yeah, exactly. I went through a 4,000 game list of PSX and another few thousand of PS2 video A to Z and made a list of games that look great and missed or which I did play. That list, you should curate a website with a list of exceptional games from the past that people can go click on that link and just see all the things that'll probably be worth their time and just save everyone else the hassle of having to dig through the slop themselves. Because there's going to be a lot more trash coming out real fucking soon. What launcher doesn't have a refund? It's not about the launchers having a refund, Ugash. It's about your refund getting accepted. Sure, they'll keep to it for now. Eventually, it's going to be, well, we updated our TOS, and we see that you played our early access trash game on our launcher for 1 hour and 1 minute. And because of that, you cannot refund. They will change the rules around how it works so that they can steal your money. It's a twin-pronged problem. You see, all they need to do is fix their TOS. It doesn't matter that you applied for a refund. It's that you're not going to be fucking getting them. Once Gabe dies, I think Steam Apocalypse will begin, probably. Someone needs to make that guy immortal. Someone put him on the fucking golden throne and feed him 1,000 game developers a day to keep him alive. Someone needs to do it. Keep that man up. Steam needs to be there forever. That's a good idea. A website called Play Instead, where you search for a game and it gives you better alternatives to play instead. That's actually a great idea. That's actually a fantastic idea. There are so many old games that are really fucking good that people have skipped out on or just don't even know that exist because it's buried under a pile of slop. But let's see. Let's see what RozeMMO Gaming's problem with early access is versus mine.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you a video about early access games, and a little bit, at least, about how I'm also kind of exhausted with them. Which, to be fair, I know a lot of other people are as well, which is kind of why I decided to make the video, and I know that because every time I do a video about an early access game, I inevitably get comments stating exactly that, so I figured why not discuss it a little farther. I find this overall to be a bit of a frustrating situation.
I'm unsurprised. I'm very unsurprised that people are getting annoyed with early access games because you're playing a game that's incomplete. You can't get the experience out of what you want out of it. You play the beginning of the game, they update the game, it breaks your save a lot of the time. You can't go back, they've added a new feature. In order to play the game again, you've got to play through the same beginner section that you don't want to go through because you've already experienced it once. Very common. Very common take there. Unsurprising.
Because I do think early access can both be really, really great and at the same time can also be really, really bad. And the vast majority of people just kind of want to hopefully get the game to the finish line so they can enjoy the full and finished thing, which is where the exhaustion with early access comes in. Because I think games that launch into that can quickly find themselves in a place that feels a lot more like work than it does fun, which yes. I'll touch more on in just a moment.
Yeah, because it's like you just said, Faith. You're basically an unpaid... No, it's worse than being an unpaid game dev. Like testing their games. You are paying money to be their test market.
I figure why not go ahead and start out with the most positive things. Obviously, at its best, early access is, I think, a net good for the games that actually make the most of it. The ones that use it to gather feedback, make changes based on that feedback, catch bugs, generally try to make the game better, etc. There are clear examples of this. Baldur's Gate 3 is an obvious one. It really made the most of its time in early access, even if it was a very lengthy process.
Baldur's Gate, Hades did the same thing, but these are not the wide majority of people using early access. These are the very niche cases, and they are the exception to the rule, not the rule itself.
You've got the upcoming game, No Rest for the Wicked, which launches fully in October. It launched in a very rough state, has been through some very rocky ups and downs, and yet, at the same time, it is, I think, a much better game now than when it released. And long story short, when it is used for its intended purpose, I think it can be a really good thing. Unfortunately, a lot of the times it is simply not. In fact, on the worst side of things, it's borderline a scam. Because for every great success story like that, there's unfortunately a lot of games that fall into the opposite end of the spectrum, where they usually don't wind up actually ever getting finished. Sometimes they are just straight up abandoned, sometimes they're pulled from the store, and this can be for a number of reasons. Like just over the course of the past few years, we've seen things like New Ark Line, which is probably finished, Beast, which is a TRPG that's pretty much over, Project Witchstone, which just straight up got pulled from the store after their funding collapsed, and so there's just plenty of...
Well, there you go. There you go. Make an early access game, get a bunch of people's money, pull it from the store. Early access is optional though, just wait for the full release if you don't want to play early access. Moonstone, you're making a big mistake. You're thinking like a human being. You are not thinking like a subhuman mudman homunculus. Stop it. Go to your kitchen right now, find the thickest frying pan you own, slam your head into it as hard as you can, 10 or 20 times, and then come back and look at a list of early access games. The video game market has proven that a bunch of gamers do not have the willpower, the self-preservation skills, the financial responsibility or literacy to not waste a bunch of money. Because you can make the same argument about pay to win. You can make the same argument about any in-game cash shop. But what's going to start happening is the same features you see in pay to win are going to start working their way into early access. Oh, if you pay for early access, well, then you get access to the super dick smashing sword. You're going to get access to this other feature that no one else is going to have that's going to be a pay to win mechanic. They do not have the self-awareness or the self-control. And it's just like you just said. Where's that comment? It's fueled by FOMO. Kat is right. It's fueled by FOMO. No one wants to miss out. A bunch of content creators will get the game for free. They will, they will look like they're having fun. They'll pretend they're having fun because they're getting paid to pretend they're having fun. They will get you to buy some piece of shit that you actually fucking hate. You'll pay for early access. You'll try it out. You'll fucking hate it. And then you'll find out that, maybe something in life will happen and then you never go back and refund. It's going to happen a lot of the time. It's really going to happen. Baldur's Gate 3 is such an exception to the rule when it comes to these things that it's not even in the conversation because they actually give a shit about the video games they make. Getting Baldur's Gate 3 on early access, though, was the best decision I ever made. It was cheaper. It was cheaper. But that's why I say something like Baldur's Gate 3 is not in the conversation because it's not the rule, it's the exception. It's like one of the very few times where early access was actually used the right way.
Potential for things to go wrong, sometimes things that are outside of the developer's control, sometimes things that were perfectly within their control that they just failed to execute upon. And you combine those varied circumstances and even the games that just have like a normal run through early access and wind up releasing and it's just fine. That happens too. But you take all of those circumstances and what you're left with on the player side of things is having to try to parse through what is actually going to wind up being good and actually get released versus things that might never come to fruition, and also balance against that how much you want to pay for and be involved in the development of that particular title, which is where it starts to feel a little bit like work at times. Now, Steam, right?
Yes, it's going to feel like work. You are an intern paying to be there for them. You are not getting access to the game. You are basically doing the work that the devs need for free. and paying to do that. If you are not someone who's like building a business around this, not a YouTuber or a streamer or someone else who's getting paid by the devs to promote their product, blah, blah, blah. If you're just a regular guy trying to play a video game, the biggest expenditure that you waste on early access games is not your money, it is your time. It is time you could have spent doing something else that you may have had more enjoyment and fun with. They are stealing time from you for a game that may never come out. To be honest, I think content creator aspect for EA games is definitely overlooked. I wonder how often developers would employ EA if streamer content creators didn't make content for it. They're getting paid. EA has a specific budget for pushing their games through UGC that they can continually rely on because they can keep bringing people back. What's stopping Steam from holding all the early access money in escrow until full release instead of just passing it along to the dev? Nothing. And Steam, being what it is currently while Gaben is alive, should probably do that. The same way they did with Ashes of Creation. The pushback against that is why they don't want to use Steam. These games want to push you onto their own launcher, get you to download it from a website after a back transaction that you paid to them directly, so that it's far more difficult for you to get a refund. A neat little trick you learn in most customer support roles is that the goal of customer support is not to get you and your problem solved. The goal of customer support is to get you to fuck off and never come back. That's why they keep transferring you to different departments. That's why the phone rings for 2 hours before anyone picks up. The goal of anyone in customer support is to get you to fuck off, not solve your problems. The same thing happening inside of the gaming industry. They want you off of Steam. They want you on their private platforms. They want you under their control so that they can deny refunds, so that they can prevent you from getting your money back. And at some point, you're going to go, you know what? I've spent the last 3 days trying to get a fucking refund for an $80 game. It's not worth it. I'm just going to count it as a loss and move on with my life. And that's where they get you. That's where they get you. That's where they make their profit margin.
Rightfully tells people when they look at an early access game on the Steam page that those games are inherently not complete. That is what early access means, and if you're not wanting to play it right now, you probably shouldn't buy it. And that is a sentiment that I very wholeheartedly agree with. I also appreciate that on that same box of text, they have started adding little notices and things if early access games go for a really long time without updates, just to help clamp down on some of the worst sides of this. But that sort of loops back to the actual intention of early access as a system, which is that, in theory, you should be getting the game for less, getting to play it early, and then provide your feedback and everything. Now, I think something that is becoming more prevalent as time goes on is that there's just so much stuff competing for everyone's time all the time, that the exact same reasons that developers want to put things into early access becomes the reason that a lot of people on the player side of things probably want to avoid a lot of it. That being, of course, getting all of that feedback and playing through multiple iterations of something. But again, you combine that with the fact that nobody really has time to often play through a single game multiple times over various iterations over the course of its early access journey, unless they are just apps. You
rob yourself of the experience of the full game when you do that, by the way. If you play an early access game that's missing features, and then you have to replay the start again, you're robbing yourself of the experience and the wonder you would have playing the fully released game. Many games are being promoted by streamers now, and designs are also made with them in mind. What better demographic to target than if I'm first to have more views to win the race? Yeah, no, it works. It's like an amplifying effect on most sides. Because if you're some streamer or YouTube content creator that focuses on these early access games, you get the game before anyone else. You get a paycheck out of it. You can present the game. You can pretend to enjoy the game. And then you can get a whole bunch of people to sign up on the other side of things. So it works on both elements, and it fucks over the person who just wants a good video game to play. I can't be asked installing a billion different launchers, so I just never play anything off Steam. Again, Khaldun, you're thinking like a human being. Stop it. You're thinking logically. You're applying logic to the situation. The way they will try and get people off of Steam is they'll be like, oh, you could buy our game on Steam, or you could install our launcher and get 20% off on your first game purchase. They will incentivize people to do that so they can fuck them over later. There's a reason why a lot of AAA games companies really fucking hate Steam. And it's because they're not in control of the payment systems.
Absolutely enamored with it, which does happen sometimes, to be fair. But even within that...
Also, damn, this bitch looking thick in this video game.
You also get people who just don't want to spoil the game for themselves, so a lot of times what they'll do is buy early access when it releases.
That doesn't work. No, that doesn't work for you. I've seen this work. I've been unfortunate enough to be close enough to these things to see how these incentives work on multiple people. It doesn't work on you. Because again, you're thinking like a human being, not a mudman homunculus with 2 brain cells to rub together.
Pieces play a little bit of
Not
it,
a bitch,
and then
that's
kind of
a guy. That's a guy? Why you got hips like that? Why is he in a thong? What the fuck?
Shelf it until it actually launches into 1.0 and they can experience it all fresh without having to effectively spoil themselves with something they can't actually finish at the moment. And that is a lot of talking and mental hoops to jump through in comparison to a game just releasing and being done and you getting to experience it. And I can understand then why it's pretty easy to find early access off-putting. And that's before we talk about the fact that it's just kind of becoming a more popular option for developers. Or at least it certainly feels that way. To be fair, I don't have the actual numbers, but it really does kind of feel like we're just tripping over early access titles here recently. For instance, just games that I know have launched into early access this year off the top of my head. You've got Prelude Dark Pain, Heroes of Might and Magic, Olden Era, Solasta 2, Menace, Windrose, and Fatekeeper. I think there's probably more than that, but that seems about right, just kind of listing it off from memory. And several...
I've heard good things about Windrose. I haven't tried it out yet. I'm nearly 40, so FOMO doesn't work on me. It doesn't work on you. It'll work on you kids. Dad! Dad, please! Please, I need to play the new video game or they're gonna call me a loser at school! I don't want to be called default skin again!
Several of those games are not exactly small. I mean, Fatekeeper's a little on the shorter side, but the other ones have a good chunk of content in there, and to be expected to play through that multiple times over the course of, again, however long it winds up being in early access, isn't exactly a small order when everything else is constantly happening around you. But I also said that early access games can feel a little more like work, and that's probably at least a little strange to hear from somebody whose literal work is to, in fact, play video games, and that's fair, but that's not quite what I mean. You see, if you actually want to have any sort of impact on an early access title, you need to, in fact, play it and provide all that feedback, and that is what I try to do via my own videos. But you compare that with doing something for a review, and it's just a little bit different. So when I'm playing a game for a review, in theory, it is at the very least its 1.0 version. It might not necessarily be its final version, but the release build, if you will. And the intent there is to go through and just enjoy the game for what it is right now. Whereas with an early access game, I know it's inherently not finished, and it changes.
Why is it that most of the games he's going through just look like some cheap ripoff of Baldur's Gate 3? Are you noticing that? Is that just me? I'm noticing a lot of the games here. They look like they tried to ape off of Baldur's Gate 3, couldn't keep the same style and quality, but they thought because they used similar mechanics, they could ride off of the success of that because people wanted more stories within like the kind of turn-based mechanics game style. And lol, default Skinner with a hard R. Yeah, with a double hard R. For sandbox-style games, early access usually works so long as it's not stupid early. It can. I think sandbox games kind of fall into a different category because the open, like, world nature of it, they're usually sandbox survival games that works very well because, like, you don't really miss out on that much because there's no story attached to what you're doing. Right? Like, I played through Palworld when it was in early access. I'm playing through it again now when it's fully released. It does feel like an improvement, but because the story, the progression of it doesn't feel really front and center that much, it doesn't feel as bad. So I think you're probably right about that. The only FOMO we have in the past age of 35 is missing a buy 2 for 1 special or sale at the markets. Oh yeah, that feels bad. When you don't get that head of lettuce that's half rotted out for 50% off. The amount of people who actually give any feedback on early access games is much smaller than those who just play them, so this point is kind of a nothing burger. I'm going to tell you the right... Yeah, you're right. You're right. In some sense. But here's the problem. They still do get enough bug reports. They do still get people getting enough crashes. And the other part that they get out of this, right, is you may notice something about early access games. Usually, early access games come with a thing that says, hey, will you let us collect your data? And then there's a checkbox, and by default, it's checked. So when their game crashes, something goes wrong, they immediately get sent the logs from your play session, and they could just dig through those. They're farming you. They're farming you as much as they can. So even when you don't report the bugs, they still get something out of you.
Changes my approach to that game to be more, what is wrong with it specifically and how could it be fixed and how can I relay that feedback to a team that I am not actually involved in any way, which is usually, again, kind of how I think through some of those early access videos. But that's just a slightly different process in a way that feels, again, just a bit more like work than my normal work. And if it feels that way for me, I can only imagine what it feels like for people who don't actually play video games for a living, which is the point of where I'm going with this. And so when you start to put all of that together into a singular, clear picture, it just becomes a lot, honestly. So while early access is certainly a good thing for developers, and it can be a good thing for players as well, provided that...
I disagree. I think that it's going to start becoming a worse and worse thing for players. It could have been a good thing, but it's gonna fall the fuck apart because these people are irresponsible as fuck and they're trying to get your money.
They actually get the game for cheaper and it has a successful run through early access and doesn't wind up costing them money for a game that never releases, as an example. But regardless of all of that, the fact of the matter is there's just a lot of early access games. They're all competing for your time. Whether or not they're successful is all over the place. Some of them fail outright. It seems to me that the ones that need to do early access specifically for funding are usually the ones that fail the most because of its on.
Yes, because they're trying to steal your money. And I just remembered something. Does anyone remember the Lightwood laminates scandal from Fallout 76? If you don't, that's the future. That's what's going to happen. So in Fallout 76, let's whip out the Pirate Software program again. Now, apparently he programmed this himself in the back offices at Blizzard while he was working there. I don't know if you know that. He never talks about it. So you buy a game. It's early access, right? You pay, I don't know, $60 or something for it. Maybe you get that at a discount of 20%, right? They take your money. Then what happens is you're like, this game is shit. I don't like this game. This game's trash. I want to refund this game. But they've already spent your $60 along with a bunch of other people. So the game devs, what they do is they come back to you and they say, excuse me, sir. Would you like to waive your right to sue us by getting this small in-game purchase in our cash shop? That's like about the price of $1 because we set the price at $1. We'll give this to you for free to say, oopsie doopsie, we did a fucky wucky. Now we get to keep your $60 and you get something that's effectively fucking worthless. It's not whitewood laminate, it's lightwood laminate. Get it right. Get it tight. I remember Nylon Bag from Collector's Edition didn't know there was something more. So, if you get anything as compensation from the devs, you waive your right to sue them, to take them to court for anything for that, because you've accepted fair compensation from them. That's the way it's going to work. So you're going to start seeing these very manipulative mechanics start to creep into early access more and more as time moves forward. It's going to happen.
Unfinished state, even if you do find one you enjoy, it can just be a little more work than a normal release, and just compare all of that to the simplicity of something simply releasing and you play it, and it's, no small wonder that it just gets to be exhausting with how often we're seeing these releases, even if it is obviously a little more complicated than just that. Now, to be honest,
it's not. It's no more complicated than that. They just want you to believe it is.
I don't expect anything about this to change. I'm mostly just expressing a little frustration, I suppose, but at the end of the day, it can, again, be a really good thing for developers, so it's no small wonder it's a popular choice there, and then sometimes it really does work out, and you actually have a really enjoyable experience with it, and obviously there's games that I'm going to play a ton regardless of whether or not they're in early access, like...
Yeah, it's gonna get abused
when Divinity comes out, but sorting through all of them can certainly be a lot, and to be fair, that is specifically why I make the videos, to hopefully make that easier for people. My goal with basically every early access game that I cover is so that people can make an informed decision about it, and decide if it's something they want to actually check out, or, simply keep up with the videos until it launches, and I think simply providing people that information so they can make those choices is one of the more useful things this channel actually does outside of...
He's doing it the wrong way. You see, he's kneecapping himself. What he's supposed to do is pretend that every single early access game is fucking incredible. That way he gets put on a whitelist by a bunch of developers who have shitty intentions and are trying to scam players. He's got to say everything's amazing, make a bunch of money off of them, take all the sponsorship deals he can, make a fucking truckload of money off of these people, fuck over the players as much as possible, and then retire crying into $100 bill notes that he filled up his bathtub with. That's the way he's supposed to do it.
Of the reviews, and something I obviously continue to plan to do, but they can be a little exhausting, and I just wanted to talk about it for a while, but that is pretty much going to do it for this particular video. Certainly hope you enjoyed it. If there's any early access games you're absolutely in love with, or I guess if you just feel the same way, by all means, let me know all about it down in the comment section below, which of course means to like, comment, subscribe, all that YouTube jazz. But regardless of any of that, truly, just thank you so much for watching. I really do.
Not bad. Not bad. This video he's got running in the background, this just seems to be like some ripoff of Darkest Dungeon, if I'm being honest. It looks like a variant on the Darkest Dungeon art style. It seems like they're like ripping onto those mechanics in particular. We don't need any more Mighty Teapot creators. You're getting more of them, whether you like it or not. You will sit down and watch your slop. That's what's going to happen. They will always outnumber people who are trying to tell you what they actually think, because they make more money. That's the right way to do it. That's the gaming industry approved way of doing things. That's why it's going to keep on working. Are you advising that he burn all his goodwill with his viewers for short-term gains? If the short-term gains that he has outweigh him ever needing to work ever again, then from a purely piece of shit, amoral, I'm an asshole position, doing that would be the right decision. Because he could make a truckload of money, ride off into the sunset, scam a bunch of people. He will still have people on Reddit or wherever else defending him. And then he no longer needs to do anything for the rest of his life because he can retire. That's how it works. You'll also notice, and I know this because I know some insider information for you. If you get sponsored by a game company, particularly ones that are either large AAA studios, or this tends to also happen with Asian games a lot. If you make a video, you're getting sponsorship money. They want their product to look better than everything else. So what they will do now is they will bot your video on YouTube to spike the viewership, fuck up your channel, and then they will bot your comments using an AI so that it looks like everyone says this is an amazing game. I know this is happening because I've seen evidence of it happening. I don't know if I want to reveal who showed me this evidence, but a YouTuber buddy showed me evidence of someone fucking over his channel by doing that. So I'm going to keep who that is to myself unless I get permission from him to say who it is. Or he happens to be here and he wants to talk about it. But they will do this. They will do this. They will screw over everything. They'll fuck up your goodwill even if you just earnestly took a sponsor. They will ruin it. It looks more like a game you tested. What is that name again? Something with a corrupt stone. Oh, Second Stone. Yeah, I like Second Stone. I think, okay, here, let me give you an alternative to all the things that happens with early access, right? The Second Stone devs reached out to me. Let me see if I can find it, actually. Let me see if I can find it here. So the Second Stone devs reached out to me. They said, no pressure. You don't have to test our game. You don't have to do this. Say whatever the fuck you want. But we've seen your streams. We've seen your stuff. We like the idea that you just say whatever the fuck is on your mind. Would you mind helping us with this game? I had a talk with one of the devs. I had a full conversation with the guy. He seemed obsessed with the idea of getting the video game right. That's all he cared about. And so I went out on my way to help them. They didn't want to release it to the public. They didn't want to take their video game and shove it down people's throat when they didn't feel it was at least good enough that people would enjoy the experience. So I went and wrote them a bunch of notes on all the things I think was wrong with their game. And I told them straight up, this is what I think is wrong, but this is your video game. You've got to do things your way. You've got to do things the way that you feel is right. So if you disagree with me, ignore whatever I've said there. And they were like, that was fucking great. Thank you so much for the feedback. We looked through it. We changed some things. We disagree with some stuff. So this we've like updated a bunch of things that you indicated. Thank you very much. But you know what they didn't do? They didn't charge you fucking $80 for an early access game, push a bunch of shit to people. That's what I liked about them. I was referring to Blightstone, that gritty cartoon strategy game where, okay, yeah, Blightstone was kind of the same because I got contacted by Blightstone. They were like, hey, we're going to give you this link to this game. You can make whatever content you want on it. You can say whatever the fuck you want, right? We're going to look at the feedback. We're going to see what you've said. We're going to watch the streams and we're going to work our way from there. But generally speaking, at least they were like, they weren't like, here's some money. Now don't say the things that are bad about our games. Look at this nerd in his list. Yes, I love my lists. I love my list. I love my list and I love helping video games that are actually out there trying to be good video games. I get the vibe from the people who made Blightstone that they were trying their best to make a video game that they liked. I get the vibe from Second Stone that they were doing their best to make a video game that people were going to enjoy. I have a deep, fundamental respect for those people because the largest majority of the gaming industry doesn't operate like that. I'm more than happy to help those guys out because I want those guys to succeed and I want everyone else who does this manipulative shit to fail. Even if their game is dog shit, I would still help them out. I didn't think either of their games were that bad. I think Blightstone needs a lot more work than Second Stone does, but I do like the fact that they were like, say whatever the fuck you want. It's all valuable feedback. And that's why I'm poor as fuck. Some genuine integrity. I like that. So do I. I like talking to devs who are like lost in the art of creation as opposed to this is what you can say, this is what you can't say. This was years ago. I lost an entire $5,000 sponsorship deal by a certain company that was making a shitty online fucking survival game because they gave me a list of demands where they told me to not look at certain features because they were like, we don't want people to see how bad these features are. So the first thing I did was I cranked up my stream and I looked at exactly everything they told me not to look at. And they were like, fuck you, I'm not paying you $5,000. And I was like, that's fine. Your game sucks dick. You deserve to fail. And they did. They failed. I can't even remember the fucking game's name. Where should I put the cables to keep your wife in place when watching that movie? No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll use the cable ties on her. It's fine. That way I can do stuff to her afterwards anyway. Or is it smarter than most? Yeah, if I was smarter, I'd be a lying rat fuck and I'd be able to keep my mouth shut and just say the things that these people want me to say so that I can fucking make money off of them. Look at you try to... Okay, yeah, you're talking about faith. Okay, what else did you put in here? Politics shit. We'll give that one a skip. Haters say it's fake. Yeah, okay, there's a few shorts here. Let's see what the hell this is. People seem to like Asmongold shorts for some reason. What is this? Pfft. 100% real. No AI used at all.
Thank you, guys.
These are the kind of fake videos I like. That was good.
Okay.
Wow. Truly amazing.
Isn't the lazy peon viewership down? I don't know, actually. You know what? Let's check. Let's check. Let's see how lazy peon's doing. Let's see how this fucker's doing. Has his viewership collapsed? No. He's doing fine. 116, 76, 117, 94, 279, 113, 134. No, he's doing perfectly fine. He's doing more than fine. He's doing absolutely fine. So you see, you can get away with it. Pump out slop and you'll be perfectly fine. It won't even matter. All that matters is that it's most accessible to the largest group of people, because the largest group of people are shit-eating retards who will believe whatever you say because the magic man in the shiny box in front of you said something. So you can get away with it. You can still get away with it. See? It doesn't even matter anymore that you compromise yourself and fuck up your goodwill. You'll be fine. That's even worse. I wonder how many are bots, though. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's botting, but I would guess that based on the way he does things, I suppose he could get away with botting because he does always have a sponsorship on each and every single one of his videos. If the sponsors believe his viewership is real, and then they pay him out, that's probably his primary source of income, so he's probably perfectly fine. He's probably perfectly fine doing that. It doesn't even matter. I mean, take a look at Twitch. Twitch is viciously botted. Take a look at Kick. Any streaming platform except maybe YouTube. Maybe. All of these platforms have massive, botting viewership issues. And the sponsors don't give a fuck. They still pay these people hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. Right, what the hell is this? This guy's always a fucking...
Dude, guess who I ran into last night?
This guy's a fucking comedic genius. I love this man.
Bill Cosby.
No way.
Yeah, check it.
Oh, dude, that's sick. What was he like?
I don't remember.
Oh shit.
Dude, guess who I ran...
You see, that's fake, because you would remember, because you'd wake up and your ass would hurt in the morning. That one was a miss. He should have been like, dude, I don't remember, and then walk away and his ass hurts. Right, GTA 6 will suck. I've got a hot take on that. GTA might be an incredible game. GTA 6 might be an amazing game, but it doesn't matter. GTA 6 has had so much fucking hype around it that it doesn't actually matter how good the game is. It'll never live up to the dream that people have in their heads. What's your thoughts on the Wolverine gameplay reveal? I haven't even seen it. I have not seen it at all. So I wouldn't know. Let's see what GTA will suck.
GTA 6 will suck.
Old GTA was like this.
Nigga, sold them nigga.
Oh, I miss the San Andreas days so much. San Andreas was peak GTA for me. San Andreas was the #1 most amazing GTA game I'd ever played. GTA 6 will sell billions in a week? Yes, it will. It will sell so much. People will bitch and cry and piss and shit and moan about it, and it'll still make an infinite amount of money for Rockstar.
Niggas who's gangsta.
What's up, my niggas? Gangsta shit, nigga.
All the pussy-ass GTA Online stuff since 2020 is like this.
Have no fear in design! Badonkadon! Badonkadon!
Do talk some shit, but he right. Only gunshots you gon' hear in here be some fool's burble tune.
I miss the old days. I miss the old days, actually. I miss it when people just casually used racial slurs all over the place. We lived in a golden era. Now we've got to have all this corporate bullshit where we're all pretending that everything is nice and fine. Oh, you can shoot dogs on stream. You can drive over people in a parking lot. As long as you don't say any bad words. Oh, fuck. The world's flipped on its head and I fucking hate it.
Hey, that's what this place is all about. Be who you want to be.
Freshiest Metasaurus!
Freshiest Metasaurus!
Is this true?
Shut the fuck up!
Guys, can I be honest with you? I don't really care if GTA 6 gets delayed again because whenever the game comes out, it's going to be fucking gay and retarded. How do I know this?
So, okay, so
I just realized who this is, what video he's watching. He's watching one of Andy Pants Gaming, and it's like I said in that one video I watched, the guy makes good points, and then he just immediately ruins it. He's right, it probably is going to be gay and retarded.
the prediction is that GTA 6 will be both gay and also retarded.
I think, yeah. I think yes.
Okay, that's a big prediction. All right?
3 reasons.
Okay.
KDJ and
Number
Sasanta, Dax and the Fooligan,
Awful characters.
El Rubio and English Dave.
So they made 3 bad characters. It means that it's going to be bad.
These are the main characters from the LS Tuners update in 2021, the LS Drug
Safe
Wars
edgy.
update in 2022, and the Cayo Perico
Safe edgy
heist
as
from
well.
2020.
Okay.
Now,
I think he's wrong there. I don't even think it's safe edgy. I think it's just shit. It's not even safe edgy anymore. It's millennialism's taken to its final form. It's the Super Saiyan of millennialisms. It's going to be fucking terrible. Because Andy Pants' good points aren't his points. It's what everyone else spews on X. You're probably right. You're probably right about that. When he makes a good point, it's generally what the general consensus already is, made by other people, and he's just put it into video format. Which is smart, because then people will watch his videos and just automatically agree with him. That's smart.
Now, guys, let's think really hard here. Why were GTA characters in San Andreas, Vice City, GTA 4, and GTA 5 so hilarious and badass? And why is all the writing Rockstar is doing for GTA today so cringe, gay,
Because it's women that are doing the writing.
and corny?
I don't know if they identify as women anymore. I don't think these are women. I've seen women write exceptional stories. I think these are mentally ill retards who may once upon a time have been women, but now they identify as something else. Like a dog or something. Nuance slop in 2026, pathetic. Yeah, you're not getting nuance, you're just getting... You get like this faux pretend nuance in video games as well. I was born in 93, I don't know what happened. I have no memory of lame-ass people like current millennials. What happened was... It's very simple. You had what was known as a healthy childhood. And while you were enjoying things, and you were having a good time, and you were around people that weren't fucking retarded, these shadowed creatures in the background grew up and started invading these industries and using fake victimization to take over these industries from the back and pretend like they need to be there because they're unique and special and no one is like them, blah, blah, blah. And then they destroyed everything from the inside, because while you were focusing on having a good time, they were focusing on ruining everyone else's good time. All it takes to ruin a party is one person to take a shit in a punch bowl. That's all you need. They say be anyone you want to be and then ask if it's okay to laugh at a joke, asking permission to perform free act. Yes, they will. They will ruin. They've ruined language. They've ruined writing. They've ruined storytelling. They don't know how to make any good gameplay anymore. These people have fucked up everything, because back in the day, they were rejected, and now they have the spite filling within them, because instead of them being bullied into being normal people when they grew up, they instead got together in this entire mentally ill group and convinced themselves and everyone else around them that actually, no, we're the ones in the right. We're on the right side of history. And then they had to fuck up everything else. They really had to fuck up everything else.
And it's actually really simple. bros used to work at Rockstar. Now it's a bunch of women, bold-like lesbians, and soy boy beta cucks who wear dresses.
I love how he put Act Man in there. He put Act Man in there. This man does not like Act Man. Fair game. Fair game.
But here comes the response.
I knew it.
Nah, dude, Lucia and Jason are based as hell. They look so cool and badass. My brother in Christ, a leopard can't change its spots. This is literally the writing team working on the game right now. We know the GTA 6 story will be corny, soft, gay, politically correct nonsense because KDJ...
See, again, all good points. I'm waiting for the moment when Andy Pants fucks it up again.
Sasanta, Dex, and every GTA Online update since 2020 has been corny, soft, gay, politically correct nonsense.
Is that true? Like, I don't even know if that's true. I haven't played any of these. I have no idea.
Another objection
You should play San Andreas. It's an amazing game.
I hear is this. No, man, they're bringing back old GTA. My sweet summer child. Nobody who made old GTA games is at Rockstar anymore.
I just realized something. These are the guys that made the old GTA games, and it's just a bunch of white dudes. Do you think like this was their way of getting to say the N-word through their characters? They were like, this has been repressed from me forever. Quick, hire a bunch of black voice actors so we can say the N-word in our video game. Which I think is the most based fucking thing they could have done.
Yeah.
Do you know who created Nico, CJ, Tommy, and all the others? It was Dan Houser, Leslie Ben.
My theory is holding weight. Based white boys, I give them the pass. Listen, I would give them the pass to make any fucking game because think about how like on the nose and how good they wrote those things, right? I know, like, obviously, South Africa, bunch of black people in this country, they fucking still play San Andreas to this day and love the story. They still play it because they love it that much. To them, that is peak American culture.
Benzies, David Jones, Aaron Garbutt, Michael Unsworth. All of them are gone.
Oh, they're gone. Okay, so not at the company anymore? All right.
On, kiddo. It's just a bunch of fat white women working there now.
Yep. Hey, there's your DEI team. There's your DEI team right there. Do you notice something about the DEI team? Wasn't the whole point of diversity, equity, and inclusion supposed to be that, like, minorities who got fucked over in the past were supposed to be the ones who got, like, an opportunity to move into these places and tell stories from their perspective? And almost every single one of those roles has been taken over by a bunch of fat, ugly white women who use DEI as a poison pill to get into those industries. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? That DEI doesn't mean like some minority, some kid from some fucking bad background who grew up in a shitty place but who was really determined to make something of himself finally gets the opportunity to make something of himself. Instead, it's just a bunch of rich fat, ugly white women who steal all those positions because for some reason they think that they were disadvantaged in the past. Isn't that strange? Weird how that keeps happening, huh? I don't see any black guys in that photo. I don't see any black women in those photos. I think I barely see one Asian woman there, and she probably grew up rich. For corpos, white women are the perfect middle ground, retarded enough to get the DEI finance entities off their back, but not retarded enough to instantly implode every department they're in. Yes, but hold on 1 second. My dog's hearing something outside. I just got to check something. 1 sec. Yep. Okay. Come back when you're done. Evil cannot create, it can only destroy. Here's the thing. Green Sky was, for the most part, you're right. Right? There are a bunch of retarded people who are trying to move into these industries, who don't have the experience, who don't have the capability, who do not have the creative instinct they need, right? Every now and then, you find someone who is exceptional within a minority, right? who does deserve that chance. And so instead of that person getting that chance, instead you get a bunch of white bitches who steal that opportunity from them. Every single time. Have you ever looked at the Guild Wars 2 ANET dev pics? No, I haven't. Put them in the Reacts channel. I'll definitely look at them.
This might be the greatest video I've ever seen in my life. Is this what is this the way a communist feels watching Hassan?
Yes. Yes, it is. Completely unsurprised by that. Yes, that's exactly how they feel. Funnily enough, the nerdy, geeky IT dorks were more creative than modern creative people that are trying to break into the industry. So I went to university. I got to see a bunch of nerds, right? I'm talking black guys that look like, you know, the Spider-Man movies, the guy who becomes, I think it's Electro. They look like him before he turned into Electro. They were exceptional. They were brilliant. And they were complete fucking dorks. They were complete nerds. And they will never get the opportunities they deserve. Because a bunch of fat, ugly white women are taking their places. It's gonna keep happening. It's never gonna stop. Right, let's see if there's any other shorts. What the hell is this?
I lost my virginity to an autistic woman.
Please don't.
Does Master Chief ever have sex with Cortana? If not, that's a missed opportunity.
Wanted my first time to be special.
Oh my god.
Combat.
Nice. I would play that Halo game. I would play that video game. That one seems better than the Halo ones I've been seeing on Twitter that have come out. That one seems way better. Funnily enough, okay, I read that one. Oh god, I'm going to DM you. DM them to me. Send them to me. I really want to see what they fucking look like. I have a sneaking suspicion that I know what they look like already. Okay, what the hell is this? Oh, this is VTuber slop. Okay, well,
I'm trending on Twitter for being a fat chud.
So basically what I'm hearing here is that she probably said something normal and Twitter lost its fucking mind, because it does that every now and then. If you give the most normal opinions on Twitter, people lose their fucking shit. Yeah, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example right now. This is the most normal, baseline, unretarded opinion that I could think to give. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Right? This is not a hot take. This was me trying to shit on Twitch. Right? Nina Lynn sexually assaulted people. Still on Twitch. Hassan abused dogs. Yes, multiple. On stream. Still on Twitch. Extra Emily. Reckless driving. Endangering others' lives. Still on Twitch. Asmongold said some words from his Roach dungeon that people didn't like. Banned. I'm tired of people pretending actions and words are on the same level. At least we all know how pathetic Twitch is, that he'll likely be unbanned in like a day or two. I'm tired. I'm so exhausted by the idea that people can sit in their bedroom and say fucking words and get the same or harsher punishment than people who could potentially run over people in the fucking street. Than people who go out and commit illegal acts. It's fucking insane to me. Who's worse? A guy who says some racial shit that you don't like? Or a guy who's going out and lynching a bunch of black people? Apparently it's the same level now. And you know what's the most retarded bit about this? Everyone comes out and starts defending them like it's the same fucking thing. These dumbasses think that words are the same as actions. This blew the fuck up for no reason whatsoever. This is the most common sense take I could give. Thought you were gonna go do demon time. No, I'm not. You see, I'm not. If someone throws a plushie at me, it does nothing. You know, like how Pokemons have counters and shit like that? My weakness is pay to win. I see pay to win, it makes me lose my mind. Someone throws a plushie at me, I go, why did you do that? It does nothing. Did you know Extra Emily now has a Hulu show? Really? What the fuck does that even mean? She's got a TV, she's got like a series TV show being broadcast on Hulu. That's fine, no one watches Hulu anyway, so it's not like that really matters that much. So I'm guessing, based on that this VTuber probably just said the most normal opinion out there. And a bunch of spurgs who came over from Reddit went ahead and lost their shit at this person. I can't find the picture I was looking for. It was a bunch of blue hairs and trans men. Now I can only find a bunch of Asians. Well, maybe that means that the quality of things is about to improve then. Who knows? Maybe there is hope for Guild Wars 3. See what the hell this is about. I'll Google what the hell that Extra Emily thing is afterwards.
If you haven't heard, my fast food order has kind of escaped containment. My idea of the perfect lunch is a double quarter pounder with cheese. No ketchup, no mustard, no pickles, no onions.
Fair. Completely fair. Because the pickles at McDonald's and the onions at McDonald's taste like shit. They've been sitting there for weeks. They're nasty as fuck. They shouldn't be on your burger. That is not food.
Large meal with fries and a...
Just get the sawdust patty with some cheese and some ketchup. That's all you need.
Large Diet Coke, 2 chocolate chip cookies, large chocolate shake, a mini Oreo McFlurry with M&Ms added, and
okay, so we know she's American.
Additional large Diet Coke with extra ice once again, and a 20-piece chicken McNugget. No sauce. Sauce is evil. Try the McCrelly Challenge today. There's no better time to do it considering we just launched some really sick...
Oh, okay, this was a merch plug. That's what this was. This was a merch plug. That was smart. That was plugging merch. So this is none of this happened. This is today in shit that didn't actually happen. This was just them launching a product. We just watched an ad. We just got tricked into watching an ad. Fuck. They got me. They got me. Little shit. But streamer jailed. The hell is this? Did Xenosys get in more trouble again? Let's go through the shorts first. You just watched, forced us to watch. Look, I thought it was something serious. I thought it was like someone gave a normal take on Twitter. They baited me. They baited me real good. They got me. Ah, the man himself as the cross.
Damn.
Alright. Oh yeah.
Damn it.
Very nice. Very nice. I don't know what's wrong with that. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the way they should be designed. I can't afford that much food at McDonald's. Look, I'm a fat piece of shit and even I can't eat that much. Even I can't eat that much. Alright, what the hell? Oh, Jay Slop the Frog. I went down a rabbit hole the other day and I watched a bunch of this guy's stuff. He does a good job of reporting on things in a short format. He does a great job.
9/11
like his stuff.
I mean, that's just what it is. We basically saw the 9/11 of the modding community right here. And for me, because the biggest mod of Terraria, like undoubtedly, my favorite game next to Risk of Rain 2, Calamity, has just made a public announcement that they will cease development of the entire mod. Just to...
Why? If people loved it that much, why are they ceasing development?
Give you a perspective, Calamity is like the mod.
Wait, no rush, but please don't skip the GGG videos. I won't.
For Terraria, undisputed. And the situation is even so bad that some of the devs involved with the mod are trying to pull the parts and assets they created for the mods away from it due to them not wanting to be associated with this mod anymore. But why is this? Why is this happening right now? Well, for that, we have to look back at
He keeps saying the word pedophile. One of them either touched a kid or got accused of touching a kid.
2025, specifically May of 2025, a dark hit the Calamity mod community about the lead developer of the mod, Fabsul, and he was exposed for grooming minors and running essentially a porn Discord server called Wormhell, or at least he was the co-owner of that server, where he was not only talking inappropriately to minors, but...
Bro, somebody's drinking my cum. Booby milk works too. I'll drink your cum. With a 15-year-old. Discord should be 18 plus. Discord should be 18 plus.
But also inviting them in. He was 26, by the way, and the lowest age of his victims are 15. And he was well aware of that age, by the way. So in 2025, when he got exposed, he stepped down as the lead developer from the Calamity mod, because, you know, he's a pedophile. And the new head dev was going to be Ozzytron, who was trusted by the community, and he was supposed to fix the Calamity mod community and make it great again.
I do think it's good to some degree that the Calamity community is concerned about another Fabsol-like lead dev emerging, but Oz is not.
Well, remember when I said that Fabsol was only the co-owner of that server? Yeah, round about a year later, we now know the other co-owner was Ozzytron, you know, the current lead developer of Calamity, the one that took over after Fabsol, you know, the person that was very clearly aware of the actions of Fabsol on the Wormhole Discord server, and not only that, ask what he can do to help.
Don't tell me they were grooming kids as well. Don't tell me they were grooming kids as well. Please, God, there's too many of these fucking sick fucks out there.
Fabsol out of the situation when he got exposed, but on top of that, Ozzytron was also exposed for talking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What is wrong with these people? We need to bring back public execution and castration. They were both grooming kids. Jesus fucking Christ. How can I find new friends if the Discord goes 18 plus? The Discord, my Discord is 18 plus, and if I find out that you're below the age of 18, I will immediately ban you. I do not want kids in there. This kind of shit should be kept away from kids entirely.
Talking inappropriately to minors. Yeah. And in response of this news coming out, the dev team behind the Calamity mod just quit. Ended development. And some even wanted to remove their assets.
That makes me wonder how many more pedophiles were hiding there that no one else wanted to take control.
That's from the mod. So yeah, one of the greatest Terraria mods, next to Magic Storage, went to shit because two people can't stop talking to minors. At least we still have Calamity Fables, which is just Calamity without the pedophiles.
So there's still hope. Until more pedophiles are found. There's still hope until you find out that there's more people trying to touch kids. Jesus Christ. There's too many. These fuckers need to be taken out of society. Choose your path, white man. Game developed by blue-haired foids versus games developed by pedophiles. There is another. This is your third option. It's people developed by these guys.
我有我自己的原则，我不想一辈子让人踩在脚下。因为我是臭要饭的，我这3年就是想等一个机会。
It's these guys.
争一口气。
We're gonna rely on the Chinese. We're gonna rely on the Asians. Because at least they take this shit more seriously as far as I've seen. These Asians just put like suspiciously underage girls in their game. They don't fucking bring suspiciously underage girls into their offices as far as I'm aware. What the actual fuck is that? That's an Asian dev talking about how it's his opportunity. It's his time now. That's what that was. That was live footage from inside one of the Chinese dev studios. Right, what else the hell? Oh, what other fucking shorts did you put in here before I scroll? Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? That's just uncanny. That's creepy. That's fucking weird. Damn, that's weird. That's creepy. I wish I had hair. Too much hair. Yeah, way too much hair. Right, what the hell? Okay, let's move on.
Anxious remote
What the fuck
worker
is
wins
this?
lawsuit after company forced her to turn her camera off during a video call.
On.
Yeah, sorry.
What?
Now this is a better scam.
Yes.
And the audacity, this is the thing, you have to start thinking differently, because I would never think in a million years to do this shit, right?
No, a guy would never think that.
This is my joke of the person being like, I want to be a construction worker, also I'm in a wheelchair.
Yeah, essentially.
I want to be a roofer, but I'm in a wheelchair. Yeah. What's the problem?
Yeah, jobs for disabled people on the top of roofs. That's gonna end well.
It's like, why do I have to turn my camera on for our work Zoom meeting? You go, I don't know, it's just kind of normal.
It's just a dude and just being like, hey, brother, this is a meeting that everyone has to have their camera on. They go, no, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, Christ. They were scamming the
Continue
system.
on.
No, I'm here.
Hey, Brittany, why don't you finish what you're saying there?
Yeah. It's like,
Were they fucking on camera?
can you please turn the camera on?
Nah,
It's kind of anxiety-inducing.
Yeah.
Not going to be doing that.
I'm gonna get a little anxiety if I turn that cam on, so I think I'm just gonna keep her off there. Anyways, Brittany, can you continue?
Yeah, I think we'll keep her off.
If Tubin had his camera off.
Oh, buddy.
That's where we're at next, is a CNN person being like, I just want you to do audio for my job. Because, yeah, it gives me anxiety. I want to be a newscaster, also being on camera gives me anxiety. So.
I don't know why it's just so unreasonable to just be like, turn your camera on.
Because why should anyone ever have to do anything they don't want to do?
Yes.
She says having her webcam on during work hours made her super anxious. Having her camera on during her meetings made her anxious. Maybe this isn't a good job for you. But again,
I don't understand. I don't get. What's the problem with it? It's a work meeting. They want to see your face. They want to see that you're paying attention. What the fuck? This makes no sense.
Everything I say, when I look at this, you go, what are you, a psycho? But who's right, who's wrong? Because she's rich now.
Yeah.
She won? She won a lawsuit? That's nuts. That's fucking insane. That's crazy people behavior. No, we've gone too far. That's fucking ridiculous. Anyone else here techie? Okay, what the hell is this? Twitter link. What am I watching? Oh! Oh no! I'm saving this for later. I'm sending it to the Chinese tech guy. You know, he's gonna love this. You are banned from my store forever. Oh Jesus. That's just gore. He's just posting gore in the Discord now. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Oh, Christ. I'll skip that one because it's not gaming related. And let's see, what is this? Google can't just delete what you bought.
A Google Play user says that they purchased Lord of the Rings Extended Trilogy. Suddenly it disappeared from their library after Google removed it from its catalog. According to screenshots shared by the user, Google support confirmed that the films were no longer available, and they said that they couldn't issue a refund because the purchase was made in 2022.
Well, yeah, what did you expect? What, you bought something and you thought that meant it belonged to you? What, you honestly thought that what you bought is yours? Come now. What are you, living in fucking 2012? That's not how this works. You buy something, you spend money on it, it's not yours anymore. They could just take it away from you. It's the same as when I was a kid. My dad bought something and then he would just break the fucking disc in front of me to punish me. Oh, you really like this video game? Snap. Guess you're not playing that anymore. Same thing. It's just being done by officers instead of fucking dads who want to beat the shit out of their kids. At my company, our Scum Masters demanded all developers' meetings were camera on. A few months later, they all got sacked. That's fucking strange. To me, I would think that having your camera on in a business meeting is standard practice because they want to make sure that you're actually paying attention to what's being said. Because if you're being delegated a task to do, they want to know that you're there and paying attention, not fucking jerking off to porn. Or maybe not even at the camera, you're going and taking a shit and you're not even present. That's fucking weird. That doesn't make sense to me. That really doesn't make sense to me that they can't make you turn your camera on. That just seems normal. Buy something you don't own it, pirate something, now you own it. Exactly. That's the high seas for everyone in the future. That's how you get past everything. You have to do it. I work remote since the big coof. Work is a very safe space-oriented corp, so while they do want to insist cameras are on, they are too afraid to do so. I suppose you could just rake them over the fucking coals then, right? You could just make their life a loving hell. You could get away with so much shit if your camera's off. It's kind of... You know what? It's kind of like I kind of feel no sympathy for these big companies when they do all this disgusting shit that people don't want to turn their camera on. It's hard to take a side the more I think about it. If they're going to treat you like shit, why should you acquiesce to any of their wishes? Yeah, I think I'm neutral. I think it depends on how the company treats its workers. I think that's the big deciding factor there. I think that's what changes things. Okay, what the hell is this? Please don't be another ad. Please, God, don't be another ad.
You ready to give me a tour on your first base?
Yeah, I am. Thanks for coming here, Tony. It really means a lot. We got this real big vista for them.
Powell?
This beautiful mountain vista that they have. You see, no walls, no inhumane work, just free roaming pals helping me when they can. Yeah, nothing but the best for my beloved pals. You know, I love them.
Yeah, the pal looks all happy. Look at this guy. Or gal. Ah, they look really happy. You want to take me to your next base? Let's go check out your next one.
Sure.
All right, so we're at base number 2. This looks, it's still pretty open. Nice. What goes down here in this base?
So this is my ranching and mining base. They still have a nice little view of the volcanic mountain, but...
is there a technique or reason to why they have, like, the dirtier spas and the hay bed, the straw beds? Is there?
Oh, well, these are the ones that they kind of misbehave. So it's like a little punishment. They'll get to go to the main base once they redeem themselves.
Redeem themselves? I mean, this guy looks like he's having a miserable time. What's his name? Depresso? He looks like he does not want to be.
Yeah, but that one's always depressed. That's fine.
Here.
Let's go give this little guy a little well-deserved rest here.
Oh yeah, maybe he needs a little break. He just needs to rest. Yeah, put him in there. Oh.
Nice.
You don't think you threw him in there a little too hard?
Is it for attention?
Let's go see the last base then, okay, I guess. All right.
It's going to be the slave labor camp.
All right. Oh, we're here at your last base.
This is the slave labor camp.
Where we at?
I can tell already.
Welcome to Palcatraz.
Oh, leave weapons and pals here before entry. No food beyond this point.
Beautiful.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we don't feed the pals, you know, because then when you feed one, the other ones see it, and then they start getting in a fight. And we don't want to break up any more fights.
Fights? That's crazy. What is this place?
Finally, a perfect society.
This is Palcatraz. All of the mining I could ever want. They do mining. They make money for me. And then also I have this right here. This is for you know, I have to get thermal cores somehow, Tony.
Thermal. Oh. Why is she happy amongst all this stuff?
Well, I think she likes to watch them suffer. I don't know.
Suffer?
Yeah.
Are these guys printing money?
Yeah, they make me money. They make me money here. That's why.
Nice, he's got a counterfeit scam going. This is perfect.
We have all the guards and stuff. We don't want the PIDF coming in here and ruin our operation.
Okay. Last question. Can we? What is in the warden's room? What I just really want to know.
It's a spot for one of my very best. No, please sit down. Please sit down.
Oh.
It's a spot for my very best pal, and I've yet to bring him out here.
Oops.
But now I could say my very best pal is finally here.
Wait, where am I?
Where's he going with this?
Wait.
You're right where you're.
Oh, it's him.
Wait,
oh, nice. He got him.
My very best pal.
He fucking got him.
You can't keep me here. Wait a minute. I was not expecting this.
Oh, what a sneaky fuck. Well played. Well played. That was a good build up. I didn't see that one coming. Genius. That's perfect. That's the way to do it. Enslave your friends. Sometimes in our Pondline class, they had an interview with important people, and we are asked to turn cameras on for picture for social media. I have not appeared in any of those pictures. Yeah, keep them guessing who you are. Genius idea. Lou, thank you for the 10 pounds. Jesus Christ. I know a guy who in large work meetings has a camera and mic off and just practices the guitar in the background. That man is a genius. He's living the life. That man is brilliant. I hope he games the system for as long as possible until he can play guitar at a level that he's happy with. I have a very hard time feeling any degree of sympathy whatsoever for corporate offices with the way I've seen them treat people over the years. So if he can game the system, good on him. Well played to him. Also, thanks for the £10 again, Lou. I appreciate it. Interesting, in large group meetings, my company, we're asked to turn off our cameras except for the people presenting. So you can jerk off to the presenters and they wouldn't even know. Just type it in the chat, I'm jacking off to you, and then just message delete it. Just so that everyone else sees it, but not them. That's the way to go. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Yeah, you know what, fuck it. If people are going to do it, if they can get away with it, that sounds like a company problem, not a them problem. I'm slowly changing my mind just thinking back on all the sick shit I've seen companies do to people. Reminds me of the latest Reckless Ben video. Wait, he's made another one? Is it about the Lego scandal again? I do take shits in meetings because 99% of the time I shouldn't be in them. There's one phrase that every single person who works in any office who deals with meetings is thinking the entire time. Every single time I've seen the inside of any single corporate office, that's the only thing running through 99% of the people's heads while they're sitting there in that meeting. Every single time. Every single fucking time. All of them are thinking that because it's such a waste of time. A lot of meetings just burn people out from the social interaction. It takes them out of work mode. It makes things work slower. It holds no value. And most of the time, you didn't need to be in that meeting because it wasn't about you. No, it's about kids being beaten and drugged at a juvenile detention center and Ben exposing them. Nice. But are they having sex with the children too? Because what's the point of giving them the Bill Cosby treatment if you're not going the entire way? Honestly, they probably are. They probably are, let's be honest. They probably are banging him. What the fuck currency does South Africa use? Rubles? No, we use Rand. Right, it used to be in the 80s. It was one of the most powerful currencies on planet Earth. It was more powerful than the US dollar. And then the economy collapsed down here. Gee, I wonder what happened. It's almost like our system went to shit and a bunch of rats got in power who dominated the system and collapsed entire industries and destroyed everything. It's real weird. No one saw it coming. Absolutely no. No, South Africa's definitely not the next Zimbabwe. We use the Rand, denoted by ZAR. Right, what's this?
Naughty, please.
Oh, I don't even have to tell you what to do. You're grabbing on already. Now spread those legs for me nice and wide. It goes in easier when they're spread. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Are you ready, my lord?
I am ready.
Lean forward for me.
Is this just Asmongold's private folder? Like, what the fuck are we looking at here?
On my tip and suck on it just like that. Very good, my lord. Yes, take my sweet elixir as it runs down your throat. Very good, you naughty wizard. Yes, take it in 3, 2, 1, and swallow. Huzzah! Very good, my lord.
I hope they're paying her well.
You took me so well.
Oh, thank you.
How are they doing over there?
Yeah, I hope they're paying her well. She seems very excited about that job. I suppose do something you love and you never work a day in your life, huh? Oh, what are the shorts on here? Let's get through the shorts first.
Wood what?
I want to punch her. Yeah, that don't work for me. The fake enthusiasm doesn't really work for me, I can tell. God, I love Ren fairs. I hate Ren fairs. I hate Renaissance fairs. Not because they're bad, but because my country is dog shit at them and they keep fucking them up. I took my wife and my kid to a Renaissance fair recently And we went there for one reason. We promised my daughter that she was going to see some horses and ponies. I get there. I ask her, I'm like, yo, where's like the horses and ponies and shit? Like, I've got like a 3-year-old here. I'm trying to see some magic of the wonder of the universe in her eyes. I'm trying to like live vicariously through her and her enjoyment of these things. Guy just turns to me and goes, what horses? There's no horses here. Fuck. And then I got hungry at the stupid fucking Ren Fair, and I was like, I'm gonna get in line for a shawarma, and I had to sit behind 2 fucking douchebags trying to hit on some girl for 30 fucking minutes, and they wouldn't get out of the goddamn line.
I think there's a
so
real
I couldn't
opportunity here to go for the low-hanging fruit. But before we boil the ocean, let's make sure we're aligned on what good looks like. We can take the more strategic pieces offline, sense-check the approach with the wider stakeholder group, and then circle back with some options around how we operationalize this. Ultimately, we just need to make sure we're joining the dots and moving the needle.
That's exactly why one day people walk into corporate offices with a gun. That's exactly why. That's exactly why at some point someone snaps and smashes their fucking boss's head in with an ashtray. Is those kind of fucking talks. Jesus Christ. I already told the story. I know, but it still pisses me off. And then you've just got I'm still so mad about it because I sat in line for 30 minutes for a fucking shawarma just to watch 2 retards hit on a girl in front of me and be like, oh, sir, like you into horses, eh? I used to be an echidnian too. And she's like, it's an equestrian. It's like, yeah, I'm thinking about buying a horse. And you know how much worse it is hearing it in a South African accent? Because I already know we sound like rapists. Like, base level South African accent is basically Australia, but with more sexual assault in it. And these guys are standing like this close to this poor fucking girl, being like, oh, yeah, so I was thinking about buying a horse. Can you give me any tips? I'm like, fucking Jesus, dude. I'm autistic, and even I know not to do that to people. How do Africa do a Renaissance fair? I mean, we all know about European Renaissance, but what did Africa look like? Okay, so this is what it looked like. I'll give you some backstory of what the entire event looked like. It was so fucking shit. It was dog shit. So let's say this entire thing, let's say this is the Renaissance Fair. Let's say this is the entire region. You entered from here. There were a bunch of stalls here. All of them selling shit that had nothing to do with a Renaissance Fair. Nothing at all. There were some people in cosplay. Here in the corner was a jumping castle. Over here there were some people doing archery, but they'd shut down the archery for a day because one of the guys shot his friend in the leg with an arrow. So that was out for the day. There was horse shit all over the floor, but not a single fucking horse in sight. And the only thing that was even close to being anything to do with a Renaissance fair at this fucking place was over here. There was like a platform where they had guys in knight armor and stuff whacking each other with fucking foam swords. And I'm like, what the fuck do you need the plate armor for if you're hitting each other with pool noodles? What the hell are you doing? And it was the most boring night combat I have ever seen in my fucking life. I've seen night combat videos on like YouTube and shit where they actually beat the shit out of each other. These fucking dicks just hit each other with foam swords, and there was like a referee who would call points. And I was like, this is the most boring fucking thing I've seen in my life. It was so bad. It was terrible. My wife came out of there, sat in the car for 10 minutes, and apologized profusely for me. Yeah, like to me. Because she was like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I know I organized this. I thought it was going to be cool. I thought there were going to be at least horses and shit. Armored MMA is pretty great. You can find that on YouTube. Yes, you can. It's really fucking awesome. That is not what we got to see in person. It was fucking terrible what we saw in person. And it's like, you know how the armored MMA guys, when they're doing it on YouTube and they like take off the armor and you can see that they're actually built. They're like made for that shit. These guys were just a bunch of nerds. They had no musculature on them, so they were swinging around foam swords because I don't think they could actually take a 2-kilogram sword and swing it at each other's armor. I don't think they had the upper body strength for it. It was terrible. It was such a bad time. It was horrible. And there was just a stall, and there was like, this was food, and this was someone selling keychains, and then this was another food stall, and then this was a guy who was just sitting there fucking talking about how he's making something, but he doesn't actually have anything, so I don't know why he had the fucking stall there. And then this guy's selling donuts over here. It was terrible. And I walked all the way over here. I got myself a drink and I was like, yo, so like, dude, where's the horses? Where's the stuff? And the guy just turns around, looks at me and he's like, what horses? There's no horses here. What do you mean? This is not about horses. And I'm like, it fucking should be. It's a Renaissance fair. God, it was such a bad time. Fuck, I'm going to be mad about that for months. And my poor kid. My poor, nearly 3-year-old daughter just kept looking at me and asking, okay, but where horses? Dad, where horses? My kid's gonna think I'm a liar from now on. It's fucking, oh man, it was so bad. She never got to see a single goddamn horse. Come to Texas. I plan to. If I can ever get to the US. I've seen the Ren fairs that they run in the US and they look awesome as fuck by comparison. It was terrible. It was the worst, like the worst event thing that I've ever been to. Next time you should tell her to go hobby horsing. No, I don't need to grow up to be mentally ill. That would be fucking terrible. Right, what the hell is this?
Wood what?
Thanks for taking me out, Brad. I really like you. There's something I think you should know about me.
She's a guy.
This is someone's fetish, isn't it?
Oh god. Okay, great. Wood.
Yeah, that's unsurprising. When your dick's in control, it's over. Yeah. What I've realized about a bunch of dudes who are horny and lonely is that you are not a human being anymore. You are an Evangelion unit. You are basically a Gundam and your dick is the pilot. That's it. You're done for. You need to get that shit under control or you're screwed forever. Okay, don't slip. What is this? This video has so many views because of this. No one cares about the diving. No one gives a shit about the diving. No one gives a fuck.
And you take your little shoesies off.
Everyone in the comments is like, turn around, I wasn't done yet.
Down. And then the thing is, you can't hit your heels on the bar behind you.
Yeah, no one cares about that lady.
Over,
no one cares.
And lift your legs up. I'm nervous. Jokes, this is not the real moment.
Yeah, no one cares, lady. That's not what they're here for. Cameraman had one job and he fucked it up. Yeah, he's really edging everyone, huh? Also, Jesus, this one's as flat as a fucking breadboard. Shit, this is a woman who needs to have ass because, you know, if you're on top of her, it's like being on a surfboard in the ocean. You're just sliding right off.
Let's
I have to see what the fucking comments are on this. There better be exactly what I expect in these fucking comments. Those 5 guys in the back, incognito, energy drinks are just a side hustle for Red Bull. The cameraman drastically misunderstood the assignment. Yes, he did. He fucked this up. Best 5-hour documentary in my life. The guy with the sunglasses was having the look of a lifetime. There was a guy with sunglasses? Everyone def-clicked for the hams. The ability of Red Bull to get permits to jump off random things never ceases to amaze me. Guy used black glasses a lot. Red Bull just casually releases cool stuff. Okay. Yeah. No one is here. The incognito mode is hilarious. No one's here for the dive, lady. I'm sorry to tell you this. Everyone's Googling if you have an OnlyFans right now. They're not here for that. Sorry, it doesn't matter what skills you have. You have ass, and that's all that matters to these people. That's all that fucking matters. Okay, what? Oh, no, it's gonna be another one, isn't it? It's gonna be another one. It's gonna be another one of these sick, fucked up food videos. I can tell. Okay, nice flex. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, put it in the freezer. That's weird. He was doing fine. He was doing fine. And then he had to fuck it up. Oh, Jesus, dude. Oh. And now he's gonna say it's amazing. Yeah, I'd eat that. That's just too much effort, man. For a burger? That's too much effort. That's way too much fucking effort. The goyest of slop. Oh yeah, no, this is the 1000% goy slop. That's oh man. That's the worst goy slop I've seen in a while. Holy shit. Oh, that was fucking gross, man. That's too much effort just for a fucking burger. Come on. Please. At least she had some buns on her. Okay, what else is here? Play next. The reveal steals the show before GTA 6. Okay. Oh, this is the first Descendant. Don't ask me how I know that. This is the first Descendant. I can tell already. Gee, I wonder why this trailer popped off. Goy slop is anti-Semitic hate right now. But Jews call people goys. So how the hell is goy slop anti-Semitic? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. I don't know, the world's lost its fucking mind. Also, what's up, Iconic? How you doing? This is just college bachelor level cooking. It's not. I'll tell you what college bachelor level cooking is, right? You have 3 packets of McDonald's ketchup that you've got for free. You have a bowl, and you have hot water. It's time to make tomato soup. That's bachelor level cooking. That shit there, that was purely for views. Man, maybe I need to play this game again. I can tell this was edited together by an Indian because they love that background music. They just keep on using it non-stop. Also, they completely fucked up this trailer. They should have had a back angle shot of when she was firing so that you could see her ass jiggle. That was a miss. Someone needs to fix their directing. This is Haley. Control W to close tabs, doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. It's just my PC setting itself on fire as I burn up all its memory. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, cameraman fucked up. Again, what is this? I'm noticing a trend of cameramen who keep on fucking these things up. Oh, look! Oh, look, it's John Reddit! It's John Reddit himself. Now, I learned that this guy got completely banned off of everything else. First Descendant is just a shitty Warframe. The First Descendant's a game? No, you can't compare the two. The First Descendant's not a game. That's not what you're going to that for. It's not. That's not a game. You can't. That's an unfair comparison. Warframe is a game with ass. First Descendant is ass trying to be a game. Completely different. You can't do that comparison. It doesn't work. Because it's waking people up, and waking people up is antiseptic. Of course it is. Of course it is. So I learned recently that this man got banned entirely off of Reddit, like completely. Which means he's been given the opportunity of a lifetime. He has been given the chance to become a human being. Something tells me he's not going to take that opportunity.
Reddit's number one moderator just experienced a huge tragedy. So Stale2000 was a moderator for the Livestream Fails subreddit, but after promoting a reality show that was clearly a scam, his status was revoked. So Stale2000 posted a video directed to Spez, the Reddit CEO, demanding that his mods be treated like celebrities. Immediately,
I remember this video. This video was such a fucking joke.
He went viral for completely making an ass out of himself, as well as embodying every stereotype of a Reddit mod. Well, just recently, he tried attending an in-person moderator meetup at Reddit's headquarters.
We should be reserving Goy the same way as black people reserve the N-word. Then again, Goy might sound weird with a soft A.
That's a good idea. That's actually a really good idea. Maybe we do need to start doing that. It's the N-word for white people in first world countries. I like that idea. Yeah, we need to reserve it. It's our word now. I can't believe that this guy... I can't believe... First of all, I can't believe that Reddit moderators leave their houses. That's insane. Second, the fact that he tried to show up to a Reddit meeting when he'd already been kicked off. Fucking ridiculous.
Wearing a hat so people wouldn't recognize him from his receding hairline. However, security saw through his disguise and promptly escorted him out. When Stale2000 got home, he found out that every single one of his Reddit accounts had been permabanned for a moderator code of conduct violation.
He just got the opportunity to turn into a human being, and he doesn't realize it.
Just like that, the company he loves most took his toys away from him. He said that this was a bit annoying, but whatever. Then he says that banning his Reddit account for a rule he did not break is going too far, and that he would be submitting a strongly worded complaint as to this travesty in his ban appeal.
And it's going right into the paper shredder, no one cares.
There's no way he's serious. He has to be playing a character at this point.
No, he's 100% serious. I've met people like this. He's 1,000% serious. That guy's not a human being. That's not a person. That's not a creature. Like you can't take that and think that's a person. No, he's done for. If only we could all be so lucky to be permabanned off of Reddit. I think, you know what, I've thought about that. I've thought about what would happen if Reddit disappeared entirely. I think it's a terrible idea because it's kind of become like a containment zone for the worst human beings in existence. And if it was gone, that means they're going to scatter to different areas and fuck those areas up instead. Reddit needs to stay alive to keep those people in containment. It's like a quarantine zone, kind of. How do you get banned off of Reddit as a whole? Like, they allow everything. It's because he bitched and he was a moderator for free and he pretended that he was a guy in power and had all this control over Reddit and everyone should be listening to him. He talked about himself like he was a fucking celebrity. And then he went and threw a temper tantrum and everyone laughed at him and he just keeps on going. I'm willing to bet I'm still running a DDR3 and a GTX 960. I will have you know that the PC that I got for myself, not the one that's free, that I got for my Guild Wars 2 video, the one that is mine, that I purchased with my own money, is running DDR4 and a 1070 GPU. The peak of gaming, I'll have you know. It's perfect. It's flawless. I thought for the longest time, I thought it was a 2080. And then the other day, I was like cleaning out my PC and getting some of the dust off, and I was like, oh, I thought I had a 2080. No, it's a 1070. I have a subreddit. I don't know who would have put that up, but yeah, you know what? If there's not a bunch of racist shit all over that, I'm going to be very disappointed one day when I look at that subreddit. Have you seen that new Ragnarok online game that's total AFK slop? I haven't seen it at all. I don't even know what that is. He was demanding that Reddit hire lawyers and PR specialists to work for moderators like himself. Yeah, which is fucking stupid. You're not allowed to joke about redacting pedophiles on Reddit, even if you use the word redact. Yeah, of course. Might tell you something about the mods on Reddit. Might tell you something about their personal lives that they're trying to keep a secret while they do shit to other people. Pretty sure I saw a vid where they're calling each other's vanillas or nillas. Nillas is a good one. I like nillas. I've never heard that before. Nillas, no, I like that. Nillas is a great one. That needs to gain popularity. I like that one. That one's bro. Oh, Jesus. Okay, another one that's just ass. Of course. Not really for reaction, just to confirm, this is South Africa.
My lord, are you under?
Yeah, this is South Africa, I can tell. I can tell because these bricks are the low-income housing cinder block bricks that kind of like disintegrate over time. They've got like a 5-year lifespan and they kind of put together with like dust and mud and shit like that. And then they just smooth them down by like spraying water on the wall. I noticed that this is South Africa.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is South Africa. If you're into black women and you're into ass, South Africa's probably the place you want to head. These bitches are living such poor quality life they'll accept anything from you, including dick. I got temp banned for it, and the server mod thought it was retarded, even told me so when I appealed, but it was literally a site-wide admin who got pissed. That's when I decided Reddit was gay pedo. Yeah, it's always been. Always has been, Banks. I don't even know what the fuck this video is about.
Are you under? Yeah?
Right, so how common is this physique? Very. Very, very, very common. It's very common. When I was in university, there were certain guys who like they had a thing for black chicks with gigantic asses, and you could always tell that they'd managed to like pin one down or had a night with one of them, because when they would like walk into university the next day, they kept complaining about how much pain their thighs were in, and they would usually have bruises on their quads in a very specific shape when they were wearing shorts. So is that a bad BBL or saline injection? It's all natural. It's all natural. These people are not paying for surgeries. They're not injecting saline. They just built like that. Yeah, welcome to my country. Yeah, this is very common. My biggest question about these that I've always had and never gotten a straight answer to is how the fuck do they wipe? Because there's enough ass back there to paint an entire Sistine Chapel. I do not know how these people wipe and get away with it. When you met your wife, why didn't you move to Greece instead of pulling her into hell? Because she was already in hell down here when I met her. I just kidnapped her and kept her here. That's why. We can't go back to Greece for certain personal reasons. Not anything legal, just family kind of reasons and stuff like that. It would make our lives more of a living hell. These queens don't need to wipe. They have men willing to use it. Welcome, Soul Man. What's up? You're probably right, actually. You're probably right. Now you understand why black guys need gigantic dicks, by the way. This explains it. It's an evolutionary advantage for getting around that fucking mountain. They need it. They need a dick that's hose pipe length so that they can get in there at all. You see? Adapt, improvise, overcome. You need a dick that long if you're going to try and get in there. Reverse slave trade with your wife. Yeah, basically. I mean, you know, Greeks aren't white, so I just got myself a personal slave. So I'm screwed then. No, you'll have a good time. She just won't. There's enough fold back there for you to still have fun. You're just not getting inside, that's all. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's about a standard build for a lot of black women in the country, at least the ones that haven't gone overweight as of yet. But generally speaking, it's a trap because once they're in a relationship, they go from that shape to Violet Beauregard in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory in about a year. Once they've locked you down and once they know that you're not leaving, they certainly turn into a circle. They just almost, it just happens via nature. Who knows why? Right, what the hell is this? Oh, I recognize this. This is that one anime where people eat food and their clothes explode off their body. And he's just, what, recreating the dish? YouTube chat broken again? No, it's not. I can see your messages. Them always finding jeans, no matter the size, is what baffles me. There's a trick to it, Roadblock. So what they do is they buy 2 pairs of jeans, they cut up the 1 pair of jeans, and then they sew it at home so that it fits their form. Okay. He's just recreating the dish. At least he hasn't done anything fucked up with it yet. Yeah, okay. That anime you watch when you're hungry. When you need to eat something, watch that anime. It makes the food look way better than it actually is. It's fucking... They do such a good job with the animation in that. It's ridiculous. Right, what other shorts are here? Okay, of course. There's another J Slop the Frog. Okay, what's this one about?
Call of Duty has done it. They brainwash people into thinking that buying a game and then spending money on the game is better than actually playing the game and unlocking stuff.
Yeah, of course they have.
$40 to then go have to play the game? Oh, guys, that's not a good system. I might have to tweet about this, guys.
Because with the new Helldivers 2 upgrade, we have a huge influx of divers coming from Xbox, some of which aren't really happy with the system at hand though, that you have to buy the new Halo Pass with super credits and then level it up with medals. Both currencies are able to be earned by playing the game, so it's free to play, technically. But one of which, the medals that you need to level up the pass, are only earnable by playing the game, meaning you have to play the game that you just bought to unlock stuff in the game, something that was the norm like 10 years ago. But this is the reaction of some people to it.
You got to do missions, and then that's how you unlock it. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna because I got this game solely to play with the Halo stuff, and you're telling me I gotta earn it?
And being
this is why this is why video games are turning into shit. He bought the game. We got the game because he wanted the Halo stuff, but he doesn't want to earn it. People literally cheat to games super... it's idiots like that. That's why the video game industry is the way it is. It's exactly why it is. They know how to thrift. That's higher intellect than the Western ones. Well, they have to kind of thrift. You kind of have to do it.
Mad at the fact that you have to play a game to unlock stuff in the game is stupid as shit, especially in Helldivers, where the entire concept is exactly that. And I'm not gonna give him fault for being mad at this, at least not entirely. This is the product of every Call of Duty, 2K, and EA sports game, where you legitimately just buy everything you want until you can actually play the game. Call of Duty has reached the point of influence where they made it that people think that earning by playing a video game is worse than paying your way to victory.
And those are the pay-to-win defenders that you're fighting against. Those are the people in the comments who are doing their best to pretend that pay-to-win doesn't exist. And they're fucking everywhere.
That is insane. I am flabbergasted at that.
I'm not flabbergasted at that. That makes 100% sense. These are the kinds of fucking retards that are in your video games entirely. This is exactly why video games are in our current state, because the little bitches like that who don't want to play the video game, they just want some shit for some level of prestige and they want to waste money on it. That's why. That's why video games suck now. It's people like that. Also, game in background is Haste Broken Worlds. It's cool. I've seen it. I thought it was kind of like TikTok slop kind of stuff. I didn't know it was an actual video game. Always hated that since the OP crossbows in BO3. It's just gonna get worse. It's just gonna get worse. Okay, what the hell is this now? First National Bank of GameStop. Does anyone else use GameStop as a bank? I got really pissed off with US Bank because I kept overdrafting my account, even though I opted out. And the same thing happened with my credit union when I got a debit card. Now, whenever I get paid, I go pre-order a whole shitload of games. Whenever I need money, I go to the nearest GameStop and ask for my money back on a game. I don't want and make a withdrawal. Can you do that? Is that possible? They don't charge you like a holder's fee? The lines are shorter at GameStop than at the bank, and I can trade in old games and have money go straight into my savings account. GameStops are just as prevalent as banks in my town, and I work at a mall, so it's even more convenient than running an errand to the bank or using an ATM and getting charged. The GameStop people are starting to catch on that I'm just moving money around and only buying one pre-ordered game a year. If that, but isn't shit they can do about it. The best part is, since I always pre-order every game coming out, I'm still guaranteed to get all the exclusive content whether or not I'm sure I want a certain game. It's like they're rewarding me for banking with them. I can't decide if you're retarded or brilliant. I think he's a genius. I think he's gaming the system. More power to him. What a fucking god. That's brilliant. Too bad. Too bad. It's too bad. GameStop's gone now, huh? His bank collapsed. I can't believe it. We've had at least one generation fully indoctrinated into microtransaction market at this point, who are now adults with no prospects of actually owning anything. Of course, they waste their money. Yeah, because they don't see any other way that they can spend it and get some form of dopamine or enjoyment out of it. Right, let's go scroll our way back up here. Now we can take a look at some of the other gaming stuff. Ass, again, obviously, millions of views. Genius. Always works. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's the way you get thousands of views. You just put a bitch in a bikini and make her do some stupid shit. Cameraman still fucked up the angles, though. Right. Where was I? Where up this fucking nightmare list was I? Okay, I don't care about that. Let's see. Oh, Turtle Wow. Offline 1,000 bots on Steam Deck. What does that mean? What the hell is he on about?
Hey guys, this is Dad with Dad's MMO Lab, and I've been gone for a while, but I have a good reason. I've been cooking, and at this point, I think I've changed the game. This is Turtle Wow. That's my GM account. I'm gonna log in here with my player account. I'm gonna just show you guys something. This is Turtle Wow 1.18.
Okay.
And completely offline, of course. You know how we do it over here. Completely offline. And why am I in? Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
Oh, game's breaking.
This closer. There's 1,000 bots in here. We're all level 1. So this is a new server. I literally just started this server. So.
Oh look, it's what Blizzard does. I'm heading off. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Black Shadow. It's what Blizzard does to make you think that their launches are still popular.
Everyone's in the starting zone, which I guess makes sense because that's what it would be like in a real server start. But you see, yeah, there's some level 1s, level 2s. Everyone is level 1. Oh no, there's level 6 there. They're gonna spread out, but this is Turtle Wow offline 1.18.1.
You can tell they're bots by the chat voice lines. They make too much sense.
This is using Pinnacles. I hope I'm saying that right. And there's also a bunch of add-ons. Now I'm saying all of this because I'm showing you. I want to introduce the new download. Oh, let me stop this. The new download process. But before I show you the new download process, and yeah, this video I'm gonna ramble. There's gonna be rambling in this video, but I think this is gonna be worth it. Stop. I have some add-ons here, and you will too. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw that little spoiler out. But I want to show this cool feature. There's the Octo Wow Turtle Wow radio.
That's just the Fallout music.
And this. Oh, cool. They're inviting me to groups. Want to join my group? I sure don't. So you have the radio, but there's also your custom radio station. So you have radio.
This is actually fairly impressive. The fact that this guy put this all together and is running this off of a Steam Deck and there's 1,000 bots. You know what? You're right. You're right, Nesto. This is better than anything Blizzard can actually do by themselves. Hands down. Blizzard couldn't manage this. This is one of those Tony Stark built this in a cave with a bunch of scraps kind of thing.
So option 1, which will play Turtle Wow radio, which is a live radio. But if you don't have internet access, you can do radio 2.
Can't get banned from your own offline server.
To music that's on your, like MP3s that's in the folder that you have, and you can fill it up with whatever music you want.
Jesus.
And that's an option. Now, I'll go radio off. Not the command. Oh, well, if you want to turn the radio off. Yeah. Now, this is the next cool thing I want to show you guys. There's an install process, but, well, I think I might save the install process actually for another video. If you are in the Discord, you will have access to this today. Actually, no, yeah, let's go through the install process. Let me just go ahead and exit out of here. Yeah, you'll want to stick around for this video. I'm gonna
offline Turtle Wow that cannot be taken down by Blizzard, and you still get to play that version of the game, and you get to fill it with bots, so you can always fill it, you can always get groups, and you can still get that experience. If you are a solo MMO player, this might be like the perfect thing for you to never talk to humanity ever again. This is actually really fucking impressive. We've gotten to the point that offline private servers with bots is more fun than actually playing an MMO. I am unsurprised with how bad MMOs have gotten.
And just accept that I'm going to ramble here. But you're gonna like what you see. So while this is detecting and shutting down the server, let me show y'all something. These, I don't know if these will be visible. Yeah, they should. So these are the DML packs. This is your install DML pack file. And what this is these are your DML packs. I have Talisman Offline, Jade Dynasty, Decaron, RF Online, Tortoise WoW version 1, Turtle V2, which is the one I was just playing on with all of the bots, Silk Road, and Eve Online. So all of these are currently working 100% offline. And just so you guys know, I am not bluffing. I'm going to show you guys Eve Online real quick. Or Eve Offline, excuse me. And it, with Eve too. Let me make sure actually the other one stopped.
Dear
Okay,
God.
this one stopped. With Eve,
he's done it for more than one video game. Okay. Now remember what I was talking about earlier? Remember what I said earlier? I want you to take a look at this man's face right here. This right here is exactly who should be working in the video game industry. This right here is the kind of guy we need working inside of these things. That was the guy who was supposed to benefit from DEI. Go look at Aaron Shaw. I probably will at some point. This is the guy we needed inside of gaming video, like video game desks and shit. This dude who's capable of making this stuff is the guy we needed. But instead of him being in those offices, working on video games with the resources and technology he needed, you've got a bunch of fat blue-haired bitches stealing that guy's position, using DEI to weaponize it. Don't know why we need a guy who make dog shit offline MMO. He didn't make it, he adapted it, but this guy's got the creativity and development skills to be able to make something. Imagine this guy with resources. Imagine this guy working in the video game industry instead of Karen number 25, who shaved half her head off, has blue dyed hair, and is like, I think that story's offensive. We need to put another pink wheelchair on Khadgar. We need to make him 69 the dragon. Dicks everywhere. That's what we get instead. This guy's showing technical skill, technical capabilities. This was the guy who was meant to benefit, and it's not. Forgive me, I've sinned. I've been playing League Classic. Is it any good? I've been sinning as well. I've had some bad thoughts about trying it out.
the cool thing about this is it has the full economy built in. Oh no, it's not working. Oh, I think I might have. I deleted it for hard drive space. It's on my other Steam Deck. That's why I did it. So I will show you guys EVE Online later. But I'll tell you about it. EVE Online, it has. Oh yeah, I had to delete it for server space in order to pack up Silk Road. That's right. But EVE Online, it has 5,000.
This guy's gonna have Pinkertons come break his legs. Probably.
1,000 bots already in the game, and it has a full economy. And the bots are also like mining, they're pirating, they're doing all of the stuff that they do in EVE Online, and they are. Well, on top of doing all of that, they're also adding to the economy.
League Classic is cool. People don't know how to play that shit. Most people don't know what they're doing. That's the best part. That's the best time to play it. That's the greatest version of League, is when no one has any idea what the fuck is going on. God, yeah, you're making me want to try it out now. You're making me want to sin as well. I've been enjoying playing Classic Scion and becoming unkillable, just standing in one spot smacking. That must feel so fucking good. You know what I miss? I miss old Warwick. I miss really old Warwick and his ultimate ability that was complete bullshit.
Economy, like so it's like if they mine and they go and kill stuff, they will go and sell it, and then you can buy it and stuff like that. It's pretty wild. I don't really know how to play EVE Online, but I'll just show you guys the beta form of the install DML pack, just so you can see how easy it is, the process. These will be available.
I just realized as well, of course, because Steam Deck runs on Linux, I bet you couldn't do this on a Windows PC.
Well, on the Discord today. I'm going to do a Turtle Wow video later, but Turtle Wow will be available on the Discord today. So if you're seeing this video, it's probably live now. Just go on over to the Discord, and I'll show you, but I don't have that stuff set up. I'm setting it up now. But you'll see we have some options here. We just want to do option 1, install a game from a pack. So I have my keyboard, so I'm going to use a keyboard. And now you see I have all these options, all right? Well, EVE Online is right there. All I would do is just press EVE Online, just do option 2. I'm not going to do it right now because, as you see, my hard drive space on my I have like under 40 gigs free. That's why I deleted it, because I was doing all these packs. But you would just choose a pack, choose Decaron. What's a pack that I don't even know what I have on here. I haven't deleted everything. I think I have Decaron on here, but I can't really go through the process. You'll see that's really easy though. You just go through the process, press Y a couple times. At one point, you will want your keyboard. You will want a keyboard in your desktop mode, because it's going to.
this guy. Whoop, whoop. I'm having an Africa moment. Hold on. Alarm's going off. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to see you in a second. I got to fix something real quick. Gentlemen, I have some bad news. Some real bad news. Sparky's alive. Sparky loves. I don't know how he's alive. I don't know the lore on Sparky. What's that? Okay, so Sparky is this crazy homeless guy that like a few months back was invading the area I live in. And the entire neighborhood knew about Sparky. Sparky's the name you guys gave him, not the name that the neighborhood's given him. They've given him a much more offensive name. He was wandering around the neighborhood. Telephone pole guy, yes. At the time, he was wandering around the neighborhood. It interrupted a few of my streams. I had to go downstairs. I had to call the local security. The entire neighborhood had got together. They were willing to give the guy money to fuck off. They were going to put him up in a homeless shelter. He didn't want none of that shit. You could not bribe him. Then one day, I went out, like I was streaming, and Sparky was outside down the road, climbing the telephone pole and ripping out the fucking electrical cables with his bare hands. He got struck by the power of Hassan, ended up getting roasted alive, and dragged off to a public hospital. That was the last we heard of him. And I thought he was dead. I thought that was it. He's back. I don't know how. He's just on a 1v1 Zeus. Well, stop fucking with my power while he does it. Now, at least when I went downstairs, the problem seems to be semi-solved. Because I just saw something I didn't want to see. Long Dick Johnson has the guy on the ground with his gun pointed at the dude, with his knee on his back. And he told me, don't worry, go inside. I've already called the cops, blah, blah, blah. We're getting rid of this guy. So first and foremost, if you hear a loud bang, it's fireworks. Okay? Second, and probably what's more disturbing, Long Dick Johnson didn't have any pants on. Thank God it was dark. But even the outline silhouette of that shit was not what I needed to see tonight. I don't know what the fuck he was doing that he had no pants on. But he's just got the fucking dragon flailing in the wind right now. That guy's schlong is so huge. It looks like a small baseball bat. And it was completely flaccid. I did not need that view tonight, Jesus. And he's just... he's got it... Okay. He's got a knee on the guy's back, right? He's got a gun pointed at the guy, right? Telling the guy to calm down. His dick was resting on the dude's back. It was just resting there. Fuck. All I can hope now, if you hear some sirens and shit, just ignore it. It's not our problem. But I'm hoping that Long Dick Johnson has this in hand and I don't have to worry about this anymore. That's all I can hope for at this point. Do you think the cops will arrest Sparky or Johnson? I suppose that depends on whether Sparky is smart enough to say he's trying to rape me or not. But the cops are at least aware of Sparky. They've been they've gotten multiple reports from the neighborhood of this guy. They've got pictures, they've got backlogs. Entire neighborhood has proof of this guy being a fucking ballistic retard. I'm hoping he gets picked up by private security and not the police, because private security will tend to be more understanding of it. Don't be rude, stop looking at your neighbor's way. It was right there. It was right fucking there. The guy had his one leg posted and his other knee on the guy, and his schlong's just dangling there for the world to see. Fuck me. I'm hoping this means nothing bad happens. That's all I'm hoping. But if you hear a loud bang, it's fireworks, and if you hear sirens, it's nothing. Speaking of cops, check DMs. Okay. Let's continue. Hopefully this gets solved. What kind of neighborhood do you actually live in? Complex or suburban area? Technically speaking, it's a suburban area, but it's kind of like a really fucked up kind of suburban area. It's a really mangled kind of area. It's like old and everything's busted up. Okay, what the hell? What is this? What did you send me? I'm downloading this. Wait, no, why am I downloading this? No one can see your DMs. What is this?
Give me money. Money. Money.
Money. How are you? Hello?
How is everything?
Everything is fine.
From where?
Netherlands. Netherlands.
This is not South Africa. I can tell this is not South Africa.
What do you bring up?
I don't think this is South Africa. No, it's not. It's not. Oh, he's getting his mind blown by technology here. How does he pack that thing up? Roll it up like a Boerewors braai pack? Probably. I don't know what he does with it. He probably wraps it around his leg. I wouldn't be surprised if Long Dick Johnson does the Super Saiyan thing and, like, you know how they used to do with their tails and they'd wrap it around their waist? I wouldn't be shocked if he's doing that.
Family is good.
This water. Huh?
What the fuck are they even saying? This is the simple part of the solution. Just give them money and they fuck off. Yeah, there you go. They want something. I've learned this lesson, right? When you're dealing with cops or you're dealing with these people who stop you, they just want something out of you. It doesn't matter if it's a pack of smokes. It doesn't matter if it's a drink. They just want something out of you. Just give it to them and move on.
Give me money. Money. Money.
Money. Why? Why?
Yeah, welcome to Africa. These Netherlands people. He was asking. He was seriously asking. That wasn't a joke. He was asking for money. He was like, please give me that money. Give me something to make me fuck off. That's normal. Special constabulary, special indeed. Absolutely 1000% special. Welcome to Africa. That's how it works. The law is how many bribes you can pay for. That's just how it works. Why don't you gate off your community like a Ranyo with some gnarly-ass razor wire? We've already done that in our neighborhood. The entire neighborhood's gotten together and done that, and these fucking guys still find their way in here. They still find their way in.
Axe to close
Right,
Steam.
let's see if there's anything else here in this video.
And once you close Steam, you won't be able to press Y by bringing up your thing. I will do an install video later. This is just to show you guys what I've been working on.
Okay, this is probably still him rambling. This is very impressive what he's done. This is the guy who needs to be working in the video game industry, but will never get a job in it. Never. He will never have a job in the video game industry, and he's the one who should be working in it. It's fucking painful. But she fumbled again. Bricky on Krelly fumbling her merch. Honest opinion. Is this the same person? Is this the same person advertising their shit? Yeah, this is the same person advertising their shit. They're building a brand around it. Okay, good for them. Good for them. They seem to be knowing what the fuck's going on there. They seem to be going down like the cringe meme route of I'm a failure, haha, give me money kind of thing, and it's working out well for them. Generally, it tends to work for VTubers. It's pretty smart strategy. It's pretty genius marketing from their perspective. They're probably making some cash off of that. Never entertain a Krelly link. I'm starting to learn that lesson. I'm very quickly starting to learn that lesson. Corruption boils my blood. Guess what? We don't call it corruption. We call it normal down here. Anna, that's just normal. It's just what happens. It's just how the system works. Okay? You give them some cash, you give them a drink, you give them something, and they fuck off. That's just how it works. plus some 8-foot walls. No one in my neighborhood's affording building shit. No one's doing that. This is a Rust server. I tried to play EVE Online once. I needed a tutorial for the tutorial, and I don't think I finished it. It indeed felt like working in Office in Excel. Yeah, that's the experience. It's made for accountants. It's the accountants of MMOs. That's what it's there for. Right. What the fuck is this? Because this is what the thumbnail of this is. Streamer jailed. Are Final Fantasy players abusing the report system? So this is probably a follow-up to what happened to him. And so now he's gonna... I know what he's doing. I know what this bald motherfucker's doing, right? He's pissed off. He's very, very pissed off by the fact that he got banned over some bullshit now. And so what he's doing is he's going to do as much damage as possible for anyone that the report system is being abused against in hopes that it's going to change something. He has the viewership, he has the size, he has the subscriber base. He can probably make some kind of good change happen. So I'm 1000% in support of him doing this. These fucking rats need to learn their lesson. But let's see if I'm right. It's about a different streamer who never said anything offensive. She didn't do anything chud-coded at all, but she still got banned at random. So it looks like a mass report snipe triggering an AI ban. Then Xenosis is the perfect person to talk about it. He is the perfect person to champion this cause and potentially have some kind of change occur. It's great. He's the perfect person for this. Because he can probably get enough public pressure together to make them behave and start acting like human beings again. How can you get banned in this game when there's basically no chat feature and nobody bothers because they're too busy gooning on Discord? Because you said something offensive on Twitter, that's how. Or you're a content creator like Xenosis Vex, and because you do content on YouTube and stuff, you say some opinion that people disagree with, and so they mass report you because they're trying to teach you a lesson, because they think that's how that works. He's unbanned, by the way. He wasn't perma-banned. Yeah, I know he was temporarily banned, which is much fairer than what happened to me. But give it time. Give it time. They'll probably go for him again. It'll probably happen again. Let's find out what this is about.
It's any link in general. Any link. If it links to outside of the game, it is as subject to SE's discretion if they want to penalize you or not. If you want to still post and make a, you want to roll the dice, hey, that's you. I ain't doing it. I already got like 9 million strikes, bro. I'm already on the chopping block.
Thanks for stopping by, Luke. Go live your life.
You seen that show Chopped, bro? I just made the shittiest dessert ever, and I'm standing next to this motherfucker that made a cake that looks better than this cake.
Oh my God. What a patrician. What a patrician of taste. The bunny girls are the best.
Okay, and I made a dessert that looks like vomit. Okay, I'm on a chopping block, bro. It ain't looking good for Zeems, bro.
Oh,
this is another streamer.
Beautiful.
They got either a strike on their account or they got like in trouble. So, okay, this is scary and horrible for the future of 14. So for the first time in 13 years, I was sent to Mordian jail. This was the 1 PF instance of M11 Savage, a fight I've cleared many times. I was having issues with my auto face target turning off. I guess it's a glitch that happens. Really? So I asked for a moment to fix it as it messed up my sacred soil placement and broils would go off when turned.
All of that's gibberish to me.
Apparently people reported me for disruption and misuse of Party Finder. I have never seen this. I have used private Party Finders for Kefka lately, been on Power World and PvP. I hope they friend get a M11 Savage.
You don't understand. You might not understand why I'm laughing. That is almost the exact same look that Long Dick Johnson had on his face when he looked at me. He had that exact same expression on his face. Go back in your house. I got Sparky under control. Sparky might be about to learn a lesson. I kind of hope he does. I wonder if the other black neighbor that he's banging is going to get upset at him for that. He had that exact expression on his face with his dick on the guy's back. LDJ is tired of his shit. I think he is as well, because okay, so I'll give you an aside real quick, right? So I did talk to Long Dick Johnson about Sparky for a little bit, and it pissed him off because apparently there's some process he uses when he makes his moonshine that requires like electrical components or something for some heating element or some shit. And apparently it ruined an entire batch of his moonshine when that guy climbed up the telephone pole and started ripping out cables. It like fucked up his entire process of whatever the fuck he was doing there. So he was really mad. Sparky might be about to learn whether he enjoys dick or not. If you hear streaming and clapping noises outside, we're just going to ignore it. We're just going to pretend it's not happening.
Weekly, and this is what happened. Please actually look into this and don't take a report to this level without realizing the full information. People are already fearing to Party Finder for one instance in thousands over 13 years can put a strike on your account. Okay, so she didn't get banned, she got a strike. It makes no sense, and everyone I show says it makes absolutely no sense. Please don't use AI for moderation on this game and actually look into it. I set my response below. Okay, greetings. I am Game Master. What the fuck kind of name is this? I would like to start by apologizing for removing you from game. However, I have brought you here to discuss a matter. You violate our terms of service. I ask first and foremost that you not log out, okay? Unfortunately, evidence was found of Party Finder function misuse. You can review our policies. I only use private parties with...
How the fuck would you abuse the Party Finder?
Great friends. I will be issuing you a caution today. Okay, so she didn't get banned, she got a caution. However, please be advised that any future violations of our rules. Recently, I joined 3 for UMAD and M11 Savage. I don't understand how it can be violated. Hope it is clear, not a mistake. I will be releasing you from Morty in jail. People in the comments of the post are saying it's fake because the GM name. I mean, the GM name could be kind of anything, right? I don't think the name being this stupid, this like unreadable shit is anything. Okay, I will say this though. This is exactly how they talk. I mean, it could be that someone typed it all out. I don't see why.
It's probably them copy pasting messages from a Google document or a Word document and then just throwing their name in where it's required. If it matches the pattern of how they usually talk, then that's unsurprising. They're going to give stock standard responses whenever they're dealing with you because they're trying to avoid any kind of legal trouble or any kind of issues that may blow up and cause more stress on the system.
She would lie about this, but I mean, it's good. Okay, well, let's read the rest of it. This is very concerning that anyone could report. This is report harassment from a few people for a glitch that is on 14th side. I am innocent and was having a moment, but we also cleared the fight after I fixed it. There was literally no issue. Also, many others have made mistakes as well. I feel targeted and attacked for having my legend title on, I assume. Wait, really? Yo, you know what? That's pretty believable. And the people who reported people for making a mistake and needing a moment. Really need to get a life. Luckily, I was helping friends, so I blacklisted the random 3 in our party. Hold on, let's see. So, hello. I was reported for misuse in the most recent Party Finder. Had an issue with the automatic base target. I asked for a moment to fix this. The bug glitch is your game's issue. I've never heard of this issue, but this is
I don't know about this issue. I'm not that deep into Final Fantasy to know anything about these issues and what the specific thing is. What I can say is it seems like something about the Western audience playing Final Fantasy 14 has some really mentally ill components to it. Like some real shit-eating retards that need to be in an institution. Something's fucked up about that. The Japanese have vague rules because they don't want people being belligerent retards, but now Westerners are using it to just ban random people. I'm unsurprised by that. People, there's no such thing as fighting fair anymore. There's never the idea of meeting people where they are when it comes to like the Western kind of side of MMOs. It's whatever tools that someone has to weaponize against you is exactly what they will use at all given points in time.
It's not my fault. Please fix this issue and remove any warnings on my account. I've been a loyal customer and fan of the game, promoting it social. Like, unfortunately, man, they don't give a fuck about this, man.
No, they don't give a shit.
Jail. It seems that there are a lot of errors before research. Please follow the issue deeper. Also, the PF misuse is hilarious because this was a friend's party that we formed in private. We publicly got 3 randoms. So those 3 randoms are definitely the reporters. Order of events. Join private party finder, a friend, and 4 others. Okay, join PF and 3 randoms join. My auto target shuts off, leading to sacred soil broil issues. I asked for a moment to fix. Yes, it was rocky, but not because of just me. We cleared the fight as the PF had intended. I got reported from the 3.
Wait, there's not many ways to abuse the party finder? one of the ways is posting links. So if you post a link inside of, I would assume that they don't want people posting links because they're trying to get rid of RMT scams. That makes sense. It's players policing community and trying to get rid of people that don't think the same. Yeah, they're weaponizing every tool. These people are not, like, people who do this kind of shit are not human beings, right? Same with the ArenaNet moderation team. These fucking retards right here that Faith sent a link to. These creatures are not human beings. They will use whatever tool and weaponize whatever they can against anyone who disagrees with them because that's all they have. They can't meet you. They can't have a logical conversation with you. They know they're in the wrong. So instead of doing that, they will keep quiet, go behind the scenes, and do everything they can to fucking destroy you. They're not looking for a fair fight. They never were.
3 random people. I only do Kefka alt right now with a group PvP and I've spent 200 hours in Power World, so this is just so stupid. The 1 PF in months. A copy of the email. Okay, this notice is to inform you official caution has been placed for violations involving the misuse of the party finder. 3.2 disruption. You may not in any way disrupt or interfere with the game experience of other players, including the disruption of Square Enix computers and servers. Other solicitations that fall outside of intended purpose. How does she know that it was that? It was that party finder for sure, but how does she know that it was because of the auto target thing? What I'm saying is me personally, I would need more information to make a better judgment call. Because
yeah, I think there's probably something else here. We probably don't know everything that's going on, and moderation teams don't tell you anything. They very purposefully keep things as vague as possible so that they can try and get you on whatever the fuck they can and then never give you any kind of explanation whatsoever. Even so, posting links is an extremely uncommon thing, not unusual or edgy at all. Guilds list their Discord links, dance clubs links in their Twitch stream. It's a very normal thing. Okay, so within the context of the game, I understand why people would post links to those kinds of things. I think they probably have that there specifically because if they see an RMT link, they could just get rid of those people. Oh, by the way, I do need to do something a little bit later. You just reminded me of something.
Because what if she types some shit? Like, so let me give you an example. Let's say me and you are in a party finder. Let's say you die, and I type, fucking idiot. Well, if a random reports me for saying that, I'll get banned even though you didn't report me. Because you are harassing the other person. It doesn't matter if you're okay with me making fun of you, I'm still harassing you. If another person were to see me do that to you, and they report it, the GM is gonna see the action. Okay, because that's the only thing they care about. They only care about the act. Did it happen? Yes, it happened. Now, did it now did it affect the other person? No, but that doesn't matter because if you look at the terms of service, it says you may not harass people. It doesn't say you may harass people if they are okay with it. So even though you're okay with it, it doesn't matter. I still technically, according to the terms of service, harassed you. So with all that being said, maybe she said something to one of her friends. Now, I don't know that. There's a lot of questions here or at least I have a lot of questions because I'm confused as to why she thinks that was the reason. But this doesn't sound like anything to do with what happened in a party. Other solicitations that fall outside of PF. I have 3 alts and I've done Party Finder since Heaven's Word with 0 issue. The mass reporters in this community pay for a sub for nothing else but this. I'm doing this to raise awareness to Square, their team. I mean, I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, I think Square Enix needs to go into the Western studios and get rid of all these people and maybe get some Japanese immigrants over there moderating the Western side of things so that they're outside of the bubble of this influence. I'm trying to think of this from a business perspective of how do they manage this, but you can't have these Western retards in control of this stuff because they keep on ruining things for everyone else. It's just people who act all high and mighty in the raiding scene that get upset even if you need to push. They don't like you wasting their time. People like that aren't super prevalent in the game. But man, when you come across them, you hope their PC fries. Oh, yeah. Basically, they're spooks, and because they've got no other component of their life that matters to them whatsoever, they hyper-focus down on this MMO in an incredibly unhealthy way, and because they do that, they have to weaponize every tool against you. These MMO mods are actually getting more and more idiotic. Like, how? Why is this a thing? It's because they've learned. They've learned to shut the fuck up, not say anything publicly so they can't be targeted, and then use every system in the background to attack people. People think that the wave of woke is over and that it's kind of dying and all of that shit. It's not. They've just gone silent and they're looking for tools to weaponize against people. This is what the entire ArenaNet moderation team is filled with.
This, man, Square Enix doesn't give a fuck. The way that their terms of service are, they allow people to weaponize it. And shit like this is just going to keep happening. Last thing to add, I was in voice chat with 5 people who witnessed it. As I shared my screen, they encouraged me to voice it since it's an issue. Did she give any other information on this? Dude, this GM didn't even like talk to her either. He just fucking told her that and then was like, that's it, I'm releasing you now. I feel like there's some stuff missing, man. I'm not saying she's doing anything shady or anything like that. I'm just saying that there's a reason why she thinks it's the auto-target stuff, but based on what the GM said and what they said in the email, it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with the auto-target stuff. I mean, maybe.
But you need to start linking your Patreon and your stream. Nah, I've got to fix the Patreon first. I've ignored it forever. This is my goal, Banks. I want to get back to creating long-form video. I'll show you a quick sneak preview, assuming that I still got the hard drive attached, right? I'm currently back to working on a long-form video. I have gotten... Let me just... How do I show this without you seeing what I'm working on? I've managed to get about maybe 1/3 of the footage I require currently. What I plan to do is I first plan to work my way through all of the raw footage that I've got, make it into a video, post the video, and then fix up the Patreon. It's one thing at a time. I don't want to shill the Patreon at all because I feel like people are wasting their time on it, and I feel bad for that. It just feels bad. Doesn't feel good, especially when my Patreon's been like dormant for a while. That's why. Did you see the stuff going on with the politician in Seattle? No, not at all.
Because you see, that's the problem with this, man. Is like, dude, it's worded so. Dude, you know what, man? Hold on. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT about the terms of service. Section 3.2, disruption of the 14 user agreement. Okay, in normal 14 terms, it's broad rule covering deliberate or repeated behavior that prevents other people. Oh,
Patreon is your way out of that shit. Oh, maybe, but I still need to make Patreon worth people's time. I still need to make it worth people's time. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. I'll check the DMs after this video.
Okay. Intentionally sabotaging duties, refusing to heal, deliberately dying or go AFK. Okay, so this makes more sense now. Merely being inexperienced, making mistakes, performing poorly, or causing an accidental wipe is not normal disruption. Square Enix generally distinguishes poor play from intentional sabotage, although repeated behavior can still become actionable. Bro, so if you fuck up the same thing like 3 times, you could be reported.
Yep. Yeah,
oh my
of course.
God, dude. So that's why she thinks that it's because of the auto-target stuff. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with people? Can you imagine how much of a pitiful bitch you have to be to like submit a report? Because like when you submit a report, it actually takes a little bit of time. It's not just a quick like 2 clicks and you're done. You actually have to type some shit out. Wait, who's to say the GM wasn't acting on a month-old report? I mean, that could be it too. The thing is they didn't tell her, right? I do think there's more to the story. I mean, it is interesting, but regardless, in this game, like if you're a content creator in this game, I would highly recommend that you like fucking separate yourself. Don't tweet about it. Don't connect your character to your Twitch. Don't do any of that shit, man. Because you can literally get banned for linking your fucking Twitch to your character. People can use the TOS, like they can weaponize it in this game. It's really cringe.
And they will. They will. Welcome to the MMO market.
Wait, Sayori has her Twitch on her plate?
It has nothing to do with the Western part. It's the soft-ass Final Fantasy devs. The soft-ass Final Fantasy devs who are part of the Western market. I don't know what the entire Japanese side of things looks like by comparison. But certainly it can't be as bad as these fucking animals.
She should remove it. No, she really should. Because you know it's against terms of service to self-promote. If you have your Twitch linked, it can be taken as self-promotion. I guess like my overall take on this thing is she probably got banned for a bullshit reason, but I do feel like we're missing information here. My thoughts are the 3 people that joined, maybe they just didn't like her, so they reported her. That's one option. Maybe she said something to another member, like her friend. For those,
many of these issues could also avoid if mods just tell what reasons you are getting the strike and mod. Yes, it would, right? It would, but they will never do that. They'll never do that, because if they admit to you the reasons as to why they've done that, that puts them in trouble, right? Because that means you can fight back. They keep it as vague as possible because they don't want to get in trouble. They want to be able to ban and get rid of as many people as possible in any way imaginable. And the excuse that they will use as to why they're not telling you is that they will say bad actors, this nebulous force of bad actors, is going to find these reasons that they got banned and work their way around them or some shit like that. As if they are incapable of telling the context of what people are doing.
Those of you that don't know, if you and your friend are like memeing around and trolling, let's say that you and your friend are like making fun of each other. I could report both of you and you both could get in trouble because you are both harassing other people, and if I don't know you, you're disrupting my game experience. That could happen because, okay, the GM is not going to go to you and ask you, hey, were you offended by this? They're not going to do that. What they're going to do is they're going to look at the chat logs. They're going to see that player A insulted player B insulted player A. So both of those players are going to get in trouble, while me, player C, I'm the outsider. You both have disrupted my game experience. Does that make me a total fucking bitch-ass pussy? Yes, of course. Bro, it's probably just two people, you know, just fucking around. And if it's not, leave the party. Like, the fuck? People have completely lost the ability to simply leave a situation, man. But anyway, that could happen. I'm curious as to see, like, if there were any chat messages or anything like that. We were once playing an alliance raid between, say, 90% of streamers' regular viewers. Someone got gold because one of the randoms reported them for rescue trolling. Oh, yeah. No, I know the instance of what you're talking about. Someone told me they were going to report me for telling them to stop being weird in chat. Yeah, I think there's some missing information here, but this is just really weird. So they actually cleared. So I don't think it's AI moderation. That's the downside. I actually don't think Square Enix uses AI.
It might be, it might not be. It's hard for me to tell. I don't have enough context here.
Moderation. I think they look into every single one of these, which is actually more disturbing because a human actually looked at this and was like, yeah, this constitutes a violation. Like, what the fuck? This game is absolutely insane when it comes to like promoting the game or anything like that, because they, like, Square Enix tries to control like how streamers stream and how they promote their game and all that shit, man. It's way massive overreach, man. A friend made private party. We joined. Okay, so M11. We joined the public PF. 3 other people joined. My auto face target got toggled off, so I wasn't able to play Soil. It led to a wipe. I asked to fix it in chat. We cleared the fight. I got reported. Okay, so they actually cleared. Dude, like, put yourself in that person's shoes for a second, man. Like, dude, what kind of a pitiful bitch? You join a party fighter, you clear the fight, and you still report the motherfucker? Like, holy shit.
Of course, because they just don't like the person. And they see themselves as superior and justified. They don't fight fair. Well, what did you expect? It's not the ANET type of problems. The base rules in TOS is that strict because of Japanese devs. Maybe, but it's still being weaponized, and that means it needs to be solved. Which it's never going to be solved, let's be honest. It's just never going to be solved. It's just going to get worse. Most moderation teams already understand with MMORPGs that they can get away with this shit, so they're going to continue to get away with this shit ad nauseum forever. Always.
Shit, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? This doesn't sound reportable, but it is. It is because, okay, yes, I'm using ChatGPT, but in this case, using ChatGPT is very good because it's pulling from the direct text of the terms of service. So it's not making anything up. It's literally pulling from the text, but intentionally sabotaging duties. So that's probably what she got reported for. The person that put in the report probably were like, oh, she was placing her soil in a fucking stupid spot. I mean, who knows what they put in the report, right? And again, I do think that there is some information missing. I don't know what exactly that information is, but if for whatever reason me and her crossed paths and this conversation came up, I would be interested to ask a few questions. Like, I don't think she's outright lying or anything like that. I mean, this all looks legit to me. And the reason makes sense. The reason is in line with how stupid their policies and shit are. Okay, so it's in line with their actions. I'll put it that way. Why is the other solicitation line referenced directly? Well, because they have to. Other solicitations that fall far outside of the intended purpose of the party finder. Oh, so you're saying like this is the overall reason that they gave her? Let me just ask it. Oh. See, this is what I mean, man. Like, does she have her Twitch? See, dude, that's what I'm saying, man. There's like 10 different things that she could have got in trouble for. See, this is what I mean, man.
No, there's an infinite amount of things she could have gotten in trouble for because they keep it as vague as they can on purpose so that they can ban people whenever they feel like it. Like I said, I've said this before. A TOS is a permission slip of the devs telling you we can do whatever the fuck we want to you. That's all. That's all it is.
Promoting a Twitch stream, YouTube channel, Discord. Bro, do not link shit in game, man. Yo, do not link anything in game. It's just crazy to me, man, that if you get in trouble, they don't tell you exactly what you got in trouble for. Let's say that you do something that you are genuinely not aware is wrong. There have been cases where people have been banned and they've done something that they genuinely didn't think that was wrong, but they don't tell them. So if that's the case, then how can you fix a mistake if you don't know how you messed up? How can you support and promote your channel without breaking or bending TOS? Just don't. It's not worth it. Because in the terms of service, it specifically says promoting a Twitch stream. Yeah, like it literally says you can't do this shit. I mean, yeah, I would imagine any link. What if you're hosting a giveaway? I mean, look, okay, let me ask you guys a question, man. Do you think it's worth it? Like, let's say that there's some loophole that you can wiggle through to actually put a link in chat. Is it, dude, I don't link shit. I don't link anything. And I highly recommend for...
That's smart. Don't do that. Whenever a report system is in place, it needs a counterpart for misuse of the system, like how YouTube needs a way to stop companies abusing it. It'll never exist. That would be the right thing to do, Bestia, but again, you're thinking like a human being here. You're not thinking like these shit-eating retards. What you're asking the people in power to do is police themselves. Why would they ever do that? That's not to their benefit. In their heads, there's no benefit to policing themselves. It's a case of we want to be able to do whatever the fuck we want to you. That's why that's never coming. It's never happening. Not on YouTube, not on any platform, not on any video game, not on any MMO. I need someone to do me a favor real quick, if you can. I know I saw that screenshot. I know I saw a screenshot somewhere. Someone sent this to me a while back. If any of you can find the screenshot of where Guild Wars 2 made that statement where they said, we will never ban people for out-of-game behavior, please, God, DM it to me, because I just came up with an idea that I need to follow through on. Please. It's really, really important. Because I just registered something now and I can't believe it's taken me this long.
Nobody else to link anything either. Do not post a link in this game, man. Because if somebody doesn't like you, they'll fucking report you and you'll get in trouble, man. I mean, look, you guys are free to do whatever the fuck you want. You do you, okay? But all I'm saying is if you post a link in-game and you get banned or you get in trouble, you're not allowed to cry about it. I was posting tracker links in a cult yesterday. Am I fucked if somebody reports you? You might be. But that's the thing. I don't know. Like, we don't know. That's the thing, is that we don't know because it's up to their discretion. So, like, let's say that I post a link that's, like, to a paste bin and somebody reports me.
Wait, someone posted a screen cap. Okay, that was Mega MMO's video. This is very, very important. Really important. I'm going to do something after this video, and I'm going to tell you what it is.
I don't get banned, but then you post a link, but you get a different GM, and he's like, yeah, he's like, I don't know, maybe they're a stickler or something, right? And they're like, by the book. So now they're going to ban you because you got a different GM than me. So how will people find the Twitch players they want to support that is available for the mount? Exactly. Go on Twitch. Like, look, you go to the party finder, Mortal Rolls, CR, BC Uptime. Like, do you guys, my point is do you guys see any links? You guys don't see any links, right? You see no links, or very few. Like Late Reclear, Namanam, Hector, you know what I'm saying?
There it is. Thank you. Thank you. Also, his bunny girl's hot as fuck.
Son, my point being is that, like, if you post the link, people will probably report you. There's also a character limit. Well, yeah, but I mean, dude, it's like literally, how many times in the party finder, like in the past, have you seen like paste bin and then an actual link, right? You've seen that a lot. You still have a lot of space after the paste bin. They have a promotion to get subs on Twitch for a mount, but you can't tell them your Twitch. Okay, so like, look, guys, I don't know. But what I do know is that if you post a link, you can get reported. That's what I'm...
Yeah, they will. They will go after you for any link because they feel like it, but they'll weaponize it against you. It doesn't matter.
Trying to say, man, if you see those links and they're not reported, that's okay, like, that's fine.
Wait, I'm addicted to RimWorld. Help, I can't stop playing. Oh, you can't stop rimming? Don't worry. For some people, they just love it that much. They can't stop rimming no matter what happens.
I'm not saying every link gets reported, okay? That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to, like, fucking scare motherfuckers. I'm just trying to tell you guys that if you post a link, someone can report you for it, and you may or may not get banned or in trouble. If you want to take that chance, then you can take that chance. That's up to you. I'm not saying that it's 100%. But what I'm saying is that it's a possibility. You know, like, that's what I'm trying to say. And I know that it's a possibility because people have been banned for it. That's why I'm telling you. And, like, as far as this goes, people have been banned for having their Twitch in their, like, character sheet, their search info. Like, people have gotten in trouble for that. Is it a bannable link offense just for PF? It's any link in general. Any link. If it links to outside of the game, it is as subject to SE's discretion if they want to penalize you or not. I'm not trying to create any false narrative. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm just trying to let you know that Square Enix has the right to penalize you if you post a link. That's all I'm trying to say. If you want to still post and make a, you know, you want to roll the dice, you know, hey, that's you. I ain't doing it. That's you. I already got like 9 million strikes, bro. Okay, I'm already on the chopping block, bro.
Yeah, they hate him. They hate him and they're gonna get rid of him at some point.
You seen that show Chopped, bro? I just made the shittiest dessert ever, and I'm standing next to this motherfucker that made a cake that looks better than this cake, okay? And I made a dessert that looks like vomit, okay? I'm on a chopping block, bro. It ain't looking good for Zeems, bro, okay? It ain't looking good for me, brother. All right, that's all I'm trying to say. So I ain't taking no chances, man. I think they are generally chill with posting paste spins and Party Finder. It is odd that there's a possibility that it can happen, though. Okay, so what you're saying, I agree with, and what you're saying is common sense, but SE doesn't use common sense, and that's what I'm trying to say. So, like, I'm not taking the chance. Like, I'll put it this way, man. I was in Discord the other night with like a bunch of people, and we were doing the Fort Tower, and I was going to link something, and I almost linked it in game, but even though I knew all the motherfuckers in there, I was like, nah, I just linked that shit in Discord. Nah, bro. Okay. We'll like move on from this, man. But I do want to say that I think it's fucked up that, you know, she got a strike or whatever. I do think that there's some information that is missing. I have some questions. I don't even know why she got in trouble. I know the reason she gave. I just don't know if that's the reason. Now, if she knows that that's the reason, like if she 100% knows that that's the reason, this email here doesn't indicate that that could be the exact reason. So I do think that we're missing some information here. And based on this presented, I don't think that she deserved this. I mean, obviously.
We don't know. The reality is we don't know. We don't know what else this person has done. They're going to give their side of the story. I'm more willing to believe them than I am willing to believe any moderator or anyone who works in these things. It's really fucking important.
This right here, this other solicitations that fall far outside of the intended purpose of Party Finder. This is why I asked if she put her Twitch in her, because you can get reported for that too. I guess in summary, I have more questions. I have a lot of questions. I know there are several reasons why she could have been banned, but I don't know the exact reason. And unfortunately, this is very common where when you get, well, sorry, not banned, I keep saying banned, but when you get a strike on your account, it's very common that you don't actually know the exact reason why you get a strike on your account because they don't fucking tell you. So in summary, don't post any links. Don't post your Twitch. Don't post a paste bin.
Yeah, just shut the fuck up and say nothing.
Post anything in the game that is going to take you out of the game. Like a link at all. You might get away with it. It's like running a stop sign or a stoplight. You know, you might get away with it 1, 2, 10, 50 times, but eventually you're going to get caught. And when you get caught, you can't be surprised. So that's it. The biggest thing about this is that when I got banned, so many people celebrated and shit. Those people, they don't understand the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is okay, yeah, we get it. You don't like me. You're glad that I got banned. But the point is that now, let's say that a streamer you do like, the same thing can happen to them. And it's not because that I am maybe more controversial or more an asshole or whatever. My point is that even a nice person, even a very wholesome person that doesn't do anything wrong ever, says nothing but nice things, even they can get called on a technicality and get in trouble because these people, they will use the TOS and weaponize it. You said this would happen verbatim. Yeah, no, I said this would happen and it's going to happen. It sucks. So dicks out for Rennie. Rennie Nation. Rennie Nation.
We don't know. We don't know, but I know why Xenosis is falling on the side of wanting to defend this person. I understand 1,000% why he's doing it, because he wants to weaponize it because he's pissed off that they did this to him, and it's probably a good thing that he's going against it. I can see why he's doing it. These moderators need to be checked. Now, we're going to take a quick break to do something, right? Because this thought just came across my little mind right now, right? I'm gonna be writing an email real quick to an ArenaNet moderator. Greetings, Bob. Bob's been the one I've been dealing with directly. It's been a while. After some further investigation, into other people who have been banned from Guild Wars 2 for out-of-game behavior, I've noticed a pattern. For legal purposes, can you clarify the following statement as made by the official Guild Wars 2 ArenaNet moderation team members? Let's see. Greetings, Bob. It's been a while. After some further investigation into other people who have been banned from Guild Wars 2 for out-of-game behavior, I've noticed a pattern. For legal purposes, can you clarify the following statement as made by official Guild Wars 2 ArenaNet moderation team members? Please. As this would help clarify my particular case. Thank you for your time. By the official Guild Wars. Okay, you got banned from Guild Wars 1. That's fine. That's fine. Why live on stream? Because I want to start shit with them. I want the fucking smoke now. I've seen enough bans now that I believe that these people need to be dragged through the mud and taught their lesson. They deserve this. That's why. Fuck them. Fuck them, I don't care anymore. They want to be pieces of shit. Wait, let's not make it a web picture because then they're gonna think it's some malicious link or some shit like that. Blah blah blah. Open with paint. Save as a JPEG. Fuck them. That's why. Fuck these animals. I'm sick of them. I'm sick of their shit. The response, policy has changed. Oh yeah, sure. Then I want the date that the policy has changed, because if they're retroactively enforcing rules, they can still be in shit for that. I'm not a fan of the idea. Please don't set it. There's nothing to set on fire. It's already burned down. It's already burned down. There's nothing that can come from this. All I'm asking for is a clarifying statement, because I remember when I spoke to multiple people about them being banned from ArenaNet games, I saw that same statement multiple times, and it took me like a while to process until now that they banned me for out-of-game behavior, but they gave that statement to other people. Watch them try to say that the image is technically doctored now because you changed the file type. I don't care. I don't care. I'm looking for clarification on a statement made by the official ArenaNet moderation team. That's all. They want to behave like that? Fine. If they want to tell more lies, that just lets me weaponize more things against them that they deserve to have weaponized against them. If they're gonna lie to me, even better. They've lied about me once before. They misconstrued my actions. They labeled me as a fucking serial killer. If they lie about me again, even better. Even fucking better. Good. I'm ready for it now. I'm ready for it now. There's some stuff that's changed in the background that I'm not going to reveal just about yet. But I'm ready for it. There's some people who might be able to help me out here. That's why I just registered. Oh shit, I can do this now. Wait, what the fuck is that wallpaper? What, you don't have Goyim fatigue? I certainly have Goyim fatigue. Netanyahu, where's my check? Yeah, it was WebP because I started liking using it. Good quality, low storage usage, and keeps alpha layers so it keeps transparency if needed. Yeah, web pictures are okay. They're fine. They're just a bit irritating because it looks like when you're attaching it to an email or something like that, it then ends up looking like it could potentially be a malicious or hidden link. And then they could say, I'm not opening that shit. You're trying to fucking invade our systems. And they could try and accuse me of something else. Don't forget the shit I sent you. Okay, yes. Thank you for reminding me. What the hell is this? Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I fucked up everything just writing an email. What the hell is this?
Named Melissa Chaudhry. Weeks ago, a liberal Democrat named Melissa Chaudhry, running for Congress in Seattle, was asked why, among the many progressive causes listed on her website, LGBT rights was conspicuously absent. Because, she said, a lot of Muslims do not feel that way, unfortunately. Now here's where liberal sphincters just tightened. because they heard the word Muslim and have been brainwashed into thinking, oh, some Islamophobic bullshit is coming now. No, just facts. And a little honesty to the people who see everything as oppressor versus oppressed, but can't see who actually does a lot of oppressing. So let me ask, is this the progressive policy now? Is Ms. Chaudhry right? We throw gay people under the bus? And
no, you throw them off the rooftops.
anytime it clashes with what makes Muslims uncomfortable?
Well, I mean, none of that's surprising. They asked for this. They asked for that. I'm completely unsurprised. They've made a bed of their own suicidal empathy, and they deserve that. They 1,000,000% deserve that happening to them. Fuck them. They asked for it, now they're getting it. Now they're going to be surprised when a bunch of third worlders who don't have progressive values show up in their country and want to kill all the gays and stuff. Well, what do they expect? I'm sorry, I live in a country where corrective rape is a thing. If you're a lesbian, like, you know, fucking some boo-boo down the road is like, yeah, but that's just because you've had bad dick. Let me show you. I'm going to kidnap you and fix you. Like, that's what they do. Like, I don't understand. How did you not see this coming? You just deserved it. That's how it is. Congratulations. Right, let's see what else you fuckers put in this Discord. We got a long way to work through this. Okay, that's just more ass. That's more ass. That's got My Little Pony in it, so that's a little bit concerning. The Dems are pivoting from LGB to Muslim focused. Yeah, well, yeah, because there's... Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why, Iconic? Lesbians and gays don't make children most of the time. But you know who makes a lot of children? Muslims. You know what that sounds like? An entire voter base. So they're pivoting to it because guess who's going to now dominate the conversation? Muslims have children, they'll still be voting one generation later. Yeah. So that's a smart move. It's a strategic move. They know they need a voter base that's on their side to make sure that they can keep on doing shit like that. So they need to pivot away from the people who are not having the next generation. Duh. That's smart. Now they can throw all the gays and the lesbians off the rooftop or under the bus or wherever the fuck they want. Because I'm done playing with you now. I've got a new group that I can use as the oppression Olympics. Of course they're going to do that. Duh. Like, I don't know how anyone hasn't figured this shit out. Etsy, Sony aims more ads to PlayStation industry. War Fantasy, I'm going to keep that one for later. The sad and pathetic state of Elder Scrolls Online. This is a long one. I know this is a long one. Yeah. You know what? There's a lot more I have to get through. There's a lot more I want to look at. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this for another stream. Degeneracy is an empowerer. Yeah, we're going to save all of these for another stream because I don't want to like fucking fall over dead right now. I'm still exhausted. And then maybe I can play some Final Fantasy afterwards, assuming nothing else goes wrong. Let's see. The sad and pathetic state of Elder Scrolls Online. Now, I've been having a good time with ESO. I've been having a really good time with ESO. I haven't seen any of this because obviously I'm not deep into ESO. I like ESO. I see purple. Yeah, it's the color of trouble. It used to be the color of sexual frustration. Now it's the color of getting concerned because there's going to be a bunch of DEI bullshit. But I've been having a good time in ESO. I'm going to be honest. I've been having a good time. I'm not like deep into it. I'm not like all the way at max level bitching about like certain content or certain components and stuff. I just ignore the cash shop. I've been having a decent time. So let's see what he has to say about this.
Cheese for everyone!
Cheese!
Cheese, 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 cheese. You want to try that?
Well, yeah, that's just Shegora.
Cheese! At the cheese! Hand me my cheese! Cremant cheese! Cheese, beans, my cheese, relish in my cheese. Cheese, what the wabberjack? The tongue shall use my power to turn him into cheese! Cheese, pirates! Have a bit of cheese! This holiday was supposed to be all about cheese! Annual Artisan Cheese Festival. Cheese! Special cheese! Cheese! Cheese was a tour of the cheesery! What was in that cheese, lackey? That was the poison cheese mold. Cheese! And I know my cheese. Wish that cheese had killed me!
Cheese. To understand the current situation at ZeniMax Online Studios and the absolutely pathetic state of ESO right now, I want everyone to imagine the following allegorical scenario. Assume for me, if you will, that ZeniMax is a drunk driver, drunk with incompetence.
I mean, the ESO player base has been saying that for a while. Even when I didn't play ESO, I was hearing these guys bitching about ZeniMax non-fucking stop. None of that is surprising. I had a great time with ESO until my subscription ran out and I realized I no longer had a functional bank or inventory because I have 100 plus items over the free player limit in both. Yeah, well, welcome to the current state of MMOs. I haven't touched the cash shop at all for that exact reason. I don't want to have something and then have it taken away from me.
Complete disregard for the IP and bad writing. They are plastered.
Oh, come on. Bad writing? Come on, that's been every single Elder Scrolls game has been bad writing. Come on.
Cul-de-sac. In this drunken stupor, ZeniMax is driving an outdated engine of a car full of tech debt and limitations. And while doing so, they hit a tree, which is only natural given that they were driving under the influence. But ZeniMax survives the car crash and gets out of the car successfully to call for help. And as they're trying to do so, a serial killer named Microsoft stabs them in the back and leaves. In this situation, I think everyone would agree that the car accident is ZeniMax's fault, but the stabbing wasn't. And now you're completely up to date with what has happened to ZeniMax Online Studios. They have been butchered by Microsoft. 213 people laid off. And
they deserved it. I think it's a good thing. If you were so non-critical that they could throw you out within the space of a day, then you deserved it. You shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Apparently, they aren't even done. The serial killer always returns to the scene of the crime, seeking more victims. It has been estimated that about 60% of ZeniMax's labor force has been laid off. All of this to a company that has already had layoffs while still developing a profitable game. Let me give you the honey before the poison. I obviously feel bad for the people affected by this. I genuinely wish for all of them to bounce back quickly and without any issues. And to the two people in the audience who think that Microsoft did this as a calculated attempt at cutting down the middleman and making work more efficient, which is what the CEO of Microsoft said that they were trying to do, let me tell you the following. Yes, they did lay off a lot of people with senior in their title, but you know who else was laid off? A lot of animators, QA testers, writers, and engineers.
That means nothing. That means nothing. And I'll tell you why. Was the animator you're laying off the guy doing all the full style animations for the attacks, or was it the animator who was doing VFX stuff that wasn't really necessary and they were wasting people's time, but they kind of got shoehorned into that job because they got their job through nepotism or through industry connections and networking? These labels and titles that you see in an office mean nothing. Fucking Steve in the basement scratching his nuts and wearing flip-flops and shorts every day to the office might be the most super critical guy to have there, because he is the guy who knows how all the ancient code works and no one else does, but his job just says, I work in IT. And then you've got a bunch of people with really fancy titles in offices all the time who actually do fucking nothing. So it's impossible to tell how fundamentally important these people were or weren't. ESO's writing being the way it is now is not surprising when you see the people they fired. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that those are the people they need to get rid of the most.
And if you have played ESO recently, you would know there is no way you wouldn't realize that this game desperately needs animators and engineers. With this piece of information alone, I can conclude that Microsoft doesn't even know what ESO is. For them, it's probably just some kind of software that makes them money. By the way, notice how many QA testers were fired. Now, why would they need so many QA testers? Huh? Strange.
Because the game is fucking gigantic. And now they need to fix all the problems with the game and try and make it better. Potentially. None of you do dev work and just be online bigots. Who buys games? Any falsehood from my statement, you capitalist pigs. Yeah. We love capitalism here. And we like taking our capitalism and making more AI servers just for you.
Indeed, and contrary to popular opinion right now, this isn't the end of ESO. I really think that if they want to, ESO can still be around and be profitable, emphasis on being profitable, for the next 20 or even 30 years. That was all the good I had to say. Now for the poison. This game is never recovering from this. The layoffs happened at the worst possible time. Microsoft did this at the same time as the launch of Season 1, further adding to the theory that Microsoft is only vaguely aware of what ESO is and what it's trying to do. Season 1 was supposed to be the big update and the one that finally kickstarts the seasonal content.
I thought people liked Season 1. I thought people were enjoying Season 1.
Model and ushers a new era of ESO content, and it came dead on arrival. Get this, more people left the game during the launch of Season 1 than
okay, looks like I was wrong.
during most other content droughts. Some people will tell you that Steam charts aren't a good way to observe a game's player base. To those people, I say this. Look, I get it. It's a domino effect. If you admit that there is a problem, it will get worse. This is especially true in the case of MMORPGs.
It's not just that. Steam player base counts are a litmus test, because unless you can prove otherwise using other platforms, why would the behavior of the people playing the exact same game differ across different platforms? What you're seeing using these Steam player base counts is the general behavior of the populace. If people are leaving on Steam, it's likely people are also leaving on other platforms. They have no reason to behave differently than the other components of the general player base.
People play MMORPGs for the MMO part. If the game stops being massively multiplayer online and becomes minorly multiplayer online, people will start leaving, which will create even more incentives for even more people.
I didn't say anything about AI. Yeah, but I know you guys love that so much. So you're just delusional. Maybe an American like you. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'd love to be an American.
To leave, but we can't play dumb either. The Steam charts are correct in showing trends. They're not gonna tell you the total of all players engaging with the game across all platforms, but they will show you how the player base responds to an update or a situation such as the layoffs. And what they're saying here is that no one wants to be on board a ship that shows signs of sinking. It might not sink, but there are other ships out there that show no signs of sinking. Why would anyone stay here? But here is where we get to the goofy stuff, and I will say this now, both Microsoft and the staff at ZeniMax show severe signs of incompetence. So, as all of this is happening, plus a bunch of other stuff that I will talk about later, ZeniMax Online Studios are hosting an IRL tavern event in Castle Ludwigstein in Hesse, parentheses, Germany. And
yeah, that's weird. That makes no sense. IRL event in some place in Europe. Did they figure out where the largest majority of their player base is? Are they doing this for marketing purposes? Can they draw in a larger audience towards their video game? If they are, what's the purpose behind this? I don't see how this leads to a higher output and a higher return on investment them doing this event.
Listen, I don't want to be a big old meanie / killjoy, but all this is happening during a crucial time in ESO's development. The game, as we will see later in this video, is a mess. And ZeniMax are out here having a field trip in rural Germany. And I don't want people to get the wrong idea, by the way. They yapped a lot about this. They talked about it in live streams, in announcements. They posted about this. This company field trip took real company resources. Actual ESO developers stopped developing the game to attend this. Eventually though, some of them had to skip this event because of the layoffs. Now, if I had to make a list of the top 100 things that ESO needed as of the 10th of July, a tavern event in rural Germany.
Yeah, that's just fucking weird. That makes no sense. This is Guild Wars 2 level of marketing with the bang bus. This is retarded.
That list. In fact, scratch that. If I had to make a list of the top 1000 things that ESO needed as of July 10th, a tavern event in rural Germany still wouldn't be on that list. This is something that affects a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the player base, and they spend actual resources on it. Oh, but Kotho, what about the marketing? What about the sweet marketing?
Yeah, that doesn't follow through. There's no marketing that you're getting out of having some tavern event that's happening in some obscure, vague place inside of Germany. That doesn't make sense.
ESO has the worst marketing of any video game that I actually care about.
Beg to differ. I beg to differ. They're second place to Guild Wars 2.
As I was making this video, I happened to stumble upon Reddit, where I saw this ad about ESO. Look at it. What is this? The Elder Scrolls Online? Yes, that's what the game is. Season 1. Okay, this means nothing to someone who doesn't know anything about the game. Why are you putting that in?
Because it's not for people to get them into the game. It's for the player base to stick around so they can stabilize at a player base level and then try some other marketing tactic on top of that to get new players in.
the Thieves Guild. Okay, we all know what thieves are. Your free reward awaits. Play today. ESO isn't free, by the way. Far from it. And then there is a naked guy and a dark elf glowing in the background and a Dome construct for some reason. Actual mobile ad for an MMORPG. The marketing for this game sucks. And you know what's worse? This isn't even their worst promotional material within the last 3 months. They've made a lot worse, but we will get there when we get there. Back to the tavern. I would take a single bug fix over this entire event. The video showcasing the tavern event has less than 4,000 views on Bethesda's German YouTube channel. After saying this, I can only come to the conclusion.
Have I played Warframe? Yes. And I will never touch it again, because I have IRL responsibilities.
That ZeniMax Online Studios' community team just wanted to have a field trip. You know, it's a slow day in the office, we just released Season 1, never mind that the game is riddled with issues. Let's have a nice little company holiday in rural Germany. And then the layoffs happened, and it gets even wackier. While in the tavern event, 2 longtime ESO devs stated that the ESO team after the layoffs is the same size as they were when they made both Hrothgar and Somerset Isles. When I heard that, my jaw hit the floor. I turned into a Looney Tunes character. When I heard we are now at the same size as we were during our 2 best pieces of content, it finally dawned on me that they aren't somewhat mismanaged, they are completely mismanaged. To give you a few...
I mean, that is a key indication of creative bankruptcy occurring. How long has ESO been around? 15 years? 10 years? It's been long enough that these guys have gone through the cycle of boom bust, and now they're attempting regeneration, and most of the time that doesn't work for video games. 2014, so what, 12 years then?
Quick examples of what I'm talking about. This was the trailer for the Somerset Isles.
Releasing poisons of deceit and hatred.
For purity.
And this was the trailer for Season 1.
Don't mind if I do. Hands off the cheese. I got here first.
Now how about...
Oh no, they're pulling a World of Warcraft. They're pulling a World of Warcraft. Oh no. Oh, fuck. That's disappointing to see. I doubt that's your Guild Wars Guild Wars account, because John.com you incels are just trolling liars with no game on ArenaNet or woman. I don't know why anyone would want to have sex with ArenaNet. That would get you in trouble legally speaking, because I think that falls under the same statute as attempting to have sex with animals. As for women, who the fuck would want to have sex with women? Being straight is a curse. Can you imagine the joy that gay people feel not having to deal with that shit on a daily basis? The only thing they have to worry about is getting roof-topped by a bunch of Muslims.
How about this? The most content this game ever got in a single update was during Morrowind, which predates Somerset. However, once again, the situation is more complex than that. And I know all of you are frothing at the mouth for the Peter Griffin Sheogorath analysis, but all of this is 100% important to understand how we got to that point.
How do you mortals get anything done? Leaking and burping and farting all the time.
Do we ban the communist? Nah. He's funny. Leave him there. Plus, you see, unlike the way ArenaNet behaves, unlike their spiteful, shitty, piece of shit behavior, I don't care enough about people's words. For the most part, you can say whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't bother me.
There is a new sentiment in the community that because the team has now shrunk back to what it was in ye olde golden days...
The only reason I bothered with Demored because I thought it was funny, and I was really hoping he would come back and start saying more interesting stuff. He really disappointed me, broke my heart.
The quality of content will also get better. Less upper management, less communication between departments, less bureaucracy. I disagree with this take. Listen, I have been very blunt with my criticism this entire section, and I will only get worse from here, but I hope you understand. I just saw one of my favorite characters in fiction being turned into Peter Griffin.
No, I don't believe so. Poisoners and villains rarely have such impeccable manners.
It is for this reason that I am of the opinion that the quality of developers back in Somerset and Morrowind, especially in the writing department, was much different.
So he's going into details now. Did we ever get a welfare check on that one? Unfortunately, no. He may be gone from the universe. He's going into details that I'm not aware about right now. It would be very sad to see them destroy Sheogorath as a character and default him into a bunch of millennialisms and keep on, like, based on his intro, using the word cheese over and over again, because they've completely forgotten how he works as a character and what the Mad God actually is and his importance to the world.
Different than the current writing department. They were a lot better. I feel like with the new Sheogorath questline, a huge weight of doubt has been lifted from my shoulders. The doubt that they might not be bad writers, they might just be mismanaged. Too many hands steer in too small of a pot, but I can now assure you that they don't know how to write Elder Scrolls. I don't care if I sound toxic, I just spent 4 hours hearing the word cheese back to back to back. I have expected to see...
Oh, fuck. So they did. They dumbed down Sheogorath because they forgot how to write him. You know, Sheogorath was such a great and nuanced character in games like Oblivion. It's one of the reasons no one has beards, is because the tech dev team couldn't figure out how to make beards look good on the characters. So what they did instead was they made it a part of the lore. And if you're going through Oblivion, there's a corpse you can find that has a shitty looking scraggly beard on it. And when you actually interact with that character, there's a note saying that Sheogorath killed him because how dare he have a beard. And so canonically in the Oblivion universe, no one is allowed to have a beard except for Sheogorath. I remember this.
Sheogorath's face getting stuffed in a toilet. Second, the game is now a lot more expansive than how it was back in Somerset. There are a lot more...
You sound like a MAGA American. I don't care if Rose is Australian or Russian. I mean, that's pretty racist of you to say. You don't care about other people and their nationality and where they're from. I mean, I suppose the racism does make sense from you. That does make sense.
Systems now that need maintenance, so the existing development team will be stretched thin. We have already seen glimpses of this in Where Else, The Crown Store, and also with the announcement of the recent delays. And third and most important, tech debt. I refuse to stop discussing this topic. Ever wondered why so many of the people that were laid off were QA testers? Now you know. This game has the worst case of tech debt that I have ever seen.
Having better tech than we've had at any point. I'm not even talking about AI yet. Just better tech in general lets you...
Did you catch it? Did you catch it? Do you see where it's going? What was the important part of the sentence he just said? What was the most important thing he just said? I'll give you a second. Rosario, you got it immediately. Yet. The problem with AI is not the AI. It's the people making the AI. If they can't figure out their fucking video game. Do you think they're going to figure out an AI?
You do more for less, like more game with fewer people. And that's, you're starting to see like 50-person teams, 25-person teams making really good games. And I think that's more the trend.
Yeah, I mean, how much...
He's confusing it with the indie gaming space.
Tech debt do you think there was by the end of your time on ESO? Like, it was jumping to that engine just a nightmare?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, you know, we started by licensing this engine called the Hero Engine, which Star Wars The Old Republic ran on. We got
Actually, hold on. I have to check something real quick. Also, Banks, thanks for the $1 Aussie dollar. I'm sorry, I missed that one earlier. Let me just... I just gotta see something real quickly. How do I do this again? I've got to give it a second. We're just gonna go on a little adventure. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. It's a LARP account. It's a LARP. LARP alert! LARP! Man, I was hoping for some real deep commie lore here. It's just a LARPer. Damn. I just keep having my heart broken, huh? Damn.
A couple of devs from the Old Republic, and so we had time, so we prototyped in the Hero Engine, but over time we basically swapped out every part of it. I think maybe there's a button on a toolbar somewhere that is original, but basically it's a completely bespoke engine. And anytime you make a new engine to make a game, right, you introduce tech debt, because ESO started in 2007. We licensed that in like 2008, and that was a long time ago. so I'm sure there is a lot of tech debt.
And listen, between Sheogorath getting turned into a toddler and the odd bug every now and again, I think most people would say that the bad storytelling is a much bigger issue. But tech debt slows down development across all fields, and it also degenerates the game itself and requires consistent maintenance, since for everything you add in the game, game, 3 more things, completely unrelated to it, might break out of nowhere. Anyone who has been around during Markath
Yeah, that's the spaghetti code issue.
Can attest to this.
It's
but
inevitable.
I don't want to give people vague statements and then move on from this issue, because out of all 3 issues that I just mentioned, this is the most problematic one, given that around 60 QA...
Messino, you can stop now. You can stop now. You can drop the mask. I understand it's a LOP. Yeah, you can drop now. Yeah, you can drop it. It's okay. I understand.
Testers have just been laid off, so let me give you a God's honest player experience of the Elder Scrolls Online, featuring, without wanting to, tech debt. The following is based on a real, no-cap story. So, Season 1 hits, and there is Kotho. He's ready to enter Tamriel again, and he wants to play through some stuff. He wants to complete the following activities: complete the main story of Markath, play the new Thieves Guild questline, and complete a dungeon.
Benji, don't get trapped. It's a LOP. It's a LOP.
Or a trial. Simple enough. So he starts off with the Thieves Guild. Except, he can't. He can't start with the Thieves Guild because, get this, you need to pick a lock in Daggerfall to enter a restricted area to progress through the first quest. But all locks in ESO have a set cooldown on them, and they didn't remove it from this one either. So there are about 100 people waiting in line to access the first quest. Apparently, ZeniMax had the time to organize an entire tavern event in Germany, but removing the cooldown from one lock so that people can engage with their newest questline was too daunting of a task.
Okay, that's beautiful. You know what? I changed my mind. The ZeniMax devs are based. Based as fuck. Put a new questline in. Lock the players out of it. Oh, okay, never mind. Rehire those people immediately.
Or too unforeseen as a circumstance. Anyway, if anything, watching the community form a line all by themselves was kinda endearing, so Kotho thought to himself, okay, I'm gonna come here later. I should go record a trial or a dungeon first, then complete Markath, and then finish off with the Thieves Guild questline. I'm thinking Falkreath ought to be good. It's a recognizable location, so it should be good footage. So I queue into Falkreath, find the group, begin the dungeon, and the second boss is completely bugged, leading to us having to kill him again and again and again until RNG decides to unbug the quest and let the boss die for real. Okay, suboptimal. What are you gonna do about it though? Maybe I can do a trial instead. So I find a group for Sanity's Edge. Perfect, Kotho thought. He has never completed Sanity's Edge before. Maybe he can get his hands on some good loot. Well, how should I put this? There was a bug, right? When they first released trials, where no matter what you killed in a trial, the gold amount you would receive was permanently set to 1. 1 piece of gold. That bug is still in game in the big 2026. Did I mention?
This is a problem with all the old devs who knew what the fuck was going on, having retired. They didn't leave notes behind or anything. They just got kicked out of the office. Now a bunch of new people have moved in. They kind of understand the coding and the things that are happening behind it, but they don't understand the functionality of what is actually happening, so you're gonna get more bugs like this in the future.
Mention that trials are considered endgame content. Yeah, no one completes trials for the gold from monsters, but still, it feels like a slap in the face. This is all very unfortunate, and although it might seem that these issues desperately need to be addressed, I beg to differ. These aren't the real issues that the ESO fam is facing. Making sure that this game is playable is only second to a tavern event in Germany, so these things will have to stay broken for the foreseeable future. Great! Yep. At this point, every activity that Kotho has tried to do has led to him encountering some kind of junkiness. Maybe Markath will be different. Yeah, you all know where this is going. At any point in the Markath questline, there is about a 5% chance that an animation will just stop working as intended, leading to some junkiness, but nothing too bad. But then there was...
Okay, that's not that bad.
The final boss. Oh boy, the final boss of Markath has a special mechanic that you have to follow, or else you only deal a small, tiny fraction of damage to him. Well, that mechanic is broken too. You are supposed to lure him into the green area so he can lose his protection, but after a point, he just stopped moving, and he also wouldn't attack me. So my option...
Who the fuck is programming these games now? This is why they got fired. I'm sorry, Asher Schwarmer did a good job getting rid of all these fucking people. Good, fuck them. Lose their jobs. Find someone else who knows what the fuck's going on.
Were either resetting the encounter by restarting the game, or I could always just, keep hitting him while dealing only a tiny bit of damage. Thank God I was playing a relatively strong DPS character. So back to the beginning. With everything done, well, kinda done, Kotho can finally start the Thieves Guild questline. And well, would you believe me if I told you that the last boss of the new Thieves Guild questline is bugged just 2 days ago is also broken? The mechanic...
Nice. This is why they lost their job.
It just doesn't work. And this time, in order to finish this, I had to actually restart the game altogether. And that's the end of the story of my life. Wow. You wanna know something? I feel like every time I make a video about ESO, it's as if I'm entering a circus of absurdism, where reality is so warped and twisted that what I'm seeing in game and the discourse of the developers, along with their actions, and let's be honest, a lot of the community's response to those actions, just don't match reality. I don't understand their thought process. I feel like I'm taking schizo pills, and the worst is yet to come. You've got mountains of tech debt upon mountains of tech debt. I'm assuming all of this tech debt is also causing you issues with other stuff, such as implementing crossplay, because around launch the game did have some kind of crossplay, but now
he's confusing the issue. He's confusing the issue. He's talking about it being tech debt. It's not tech debt. It's incompetent dev programming. The tech debt wouldn't exist if they understood how the systems and the mechanics of it function. He's saying, oh, it's just because there's this mountain of code, but usually a lot of the code is copy-pasted and then added on to things, and so it's compartmentalized and it's fairly modular, so if you know what the fuck you're doing, you know how things are going to break, why they're going to break, and what's going to cause them to break, and so you can fix that issue. This is a dev incompetency level problem.
it doesn't. And instead of talking about all this stuff, so much of the community is soyjacking about Anu versus Parome loot.
But I can't attest to the bosses of the new quest line. I never did the quest line. I wonder how many people did.
Crates. Actual madhouse. It's like watching holes in the Titanic and then going, the casino is buzzing tonight. Let us talk about these Anu versus Parome loot crates.
Oh, here we go. The cash shop.
First, a bit of a description reading, if you will. Feel the light through you. Let it take you where you wish to go, even as it provides you with a sense of stability, of constancy. Receive the luminous recall of Anu as part of this bundle of 23 Anu vs. Parome crates. That'll be 8,000 crowns, thank you very much, for the recall of Anu himself, or inspired by Anu. Anu isn't an actual being, but I doubt the developers know that. Say, how much is 8,000 crowns anyway? Oh, approximately 50 euros? Giving them away. How past mages can...
Jesus, the price of a full video game.
Conceived of this illusion of Parome remains a mystery to me. How does one embody the aspect of chaos and change after all? To these mages, this dark, winged form seems to answer that question. Like, I get it. Well, at least I would like to believe that I get it. These aren't the actual forms of Anu and Parome. These are simulacrums created by a bunch of mages. At least I hope it's just that. With these writers, there is a good chance that they actually think Parome looks like this. Beyond this though, are loot crates really the place for you to add stuff like this? I gave this example in the last ESO video as well, and I will say it again. This is a degradation.
This guy's a masochist, probably doesn't have anything better to do than cry to stream. No, he's a LARPer. He's a LARPer, it's a new account, he's going out, he's rage baiting people. I can respect game. I can respect when people are going into a chat and they're trying to rage bait people into opposing opinions and get people mad. I can respect that, but I mean, it was fairly easy to see that he was a LARPer. It's a new account. You can see he's set it up to be like that. It's completely normal. That's called having enjoyment with the moment. I can't be mad at him for that.
It's akin to Tolkien opening a dwarfs versus elves casino. What I'm about to say next is a fact. Everything you like will one day be run by a bunch of clueless people who will water it down to nothing, milk it for everything that it's worth, turn it into a Funko Pop, which will not sell well because it has been degraded, and then
yeah, because it's a Funko Pop. I don't know. I don't know who the fuck ever collects Funko Pops. There's a guy, there's a business that's not too far away from where I live. And they talk about how they're a comic book store and how they're like lean into the old aesthetic of like all the shit that used to be cool and stuff. And they're like, they talk themselves up. They talk a big fucking game. And then you go into their business and it's just fucking Funko Pops lining the walls. And I never see them move. They are the same Funko Pops that have been there for the last 5 years. I don't know who the fuck is buying Funko Pops.
It will be thrown into the trash, only to end up in one of the 5 major oceanic gyres. Sorry, I don't make the rules. I just observe them in real time. Now we're starting to see a new dimension of god-awful writing. The inability to sell your own slop, thus having to paint it with something that isn't slop, and thus sloppifying that other thing as well. You might say, Kotho, you're being hysterical. It's just a bunch of crown crates. They aren't degrading anything. They just want to sell loot crates, and Anu and Parome have a good aura associated with them, so they...
Yeah, but it is a problem. it is a problem that they're focusing on selling loot crates, because it means that instead of using those resources to dev out the game and improve things, they're instead focusing on over monetizing the game even more than it already is. And therefore you are dragging more resources that you could be using to improve the game away and into the cash shop, because you're trying to go for a cash grab. And generally speaking, that's probably going to work, because a bunch of MMO players are a bunch of little bitches who don't have a spine in them and will spend extra money on this fucking game when they haven't learned their goddamn lesson. So they're going to make a lot of money short term, but long term for the game's health and like actual development, this is a fucking terrible move.
They were a natural pick. I might have agreed with this sentiment if the last 3 years of storytelling weren't complete and utter garbage, and if this conversation wasn't about literal loot crates. With these pieces of information, I can only conclude that they are
I could see the value in them if you resell them, but they're a fad. Okay, they're a fad that really has no place in gaming. I think it's a pop culture thing. I think what Funko Pops were trying to do was trying to recapture the magic of collectibles like Pokemon cards or Beanie Babies or some shit like that. But they're so standardized, they're so normalized, and they're just the same slop that's cranked out of a factory using a standard injection mold with some adjustments made to like the hair and the body posture and stuff like that, that they just feel like industrial trash. That's all they are.
Competent writers that just wanted a quick cash cow. You know, if you really like this aesthetic, you could have been creative and called it something unique. Chaos versus order, light versus void, enlightenment versus ignorance. Nah, our faithful players will still buy them anyway. You can see footage of those faithful players on your screens right now. All that being said, I have a theory, dare I say a conspiracy theory, about why all this is happening. But to explain it...
You know, as bad as gaming is, at least our timeline NFT games never took off. Give ZeniMax 5 years. Let's give them time. They just wait until the hatred for it dies. Give them time. Missed the joke. Yeah, I think I did miss the joke there. Could be worse. Yeah, no, I did miss the joke there. There's a set of the Witcher Funko Pops I want just as a fanboy thing, but I put them in my cart and check the prices every once in a while. When they are like $2.50 a piece, I'll pick them up. I'm not going to just go and buy them outright. Yeah, you got to get them secondhand. I can understand people wanting some pop culture reference, stuff like that, but for me personally, I just see it as a waste of plastic. I don't know what the fuck it's doing there. Like, there's no... The artistic involvement in the development of a Funko Pop is less than zero, in my opinion. I don't care how much of a big fan I am of something, I never want to see a Funko Pop of it in my house, ever.
We have to talk about the new stories added with Season 1. Right, time for the main show. The new stories.
Lazargy planned my whole holiday. I formed him from every bit of unchecked, ruinous treachery I had to spare. And this is how he repays me? I'm so proud of him. I'm very angry.
Look how they mess with my boy.
Yeah. I'm gonna start off with the Thieves Guild because it requires less painkillers. I am proud to announce that the Thieves Guild storyline has earned the highest rating I have ever given an ESO storyline ever since Necrom. Gold Road, 0 out of 10. Seasons of the Worm Cult, 2 out of 10. I am proud to announce that the Thieves Guild story earns a triumphant 4 out of 10. Before we
my guess was going to be 3 out of 10 based on the way he's going with this.
About the story itself, let us have a look at the trailer for this story, because this is one of those rare instances where the marketing is actually detrimental to the final story.
Are you ready to talk about planning a real heist, partner?
Let me guess, she's a boss bitch.
Welcome to our Thieves Guild. Our members will show you the ropes. This job is going to need every trick in the book.
Heard that caravan should arrive tomorrow.
So far we have seen no gameplay, we have received no information about the story, and
this is World of Warcraft here. This is World of Warcraft here. That's fucking terrible.
Animations look, outdated, which is the polite way of saying it. And now that I have played the whole thing, I can safely say that barely...
I don't think it's outdated. I think it's more realistic to what the actual game is. And I'll tell you why this is probably a better move for them. This is exactly why. I saw this trailer once upon a time. This shit right here. Where is it? Where's the fight? No. The fight's over here. The fight's over here. This was one of the best cinematic pieces I have ever fucking seen. And its biggest problem is none of the gameplay of ESO is even close to this shit. You put this in a game with a nameless character who's behaving like that, you're gonna get people to think that this is what ESO gameplay is. And then people play the game. And they never want to touch that shit ever again. Them doing this was probably a net loss. It probably brought a bunch of people in initially, who then got incredibly disappointed and were like, fuck this game, I'm never touching it ever again. This is more realistic to what ESO actually is.
Anything presented here relates to the actual quests, and then there is this infamous frame. Look at it. Look at it. An entire marketing department and approximately 100 people with the title senior somewhere in their job description saw this, and so no problem with airing this on the biggest annual Microsoft showcase. Need I also note that throughout this entire trailer, there isn't a single new model and barely any new animations?
Don't mind if I do. Hands off the cheese. I got here first.
And then there's...
Okay, that's cringe. That's just cringe.
This guy. Absolute hot steaming cringe, dude. Have some shame. The discourse around this trailer was actually quite funny for me because it showed a lot of people the absolute state of ESO. This is one of the few occasions in a really long time where people looked into what's going on with ESO and were like, what are they doing over there? People were already fed up because they got no updates for Test 6, and then they saw this and instantly had enough. But here's the strange thing.
To those that don't get it, the animations are overused, base game animations. I know what they are going to do based on the opening of the animations. Character models were outdated last decade. No information about the story and stuff happens that isn't even in the quest line. Significant downgrade from previous trailers. Cheese. Okay, so I think they needed to make this change. I think ESO's biggest problem is the fact that their game looks and runs a little bit like dog shit and does some really, really fucking weird stuff. I think them making trailers more realistic to what the game actually is a good move, but their problem is that the looks and the visuals of what the game actually looks like is going to be the biggest turnoff for a lot of people. And I'd say this as someone who's not a graphics whore, but their models do look like shit. It looks very outdated. This looks like a game that's made by an indie team, and at no point in ESO's history did they decide to update the animations, the styles, the development to match up with the quality of the actual gameplay, and that's going to turn a lot of people off. I started playing ESO recently after the new season model started. The fact that you have to light attack in combat is for me. So basically you're a long time player and they change something up that you just hate. Almost like they could have skills build your stamina and mana resource and skills as spent on them. Wasn't ESO released after Guild Wars 2? Yes, it was.
When I saw it, I just thought it was the...
This is... Think about it this way, Rosario. The graphics in ESO stand out as more of a problem than they do in Guild Wars 2 because Guild Wars 2 is more artistically inclined, whereas these guys are trying to go for a more realistic feel. But the realistic feel that they were going for was a style that made sense 12 years ago. It doesn't make sense today, right? If they updated ESO to have new world level graphics, they probably wouldn't get as much shit. I think that the fact that they dunked down on the artistic expression of games like the Elder Scrolls and tried to keep to that realistic kind of vibe was the biggest loss that they could have had when it came to their visual fidelity. That's their problem. They threw out the art, they tried to go for realistic at the time, and that means at some point your graphical fidelity is going to be outdated. If you go for an artistic, stylized world, the way that World of Warcraft did, or the way that Guild Wars 2 did, or the way that any 2D anime side-scroller bullshit does, you have a longer lifespan on your video game, barring you doing something like what Black Desert Online did. Graphics in ESO was a choice. ESO and SWTOR used the same engine, and SWTOR doesn't look that bad compared today because of their choice in art style. Well, yes, that's a perfect explanation of it, right? SWTOR looks better because it's more stylized. It's more artistic than what they've got here. These guys kind of went for what looks like a stock standard, let's make this look realistic. And that means they lost art style and they lost art direction.
The standard cringe that usually comes out of ZeniMax, and it was at this point that it dawned on me. Wait, the ESO fam is in a bubble. We have become numb to dog shit. What this trailer actually did is it
well, yeah, they like their dog shit.
Showed others what's inside this bubble, and it made them want to stay as far away from it as possible. Listen, the lore nerds, they're gone. The PvPers packed their bags years ago, and the PvEers are too busy reporting bugs. Of these groups, only skeletons are left, and I was disappointed at myself as well. How is it that I had grown so complacent to dog shit that I didn't instantly recognize how horrible this was? Keep this observation
because you're used to it, that's why.
In mind. Back to the Thieves Guild questline. First, the good. The gameplay was actually pretty nice. I like the puzzles. I also enjoyed that you actually had to do thieving stuff, and it was also nice to have bonus objectives. It got a lot more monotoned towards the end. It became a game of talk to this guy and interact with that thing again. But
it became Final Fantasy.
Overall, I did not fall asleep during it. I even saw one new animation at the start of the quest. Massive progress happening here. I was actually taken aback by it. This is the state we're at. In parkour, we call this a tic-tac, and seeing Gwen again wasn't terrible. I remember enjoying the original Thieves Guild questline. I remember damn near nothing about it, other than she was searching for her dad, but I did 100% the entire area, and I remember that I enjoyed it. But by far the greatest compliment that I can give this story is that it's unassuming. There is no plot about the end of the world, there is no Moloch balls, there is no Daedric Prince of Multiverses, and no grand plots. It's just a story about a bunch of thieves and a rivaling cartel, and that's massive. It makes it a lot easier to write, and it makes it easier for people to ignore it if they don't like it. Now for the bad. Gameplay-wise, it does feel like a Thieves Guild questline. No issues there. Story-wise, it feels a lot more like a Fighters Guild story, or in the second half, an Archaeology Society questline. Right from the start, the rivaling cartel has no problem killing anyone they want. At one point, they wipe out an entire small settlement. Forgive me, but why am I sneaking around if they're completely fine with killing everyone? A minor piece of criticism, but it paints a greater picture. The vibe with this questline just feels off. We're supposed to access this vault, and this is painted as a grand heist. Brother, the vault's owner made it as a trial for adventurers, and he died long ago.
Before his death, Sage Vornet recorded his memories and personality into a soul gem-infused projection simulacrum. Me! I remain to observe those who come to seek my creator's legacy. Only the wisest and most clever can earn the sage's treasures.
Do you think that looting the pyramids today counts as stealing from the pharaoh, if he made them to be accessed that way? Also,
well, according to a lot of people, yeah. Apparently guilt and theft and all of that is generational.
This is gonna be a greater issue during the Sheogorath questline, but it's an issue here as well. The vocabulary is weak. There is this moment where Gwen goes, as the Bretons say, voila. And I get it, haha, they're French, but it feels cheap. It's no Elnifex, I'll tell you that much. And for a fantasy universe, they sure use a lot of 21st century lingo.
Careful, you shouldn't go dropping the L word into casual conversation. Could give a person the wrong idea.
Okay, that hurts. That hurts.
The cookie jar gambit. Celine's warehouse is the jar, but we still need a cookie to entice the cartel.
Must it not just strange mortals? No. But it has been such a long time since Syax talked to anybody.
I'm waiting for one of them to say, yo, homie, I'm just flossing over here on God, or for real, no cap, straight bussin'. That's what I'm waiting for now.
Who are you? What?
You get that in more recent Guild Wars 2 as well. Well, then maybe my ban was a blessing in disguise.
Why are you here? No, Syax did not say that!
And I know you're looking at these characters, going, Kotho, what am I looking at? Well, let me tell you. Two things are happening simultaneously here. First, the character models look more and more outdated with each passing year. Additionally, ZeniMax has to keep characters looking unique from each other, but they also don't want to invest too much in improving character models overall, because...
Well, yeah, they're too busy paying for a sex party in Germany.
Well, every second spent trying to make these characters look good is a second that wasn't spent making something new for the Crown Store. And you know how it is with ZeniMax? Priorities. Also, I have to give the usual points of feedback. The animations are repeated ad nauseum. I guess what I'm trying to say is, the polygon heads aren't going anywhere. The TLDR for the plot of the Thieves Guild is that Gwen has been sent to Glenumbra in Daggerfall to organize a new branch of the Thieves Guild. As this is happening, a new cartel has appeared in Glenumbra, and the Scarlet Thieves of the city have to work together and take down the cartel. Guys, the cartel is killing people. This doesn't really seem like a job for thieves. Shouldn't we contact like the Fighters Guild or maybe the Dark Brotherhood to deal with this? Not only that, the cartel's top ranks are made up almost exclusively of werewolves who seek to find an ancient vault which can only be accessed using nowhere keys to gain something called the Thieves' Moon, which has time manipulation properties. I can't state this enough.
Oh no, that's bad. That's bad. Using time manipulation properties, they could probably get away with it with the way that They've set up the lore and the backstory of how there's different elements and timelines in ESO that's happening all the time throughout the Elder Scrolls universe that keeps on converging and disappearing and changing things and stuff like that. But based on the writing I saw of those characters, I don't expect them to be able to have dug into that lore and backstory whatsoever. And this is basically, yeah, Karumi's got it. It's basically the stand from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Multiverse. It's not a multiverse, really. ESO has this thing where it's these different timelines that keep occurring at the same time. And then they like collapse into one, and then there's like one that's dominant again, and then some other weird shit happens because of some relic or certain things that occur within the universe, and like all that was before gets changed all over again. And what they're really doing from a writing perspective is they're doing it because they want to be able to retcon their stories at any given point in time if it doesn't match up with what they were thinking before. Yeah, the Dragon Breaks. That's what they were called. Thanks for stopping by, Bestia. Go live your life. Is the commie gone? I think they got bored. They realized that the baiting wasn't working that well, and so they got tired and left.
Third year in a row where they base an entire plot around items they made up, and they don't even elaborate on those items. They're just using them as plot devices. It feels cheap. The Thieves' Moon has time manipulation properties. Care to elaborate? Does it undo Akatosh? But in all honesty, this isn't a bad plot. It's not good, but I don't hate it either. It's fine, really. The bar is placed pretty low anyway. It's meh out of 10, except the last quest. In the last quest, some stuff happens that makes genuinely no sense, and it feels very contrived. The plot just becomes a mess, so I'm not explaining that. It's just one of those cases where the bad guy comes up with a stupid, overly complicated scenario that makes sense to no one except the people who wrote the stuff. I'm just gonna say the last quest was cringe and stupid. Trust me, you're not missing anything.
I just needed Gwyneth to locate her father's work, so I had some forgettable noble murdered and put the blame on her. However, certain information has reached my ears that changes everything.
Why does he sound like Jason Schreier?
And now, time for the Shogorath questline.
It's feeling rather wooden, like a stick. Which is what a staff is, but mine's got a bit more usually.
Have you ever experienced something so terrible that it made you reconsider your entire stance on a topic? Up until this point, my take on why the writing was so bad was because, you know, there are too many writers, ideas get mixed all the time.
No, it's not that there's too many writers, it's that all the wrong people are doing the writing. You may have noticed that the entire writing field within movies, within video games, with any form of entertainment has been completely dominated by people who don't deserve to be in those positions. This is not an ESO problem. This is a global problem that occurs throughout all entertainment. It's likely because all the writers formed like an association, a writers guild, and so if you want writers for something, you have to go through that writers guild, but because they're ideologically captured, they will only allow certain people within that writers guild, and so they can keep on feeding it through in like an incestuous loop where they keep the people who are actually talented writers out of things.
Someone begins one story, another person has to finish it. We have reports of editors coming in and changing stuff without knowing the intent of the writers. And at the end of the day, Elder Scrolls lore is very difficult anyway. My rule of thumb is this: always give the writers as much goodwill as possible, which is what I have been doing.
No, writers don't deserve to be treated any more, like any better or worse than anyone else. They've got a job to do. They do it well or they do it poorly.
But when it comes to this story, I am left with no other rational conclusion than they're just terrible at writing for Elder Scrolls. I have had this theory in the back of my mind that the writers at ZeniMax just wanted to write D&D or Disney, but somehow they ended up writing for a test game. And looking at these two questlines, yeah, I see it clearly now. And listen, I know that in my channel, I usually go after the difficult topics, but let me make it clear, my standards aren't that high. I don't think that every piece of lore should be an extended thesis on the nature of the cosmos and the place of a consciousness within
Vivek.
Cosmos. I like simple stuff. I like goofy stuff. This is the worst story that ZeniMax Online Studios has ever put out. My advice to ZeniMax: delete it. I don't know where to begin. The vocabulary is so bad. You couldn't even convince me that this was written by AI.
What the wabberjack? Oh, perfect. The tongue shall use my power to turn him into cheese.
Okay, I can see where it's going downhill here. It's because I know why this happened. It's because the cheese thing that Sheogorath says in Oblivion became a little bit of a meme. And so because that's the only piece of information that they've seen out there on the internet, they keep on relying on the same joke. It's the same as boomers with jokes about beating their wives. It's the same as millennials with jokes about suicide. They can't escape that. And so they just use them ad nauseum to the point where you just can't take it anymore.
Sheogorath is a mix between a spoiled toddler and Peter Griffin from Family Guy, modern Family Guy. At least 60% of the questline revolves around cheese, so I have made an executive decision. Before I go into detail with the problems regarding the story, let me do the following. I will now play one serious and one comedic.
Phantom Blade Zero PlayStation Showcase in 25 minutes. Future Game of the Year. You know, there's one problem with you saying that, Newgash. I will never own another PlayStation again in my life.
Clip from each of the following pieces of work that feature Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness, Bethesda's Shivering House DLC from Oblivion, ZeniMax's story from Season 1, and a fan-made 100% free mod called Saints and Seducers Extended Cut. And you tell me, which one has the worst writing?
Time. Time is an artificial construct, an arbitrary system based on the idea that events occur in a linear direction at all times. Always forward, never back. Is the concept of time correct? Is time relevant? It matters not, one way or another. I fear that our time has run out. But for all intents and purposes, you'll be me. A me to fight the him, since I won't be around. It's simple, really, if you don't think about it.
There was nuance behind his madness.
Because you seem a nice enough sort, and you've made it this far. And if you don't, I'll swallow your soul and vomit it into the ever-filling chamber pot of the ageless. But mostly because I asked nicely.
Madness isn't an emotion. It's the answer to existence. Listen well, guide. That weapon you have, hold it by the other end. Your wine, throw it in someone's face. Nonsense is the only sane response to an uncaring, insane reality.
Oh, this is... Okay, I see what it is. I see what it is. Okay, that put it very clearly in front of me. It's that lol so random, haha, he's crazy, what a wacky guy, nothing he says makes any sense. But Sheogorath was always meant to be this character that was a mix of complete insanity, but with this line of lucidity running through him where every now and then it's almost like he says some of the most profound shit ever. And they've just gotten rid of all the profound shit. And now it's just, haha, I'm a wacky, zany character. You see this in modern kids animation as well. Memes are like spice. You use them sparingly and it can enhance the dish. Use them too much and you shit your pants. Yeah. It's olive oil.
Goodness grapevines, you're right. Holiday over. I've been bested by a giant daedrat. My power stolen forever by a tome shell. I'm a miserable, stinky mortal. Forever.
And they're hitting all the key words for really shitty writing as well. If you were to rewrite that, I bet that any one of you could randomly rewrite this exact same thing to say something in a way that is way less cringe than that. That's how you know writing's fucked. Marvel Disney level writing? I have to disagree with you, Iconic. Marvel Disney level writing might actually be above this. It's a real hard call.
Well, you can leave now. Thanks for your precious time. Oh, you disappoint me, mortal. I was having a jest at your expense. I made me laugh, and that's what's really important here. Now, back to my holiday.
I used to be the most famous amber sculptor in the Shivering Isles. But an artist who upsets his patron is an artist who starves. And I upset the Mad God quite dearly. One day, the Prince of Madness handed me a chunk of amber. And he said, "Theodore, you're going to take this amber and sculpt me a masterpiece." But that amber didn't have a masterpiece in it. It had something foul. And I had to choose if I was going to make a masterpiece or an abomination. How am I supposed to work with this? You can barely see the detail. It's so abstract. But critics these days, oh, they're vicious. Let's see here.
This is the fan-made one. And the writing quality is already higher. It's not at the same level as the original of Oblivion, but it's doing a better job already.
Here.
They also forget to make him sadistic. They forget to make him sadistic. They forget to make him sociopathic. They forget to make him a character of a multiple personality line where it's almost like the different personalities are fighting for control of him at all points in time. They've lost a lot of things here.
Well, it's a start. Thank you, Morta. I'm being valued customer.
Insanity, actual insanity, to get bodied by people who do this for free. An entire writing department can stand toe-to-toe with a passion project made by the fans. Get this, there is...
Yeah, of course, because the fans actually love the project. That's why. Glad I could catch some of the stream. Gotta hop out. Yeah, go live your life, Nero. I promise you, whatever you've got to do in your life is more important than the stream. Go live your life.
It's another mod, Identity Crisis, that explores Sheogorath's psyche even more, and it's even better. There's this moment that I've played already where Sheogorath tries to explain what madness is.
Madness isn't an emotion. It's the answer to existence. Listen well, guide.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
That weapon you have, hold it by the other end. Your wine, throw it in someone's face. Nonsense is the only sane response to an uncaring, insane reality.
That's not madness. That's just being a wacky retard.
You're welcome.
And it's not, look, it's not terrible, but it narrows the character so much, and in such a one-dimensional way. It would be akin to Vivek going, guys, I'm not an actual poet, I'm not an actual god either, I just pretend to be a god to escape from my profound guilt for killing my own best friend. Also, there is a key problem with this statement. If Sheogorath is able to rationalize madness, just like that, is it even madness anymore? It's not, is it? It's just escapism manifesting as spontaneous randomness. You rationalize that. It cannot be madness by default. You think that if I suddenly tell myself, you know what, I should go outside and kick grass for the fun of it, just to distract myself from the inevitable heat death of the universe. Do you think that would make me mad? No, the thought process is perfectly rational. It's just random quirky XD. This definition of madness doesn't even have anything to do with mania or dementia. Those two are inherently irrational. What were they thinking? This is just character derailment. Listen, I think we got off this the wrong way. I've already started nitpicking, and I shouldn't be. There are a lot more fundamental issues with this story, and I'm already putting more thought into this than the developers did. So let us begin with the basics. Have you ever heard of the theory of synchronicity? Meaningful coincidences that happen at the same time but have no clear physical cause? I know about it because it's in the 36 Sermons of Vivek, and I didn't believe it until just today actually. See, I was sweating profusely, trying to understand if I'm wrong, or if the writing really is that bad. For those of you who haven't heard how the original Sheogorath talks, the key element of his speech pattern is that for everything he says, he frequently contradicts it with a follow-up statement. That's the point of madness.
Yes, that's what he does. Is there's direct contradiction to what he says, but he still has a path and direction, and there's meaningfulness in his madness. Like, if you were to rewrite that line of what he's saying, madness isn't an emotion, right? What would make sense would be to say something better like, madness is not an emotion. Madness is a man wearing a mask that he shows to others while in front of everyone else. And once every now and then the mask falls from his face, and behind that mask is another mask, which he shows while wearing a mask at the same time. And upon finding out that a man is wearing multiple masks at the same time, when the final mask falls before him and he is exposed bare by the universe in his mind, what you discover is that yet another mask is upon his face, for he's incapable of revealing his true aspects of nature, and such is the way that I work. Like, any random shit that anyone said would be way more meaningful than this. And then obviously Sheogorath would kind of finish off that line by just going off like a left path and talking about something that doesn't actually matter, that adds in that random component. And then he would contradict the statement about masks by saying no one is wearing a mask. They are truly themselves because the mask is actually them. Like, those are that's what he was. That's what his character design was. Now, they fucked him up. They just basically fucked him up entirely. Your average chaotic neutral character. It's your average chaotic neutral character played by someone who doesn't know what chaotic neutral is, and so they just lol so random doing random shit that doesn't actually lead to anything, but haha, it's funny because look how random it is.
Now, get going before I change my mind. Or my mind changes me.
A myth of creation states that Sheogorath was created when Lorkhan's divine spark was removed from him, and Lorkhan was the god who came up with the idea of creating the physical realm, and by doing so, making Lorkhan the mortal god. A contradiction. Pelano Whitestrake, an avatar of Lorkhan in all but name, states that both he and Akatosh, who is the god of time, are both mad. Sheogorath used to be the Daedric Prince of Order, who has now turned into the god of madness. This speech pattern is how we got the original cheese reference. It's a simple statement, instantly contradicted. Cheese! For everyone! Wait, what if you don't like cheese though? And he does the same thing in Skyrim. I haven't got an eternity, you know. Well, actually, I do.
Yes, because that was supposed to be the dichotomy of Sheogorath, because you were split into Jigalag and Sheogorath, who are two contradicting elements of the same being.
You, Pelagius, are the best septum who's ever lived, except Martin. An initial statement, instantly contradicted. It's why he's always so fun to listen to. And I'm thinking about all this, and I genuinely think to myself, could I have gotten it wrong? Could I just be a schizo, thinking about this too much, and observing patterns where none exist?
Symbols are important. They carry weight in this realm, and others.
And then, like an angel from the sky, Bethesda drops a trailer for Oblivion featuring Wes Johnson, who is the original voice actor for Sheogorath. And I kid you not, after 19 years, soon to be 20, he still talks in contradictions.
Wrong! I got it right, Sheo. Oh, well, I guess you did. Good for you. Ta-ta.
Yeah, these are like the things you do where you give contradictory statements that are meant to be funny little elements that you add to things. They've got nuance to them. It's like when your girlfriend asks you, hey, I'm hungry, we need, let's go out and eat something, and you know that whatever you pick is going to be the wrong answer, so instead of giving her an answer, what you say is, we can go out and eat whatever the hell you want, as long as what you want is McDonald's. That's what you do.
Now I need to deal with this fiasco. Lazaki planned my whole holiday. I formed him from every bit of unchecked, ruinous treachery I had to spare. And this is how he repays me? I'm so proud of him. I'm very angry.
The key writing principle when interacting with the Sheogorath questline is this: flanderization, a process in fiction where a single, often minor trait of a character is exaggerated over time until it completely replaces the original personality. And
yeah, I can see that. He's right. He's 1,000% right. My theory is that modern writers have no real life experience. Their characters and stories are just derivatives of stuff other people wrote. It's like a copy of a copy. If it's a copy of a copy, that would be fine. My theory is the problem with modern writers is that none of them read. None of them read. None of them read philosophy. None of them have ever picked up a book written by Aristotle. None of them know who Immanuel Kant is. None of them have ever tried to read a book on a complete life philosophy that they completely disagree with. None of them have studied anything like Nietzsche or any kind of philosophical component that would expand their worldview, and they don't have to agree with it, but if they absorb that information, they can start to understand different perspectives. What they do is they write, but they never read anything. And because of that, they have zero functional idea of what a great master looks like. Right, like a perfect example of this. If you're going to become a sculptor, you can go get a chisel and a hammer and start smashing away at some marble. But what you make is probably not going to work out as great as if you went and studied the techniques used by people who like the guy who did the statue of David, right? Or any other person throughout history who developed techniques over hundreds of years to figure things out to make something great and fantastic. Instead, you're just hammering away at a block of stone with a fucking chisel, thinking you're God's gift to man. Thinking of yourself and reading to gain knowledge. No, I never read. I'm a WoW player. Modern writers look at the cover and write what they think it should be like. Yeah, no, I don't think they even write what it should be like. They write like they're a different person. They think of themselves as above the rest of humanity, and therefore everyone else is lesser than them. And so they're like almost LARP as this character that's greater than who they actually are.
And with that being said, everyone
It's a shit game, but telephone, yes.
Congratulations, you now know more about basic writing principles than the actual writers, because this questline is a textbook case of this phenomenon. ZeniMax does this thing where they try to nostalgia bait people, but I'm convinced that no one from the writing team has ever played the Shivering Isles DLC.
No, they never played Oblivion, they never played Morrowind, they never played Skyrim, they've done none of that. Why? Because they've been too busy writing their own fan fiction about their own fucking universe and their own characters, instead of going and looking at things. I bet that one of the most baseline principles of creating a great story, they don't even understand it, right? If I showed them this diagram, I bet if they saw this diagram, right, that has been used for hundreds of years, that has been used by almost every exceptional writer who's taken it and who's twisted it and changed it and made their own unique and interesting alterations on things. No, don't save it. Don't save it. What the? No, don't fucking save it. What the hell? I bet if you showed them this diagram, it'll be the first time they ever fucking saw it. They would not know the baseline skills required to be able to adapt on masterpieces that came before them. Picasso said this best. It took him 10 years to learn to paint like the masters. It took him the remainder of his life to figure out how to paint like a child. That's why his art pieces are so like valuable and important and stuff, because there is no one who can paint like him. There's no one who can put meaning behind those things the way he does, even if you think that his stuff is shit, right? These guys don't even know the base fundamentals because they believe themselves to be better than that. And you can see this in movies, in video games, in everything. How many video game adaptations have we had of movies where you talk to the director or the people playing the characters and they're like, I never read the books. I never watched the video game. I never played it. I'm so much above that. I'm so much better than that. Why would I need to keep narrative consistency? I'm going to do things my way. Makes them fucking idiots. Makes them morons. Do you finally investigate the EverQuest Legends monetization drama yet, or have you been interrupted too many times? I'll get there.
Probably just saw some memes from Reddit.
Is that Chael Gorath over there? He looks angry. Very angry. I should leave. Sort myself out.
The first 2 years of DLC actually had good writing. Watch the speech of Sotha Sil from Clockwork City DLC. Do you know why it had good writing? It's probably because that's when the old writers were there. The people who didn't think of themselves as great and wonderful gods who were better than everyone else.
Tell him I said pumpernickel.
If you told me that their preparation for creating this questline was reading through Reddit memes and binge-watching Family Guy in the office, I would have no problem believing that.
Yeah. No, that's 1000% accurate.
I'll be waiting. Just don't take too long. I get bored and wander off when left to my own devices. Never know what madness I might get up to.
But I can't have you fooling around getting into trouble. Hey, when the hell do I get into trouble? Well, didn't you get lost in a grocery store last week?
Are you prepared to...
Okay, yeah, but the Family Guy but was funnier than this. So they may not have even watched Family Guy. I don't think they even bothered. They think of themselves as too good. I think that's part of the issue. The hero's journey is about improvement and overcoming problems, and these writers have never tried to improve. They don't think they need to improve. They see themselves as perfect, right? If you want, like, really good books with elements of, like, philosophy and shit in it, go read something like a fantasy story written by David Gemmell, right? David Gemmell was exceptional at doing that. And none of his characters are perfect. All of his characters are fucked up in some kind of way. Something is mentally wrong with all of them with their own issues and like problems. And some of them, they become something greater than what they actually are. And most of them fall into the failure of never being able to do that. Because he wrote a realistic story from the idea of you can try, but that doesn't mean you're going to succeed. And he pulled that entire life experience from the idea that he was going to die of cancer at some point, and he managed to go into remission or something. And that's why he wrote Druss the Legend, which was one of the greatest fantasy books that's ever been written.
To hear the plot, get this. Sheogorath wants to visit Nirn as a mortal, and in order to do so, he needs an intermediary as per his compact with Sothasil, and we are that intermediary. Why would he do any of this, you might ask? I don't know. He even asks this same question to the player directly at one point, and he never gives an answer, so I'm just standing there wondering, am I missing something? Is he hinting at the hero of Kvatch? Is this just nostalgia bait?
Now that's a pertinent question. Why? Why would crazy old Sheogorath want to experience existence as a mortal? Now, the answer may surprise you. Like a sap adder in an outhouse, hey? Now, if I...
Yeah, you can see they don't have it. They don't have the talent. I hate characters lately that get made by people, other players that have no flaws and just always have Mary Sues that are just boring to interact with. I always have characters that have flaws and such. Yeah, because the thing is, it's coming, you're drawing from your world perspective, right? You're drawing from the aspects of your life, and their world perspective on their main character is, oh my god, this character is literally me. That's why this character is perfect, and every other person doing the writing is wrong. Everyone else is wrong, and I'm perfect and right all the time, and therefore I'm going to make my character reflect that. They don't have the capacity of humanity to understand that you can both be Jesus and Hitler at the same time. They don't have that depth. Witcher Netflix series suffered from writers that adapted the original work. They turned into a generic fantasy story. Henry Cavill was the only person that really cared. Yes, and when he left, that's exactly why the story went to shit.
If I just came out and told you, well, that wouldn't be any fun at all. And you wouldn't really learn a thing. Keep your eyes open. Observe. And all will become clear. And just remember to blink. I learned that lesson about mortalized the hard way.
Anyway, to become immortal, he stores all his powers in a vessel, colloquially known as a jar, which instantly gets taken away from him, leading to us chasing after those powers for all 6 quests. During those quests, the following happens. Sheogorath gets poisoned, goes to 3 different cheese-related locations, states that he loves cheese so much that he would literally carry rat's stomach and eat the cheese from it.
This monk says the cheese is ours if we deal with the vermin in the vault. And if I need to eat that cheese warm from the belly of a beast, well, it won't be the first time.
States that he doesn't like the mortal experience of, and I quote, farting and burping.
How do you mortals get anything done? Leaking and burping and farting all the time.
Hands his stuff willingly to the guy that poisoned him in the most Peter Griffin skit that has ever landed in Tamriel, creates an antidote for the poisoning using cheese mold. Need I continue?
There's an opposite problem of making your characters and story too miserable. See Garth Ennis. He would be preferable to people making Mary Sue's nonstop. By a long margin. Also, what's up, AX? How are you doing? I would prefer people who at least attempt something wild and fantastical that are a royal fuck up that doesn't work out than these genericized Mary Sue fucking retarded piece of shit characters who never develop, never change, never evolve. Give me the grim, dark, terrible, depressing shit over that. Because at least they tried something different.
Are you sufficiently disgusted enough? And after one point, the power within the vessel manifests physically as Sheogorath's madness, his mantle.
Oh, hello. I'm Maddie, short for Madness. I'm new here. Are you new?
Son of a skeever. That's my mantle, all right. I left it sitting for too long and...
Even with Crossed. I don't think I've read that one. If I did, it was a very long time ago and I don't remember it.
It developed a will of its own.
And that mantle decides to separate himself from Sheogorath altogether. To do so, it heads to the Shivering Isles. So we go right after it, defeat the mantle, and unite it with Sheogorath. And that's the story. I am 100% confident that whoever wrote the story is either completely unfit to write Sheogorath or hasn't even interacted with the source material. There are
of course they haven't.
In the Shivering Isles, which isn't crazy, but sure. Hey, do you remember the Saints and Seducers? Those irrational beings? Here they are treated like any hostile Daedra. They attack the player on sight, despite us walking in the Shivering Isles with Sheogorath, their lord, right next to us. And again, all of this are just the superficial mistakes. Now we need to talk about the elephant in the room. Neither Sheogorath nor his mantle, which is supposed to be a physical manifestation of pure madness, are actually mad. They're just profoundly stupid with a side of Reddit humor and Lamau rar XD that's so random tihihi on the side.
See?
You found me! A game! Hide and seek. Where else have we been? Thieves? Festivals? Cheese? Yes, yes, and yes!
Here is the thing with flanderization. It completely kills the character, but it also kills the exaggerated trait. Sheogorath is highly intelligent, and most likely, one of the most powerful Daedric princes. In Oblivion, he calls out Akatosh's laws of time for being illusory. Get this. In Daggerfall, he is in a pocket realm that is either near or inside Aetherius, which is a place that no other Daedric prince can even touch. And in Skyrim, he's able to analyze how he interacts with mortals perfectly. To take all that, and then drop his intelligence so much that he doesn't even understand basic norms.
Show Sheogorath that his mortal form needs food and water. Then perhaps some distraction from his princely woes while Noth searches for his power. My master mentioned a cheese festival on his itinerary. That would surely satisfy him, no?
Or even recognize people's faces. He doesn't even know how currency works.
But really, we should leave.
Catwife, I was waiting for that. What would have made more sense for this entire story chain that he's talking about would be that Sheogorath puts all of his madness into a jar or whatever the fuck, keep most of the storyline the same, and instead of becoming immortal, he becomes like a catatonic corpse. Right, he's basically zombified, and because he's lost his madness, he's lost his sanity that goes along with it. That would make much more sense. And basically, we're dragging around a guy who can only follow us because we put a rope around his waist and we're carting him around like he's a Down syndrome kid who's been caught by the Wrangler at school. And then those quests would make more sense, where it would be like, well, Sheogorath is kind of catatonic right now and he can't really do anything, so you need to be the one to do these things. And then you could have kept the entire, storyline the same, and then every now and then give Sheogorath, like, a moment of lucidity.
Soon.
Weekend at Sheo's, yes. You got the reference.
I ordered quite a large amount of cheese, and I'm still not entirely sure what currency is accepted here. The barkeep is glaring at me.
That is insane. That's even more insane than the madness displayed in the questline itself. There were two moments in particular that I hated with a passion. So we go to yet another cheese festival with Sheogorath, okay? And an orc poisons him with, get this, poisoned cheese.
A special cheese courtesy of the Kern Cave Cheesery. Make sure to sample the rest of our tempting morsels at the festival.
Now that orc knows how to treat a mortal Daedric prince on holiday. Gave me a special sample of cheese and everything. Now I need some more, because eating it just made the pain in my midsection worse.
So we go after the orc, and Sheogorath's remaining power is in his staff, okay? Which he carries with him. Then...
Wait, actually, what's the player's motivation for being there anyway? They wanted to play more ESO because they enjoy the game. That's what their motivation is. Or he'll, if they wanted to be able to, be able to cheese, have it fuck up and the only thing he remembers is about cheese. Yeah, they could have done that. They could have done any variation on an entire matrix of different things that could have been done to this character mentally by pouring his god powers out of his body, with an unintended consequence behind it.
Then, that same orc walks up to Sheogorath, again, god of madness, asks him for his staff ominously, and Sheogorath just gives it to him. And the following dialogue is the most Lois and Peter Griffin dialogue ever written in Elder Scrolls. Let me reenact it for you.
Good sir, you don't look well. Let me hold on to that heavy staff for you.
How good of you to notice. Thank you.
Yeah. That's theater kid acting.
What a considerate orc! To notice that I'm unwell and offer to ease my burden. Oh, you should take note, lackey. Now, the cheese cave calls to me. I can hear it. Or maybe that's just the usual voices in my head. No matter. Cheese and mold awaits. Oh, cool.
Peter, was that the orc that gave you the poison cheese?
No, I don't believe so. Poisoners and villains rarely have such impeccable manners. Why are you so suddenly fixated on my staff? The tour must have a cloakroom or hat rack or something. We have more important things to worry about, like ridding this fragile form of the poison. I'm sure this cave contains exactly what I need.
I have expected a horse to pop out of nowhere and the player character to just go,
Peter, the horse is here.
It's so stupid. And then there's this other scene where some stuff happens, and to cut a long story short, some of Shio's wacky, crazy, Tumblr madness spills in the tavern, which makes the tavern super wacky and Lemao XT random. And there's this moment where Sheogorath is poisoned and he's getting weaker, and we talk to him about getting his stuff back after locating the orc. And as we make plans for that, he changes the subject and goes, this tavern is actually pretty nice. There are even dogs here playing cards. I bet I could beat them if I wasn't poisoned.
Everything is wonderfully wrong. Chaos swirling, mayhem bubbling. Oh.
Do you know where they got the dogs playing cards from? It's meant to be a reference to this famous painting. But the problem is, because this image got spread around on sites like Tumblr and Reddit and shit, they hyper-obsess down on this painting. But they don't understand the reference doesn't work because there's no interactability with it. They fucked it up. Yeah, this is Reddit tier.
Oh, and these puppies enjoying a friendly game of cards. I bet their tails I could beat them if I wasn't poisoned.
And after a while, the dialogue ends, and I look.
It seems like they tried to make a comedic quest line, but forgot it was supposed to be funny. No, you don't get it. To them, it is funny. To them, it's the funniest shit that could have ever happened. To be honest, I'm surprised they didn't go for the highbrow humor of turning Sheogorath into a pickle. Funniest shit imaginable.
Look to my left, and there are in fact dogs, playing cards, that have nothing to do with the story, they're just there. Just the most Family Guy cutaway. Hey Lois, hey Shio, remember that one time I beat a bunch of dogs in a card game in Morrowind? Cuts to this. It's so bad, it really is. Even if you like this kind of humor, this falls flat. And now I shall address the cheese situation. I never thought I would have to explain how punchlines work in a video game where there is an entire team made up of what I can only assume to be professional writers. So here's how a joke works. A statement is made, which is called a setup, and they are usually predictable, and unassuming statements. These statements are then followed up by a punchline which twists, changes.
See, they don't know this. They don't know this. They never studied this. Because looking at this would be an affront to their own ego. The idea of learning something from someone who might know more than you. This is an offense to their entire way of existence.
Just the meaning of the unassuming statement, giving it a new, often comedic meaning. Simple example, let's celebrate. Cheese for everyone. Wait, we don't have cheese. Cheese for no one then. Oh well, it can be just as much of a celebration without cheese. This basic information has completely flown over an entire studio's head.
Fisherman's... Why does that sound familiar? Oh, sure. I fought an angler there once and served him as a banquet to the local fish. He was still alive when I left. Wonder if he's still there.
Where is the...
So like... Yeah, like basic formation of joke structure that would make more sense would be like a firefighter talking to his comrade while he's in a burning building, saying, "I don't know, man, I just don't like the blacks," right? And his friend's like, "Yo, you can't say that." And he's like, I can't help it, they just stink so bad. And then they're basically pulling out a charred corpse. And it had nothing to do with race, because the twist on that would be that, you know, he's not actually talking about race at all. He's talking about he hates the burned bodies and the way they stink. Something like that. Really fucking simple twist. It's not even that impressive. Anyone, like a 5-year-old could do that.
The joke. Where is the punchline? I feel like I'm taking schizo pills. This is why I'm so confident that they don't know what they're doing. If they just did something wrong with regards to the lore, I would be like, okay, you know, happens. They're getting basic writing principles wrong. I think they just read some stuff from the forums and just kind of ran with it. Sheogorath. It's cheese, old man, wacky and random. Okay, on to the metaphysics. I thought of making a small section about how poorly they handled the whole mantle of madness part, but... I'm tired, boss. And it gets into metaphysics, it gets debatable. As much as I wish it could work, the whole thing has been butchered on a fundamental level, so there is hardly a need to elaborate. I'm just gonna give you the TLDR and then move on. Sheogorath isn't just a Daedric prince who is mad. He is madness made manifest. Every time the concept of mantling has been used in the Elder Scrolls universe, or picking up the mantle, it only happens when the original being dies. To give you an example, in the Shivering Isles DLC, the hero of Kvatch becomes Sheogorath after picking up the mantle of the real Sheogorath, only after the original Sheogorath shouts, "Sheogorath is dead."
Sheogorath is dead!
In the same vein as this, I don't like the idea of a mantle picking up itself because it's a raw idea possessing no traits or desires. It hasn't walked the same road as the dead person by acting as they did when they were alive, or even fulfilled the prophecy that makes them the dead person. Not to mention, Sheogorath isn't dead. But again, this whole thing becomes debatable, and the key characteristics of Sheogorath and his mantle aren't even madness to begin with. They're both just really stupid and wacky.
You're not supposed to be here!
Now, go away, you dirty old man! You sniveling little coward! Come here, now!
Go away! You're not wanted here!
Grab him! Behead him! Do something!
But again, ES fans can cry me a river until their version of the holdover maneuver happens, so they're gonna be What, creating an entire new estuary for you?
That's not madness. So what's the point? So it feels like I'm giving this more thought than the developers did. I get the feeling that they just wanted to write Shogorath as a Disney character. Oh, and did I mention that the very last thing that Shogorath talks about in this quest also relates to cheese?
Nah, the tome shell is loose. Get after it or you'll wish that cheese had killed me.
Now, what reasonable feedback can I give this story? Here is some. Deleted. And if the people that wrote this...
The more he showed me, the more I agree with him. Yeah, delete it. Just get rid of it. You fucked up an entire beloved character and removed all nuance entirely.
First line, haven't been laid off because of Microsoft. Send them back to training. They don't understand basic writing principles.
No, don't send them off to training. That's a waste of resources. Get rid of them.
They don't know how punchlines work. How are they supposed to write Shogorath? As for the lore issues, force them to binge watch the Fudge Muppet podcast. Or, if you're feeling underground, Memo Sports. Honestly, anything but Family Guy and Reddit. And Disney. Let's see now. What else came with this update? There are new dynamic events, I guess. Surely there will be new enemy models added for them, right? You know, like the ones added with these quest lines.
Yeah, no, fuck you.
No. With all that I just experienced, I want to give some final thoughts about the state of ESO. After playing the Shogorath questline, I was so shocked by the profound lack of quality that I did something that I have never done before. I went to the forums and observed the discourse around it. I had already checked Reddit, and yes, I go on Reddit. I had no right to talk shit, and I am proud to announce that even Reddit disavowed this mess. The forums are a complete...
God damn, even Reddit was mad. Even... That's a low bar to clear.
Different story though. There are people out there that actually enjoyed this. Ah man, which brings me to my conspiracy theory. The thought bubble. Basically, the developers and the community of ESO are in a negative feedback loop. Through this video, I kept asking myself, who is this for anyway? If it isn't for me, someone who finished the Shivering Isles literally last week, then who is it for anyway? If the Anu vs Padme loot crates aren't for the person who made a 3-hour video trying to explain Anu through the lenses of the Clockwork Apostles, who is it for anyway? Who are these stories for?
It's for the people who wrote the story.
Are for an increasingly smaller pool of people that keep praising them, because ZeniMax doesn't like listening to negative feedback unless it's the most basic, honey-coated points of criticism about technical issues. I am very confident that they would rather see the whole IP degraded, damn near turned into a casino, than actually acknowledge that, hey, this story's bad, we're sorry, we're gonna rewrite it, and I want nothing more than to be proven wrong. Do you want to know how actually fed up Elder Scrolls lore nerds are with the absolute state of ESO? Tamriel Rebuild is a modding project that adds Morrowind's mainland to the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. It is one of the biggest, most ambitious modding projects made by people that are very passionate about the lore of Morrowind. Here is their official statement about ESO. Its plot has been progressing and keeps shining light on areas which have been implemented differently in our projects, and retroactively invents politics that make no sense in our Tamriel, or even the Tamriel of the mainline games. ESO has even in the past sometimes been assumed to take place in a Dragon Break to reconcile with a larger setting. Now, I understand that they just don't want to deal with ESO coming up with its own stuff. They want to do their own thing, but still, man, that's just brutal. As I said when we were reacting to the trailer for the Thieves Guild, ESO is in a bubble. That's why the developers showed everyone that god-awful trailer during the Microsoft showcase without understanding how bad it looked. That's why the stories keep going downhill. The people who like them are also the ones testing them out. The people who don't like them haven't liked them for a really long while. So why bother giving feedback? They're not gonna do anything with it. Why would they bother with the way ZeniMax responds to feedback? Waste of time. Better just call it a Dragon Break and move on. This creates the following scenario. Stupid stories are being created, or even trailers. People from the outside observe them and instantly want nothing to do with it.
This is exactly why I said this. I said this about Scars of Honor. I said if they want to succeed, if they want to have the best chance of success, they've got two boxes they got to look at. They've got the good feedback and they've got the bad feedback. And what they need to do is they need to take the good feedback, lock it away in a vault, throw that bitch in the ocean, never look at it ever, hyper-focus down on every single piece of negative feedback that they get, filter out people just saying like normal lines, it's just shit, I don't like it, blah, blah, and people talking about specific issues and problems, focus on those, fix those issues, and when you are a success, when you are already a massive success, then you can reward yourself by looking at this shit if you feel like it. But you have to focus on the negative feedback. That's the only way you improve this. And if they're not willing to listen to any negative feedback whatsoever because they've got too large of an ego, then they deserve their failure, and I'm glad that they're getting fired. Fuck them. Kev Dewitt could have made a better trailer than that. You could have made a better trailer than that with a few Legos and a fucking broken camera. That trailer was generally terrible. In my head, ESO looked a lot better than that. Yes.
This game, while the people inside the bubble keep praising these stories. And listen, I can't tell people what to like and what not to like. If you somehow enjoyed the Sheogorath questline, all the power to you. At the same time,
No Man's Sky style. Exactly. No Man's Sky shut the fuck up, filtered through all of the issues, and just got to work. I have high respect for that game and that entire studio doing that shit. That's the only correct way to do this. And none of them will do it. None of them will control their ego enough to decide that issues are actually issues. They will make excuses for them instead.
though, think about this. We just had a new Sheogorath questline. The most well-known, Daedric Prince, and the player numbers haven't even moved. They haven't flinched. You know why? They saw the cheese, maybe they even saw Sheogorath's character model, and said, nah, I'm not playing that. This complacency to bad storytelling is eating the game. ESO has nothing exclusively good going on for it. There are games out there with better combat, better graphics, better systems, way better monetization, and final bosses that actually work. What this game could have...
What games have better gameplay mechanics than ESO? I think the thing that keeps people around in ESO is probably the PvP elements and maybe some of the PvE stuff because you get to do it with your friend. I think that they've decided that they're going to throw the story in the trash and the mode. Like the largest player base doesn't actually give a fuck about it anymore because they've just skipped through all of these dialogue lines because they no longer care. And those are the people you have left. Actually, I quite like doing the quest line. Yeah, because you skipped through all the dialogue options. You took away all the shit that was bad.
Had above the others is the IP, and they keep ruining that one as well. And if you're someone who thinks that the storytelling doesn't matter and that it's all...
Tell me, how often have you seen game devs, let alone writers, ever admit they screwed up? Very rarely. It is a rare breed of human being who will ever admit that, right? Have you ever noticed... Yeah, you can do this to the people around you. You can shit test them using this if you really want, right? When they fuck something up, don't like get mad and upset at them. Make a statement. Say that, like someone makes a sandwich. You say you fucked up the sandwich, and see what they say. You say the sandwich tastes bad. What's gonna happen is you're gonna have two groups of people and one's going to be a lot larger than the other. The first group will say, well, I made the sandwich in this way because I was trying this and I was doing that, and that's why it's not actually a bad sandwich, and they're making this entire list of excuses. And then you'll get another one who will, instead of getting mad, instead of making a bunch of excuses, what they'll say to you is, okay, what about the sandwich was bad? Well, you used old-ass moldy tomatoes, that's why. And he goes, oh, shit. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Next time I make a sandwich, I'm not going to use moldy-ass tomatoes. I'm going to get some fresh ones. It's that simple. But you can shit-test the people around you with this. Make a simple, factual statement and watch them make a paragraph excuse at you instead of just asking you, okay, what didn't you like about it?
About the mechanics and the gameplay. That very well might be true for some people, but the fact of the matter is that for most people, the story does matter. It's why this game is called Elder Scrolls Online and not Mechanics Online, and why the loot crates are called Anu vs. Parome and not, well...
You not liking the sandwich is a skill issue. Yes, the other excuse is, well, maybe the sandwich is not for you. Despite the fact that I put it on a plate in front of you, and I marketed it to you, and I told you that the sandwich is the thing you want. Other group would say, make your own damn sandwich. Yes, that's the other excuse. And then you make your sandwich, and then they get fucking mad at you because your sandwich turned out to be Baldur's Gate 3, and now they're writing articles saying, we shouldn't expect sandwiches of this quality.
Oh, anything else really. And this is the truly sad and pathetic state of ESO. As always, and despite everything I've just said, if you enjoy this game, don't let this video take that away from you. Although my personal faith in this game is at an all-time low, if you enjoy it, that's all that matters. Even if my opinions in this video were stated kinda strongly.
Yeah, now he's just justifying himself. He didn't need to do this. He could have left this component out.
They are by no means objective. You don't have to agree with them. Get this. We can disagree on stuff and still be friends. And now that Bethesda is gonna be working more closely with ZeniMax, they might start taking some inspirations. I'll tell you this much. I would take a Mew Pegliarulo storytelling storytelling over whatever this was any day of the week. And whether you agree or disagree with me, thank you for watching this video. I want to make an announcement. I have finally found what lies at the end of the endless cycle of it's so over and we're so back. Here it is. I'm tired, boss. When I started covering ESO, it was just a bunch of memes. Hey, the community manager is bothering someone at TwitchCon just for live streaming. Let's point and laugh at her.
The other thing I want to say is, this is TwitchCon, but we would appreciate no live streaming.
Hey, the creative director is posting cringe on Twitter. Let's point and laugh at him too. But now, it's like I'm watching a crime scene. The developers I just mentioned were laid off. The news stories are pure cringe. I'm not making another video on ESO unless they release Winterhold or something exceptional happens, like the studio actually closing and the game shutting down, which I don't think is gonna happen.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think the fact that a lot of these people are getting fired and thrown out, and they probably need to replace the people that are still there. Maybe keep them around as a skeleton crew until they can find people who actually do their jobs. But the likelihood of that happening is like less than 10%. Morrow boomers don't deserve to be happy. They need to be constantly reminded they are inferior to Daggerfall. How dare you say that? I'll have you know, back in World War I, Morrowind was the best game. Look, I love Morrowind. I did love Morrowind.
But I guess you never know. And a
So I'm in
special
that
thank you
bucket.
to all the members of the Woodlands for being the psychiatrists that I never thought I needed, but are here for me anyway. And please, everyone, take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.
Well done. Good video. He did a solid job of that. That was more interesting than I thought. That was actually more fascinating than I actually thought it would be. Right, let's see what else is in the Discord. Let's see. I've had a re-up. I don't feel as bad. Damn, I just keep on... I just keep on coming across that one, huh? It just keeps on popping up. It's like Discord's trying to tell me something. Well, what do we got? Tiger Mafia, we'll watch that on another day. Oh, okay, this is the war. I've seen clips of this on Twitter. I'm going to save that for later. Degeneracy isn't empowering. That one might be good. We're the best sandwich you're going to get, so eat your shit sandwich. Yes, and then someone else makes a better sandwich and they try and sue that sandwich. They do their best. Okay, girls fight, that's just women slap fighting. Soul's Remnant, save that for later. Sony stopped. Okay, I do want to do a whole Sony thing later in the week, so I'm going to leave that one alone for now. That one's important. Amazon severing ties with 2 other MMOs. Okay, I already know about that. Amazon deserves to die. They've made a fucking disaster of the gaming industry. That picture's disgusting. That's a Meat Canyon video. I'm going to need to save that for later. Same with that Sony video. Those I'll save for another day. Are there any other hot gaming takes? China's Insider with David Zhang. China's millionaire MMO whales. That needs to be on its own specific day. Phantom Blade Zero, how Donnie Yen is pushing action games. I don't trust it because that looks like IGN to me. Fuck Reddit. The most evil platform. Ooh, Reckless Ben. Okay. All of these I need to save for later. Lord Hizen. Here we go. It's over. Lord Hizen saying it's over is probably going to be a bait, and it's going to be another build or some specialized wacky shit that he's doing. I'd be shocked if this is actually him shitting on Guild Wars 2. I'd be astounded by this. Oh Jesus, you finally come to the Hobby Horse Girl one I posted last week. Yeah, I'm saving that for another day. That one needs its own day. That's like a starter video for the beginning of the stream. What is this? Okay, those are his Patreons. 14 years ago.
Ah.
Oh, there we go.
Welcome to Guild Wars 2. I hope that you will enjoy your stay here.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Whatever the fuck you want. That's the
You
joy
can
of the
do
game.
whatever you want. This is your story and your journey. There are no limitations interior.
The next day. Yep. This is so much fun. I can see myself playing this game for years. So could I.
I am happy to hear that. I hope you will enjoy your stay here.
2026 present. Okay. A little bit scarred, a little bit fucked up.
Please get the out.
I can think of at least one limitation. So can I, Soundless Fern. But I didn't do anything.
Oh really, Gary? Come here and give him the list of his crimes.
Okay, boss. You caused a lot of drama in the World versus World.
They're going after Lord Hizen. They're going after Lord Hizen, aren't they? How the tables keep on turning, huh? They just cannot leave people who make content for their fucking game alone. They just can't do it. They just need to keep being pieces of shit to everyone that does something with their fucking game that they don't like. Oh, I'm so unsurprised by this. Anyone else know what's up with Papa Meat and how he talks about gay sex these days? Is Papa Meat secretly gay? No, it's perfectly normal for a straight guy to talk about gay sex because he has no experience with it, so he doesn't know what's going on. Plus, I think he's married. That would make him double gay. Just like me.
Community, by ganking and killing players and guilds, and making meme videos about them, for gold as payment from other players. Just like a hitman. This made some...
Oh, using clever in-game mechanics that work? Oh, how terrible.
Players and guilds quit the game because of the shame.
So he played the game.
The only good deed is the fact that you killed one of the worst gang guilds in the game. Just to show the community how bad they are.
This is old lore. Well, this video was released 2 days ago. It's new to me. Nothing personal, it was just a business.
We are not done yet. Keep going, Gary.
Later, you decided to start soloing endgame content by solo clearing the challenge mode fractals.
Yeah, then fix your fucking game.
Not to mention that you do it on the same day of the release or the next day. The same thing goes for other content, like Dragonstorm for example.
Well, maybe he wouldn't be doing all of that if you didn't make it possible within your game. Are they really gonna punish Lord Hizen for clever use of in-game mechanics?
Seriously, who the does that?
Then for fun, you proceed to solo meta events, which you found empty.
Yeah.
Stop saying that.
Then, because you were bored, you decided to solo the entire End of Dragons raid encounters, and some other raid bosses.
What a goddamn giga chad.
Freakin' Harvest Temple. The audacity. Those content or group events, that should be done with a group of players or friends. And you encourage players, by providing solo open world builds.
Then fix your fucking game.
That are capable of soloing all open world events. That's it. Gary, can we get rid of this guy?
We actually tried. We gave him an error code that doesn't even exist on our official website to stop him from buying anything from us. And not allowing him to access his account on the website.
The spite of the ArenaNet moderation team is infinite. This is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. These guys are prejudiced sacks of shit. They won't fix the game. They won't change the game. They won't do anything that improves the game, but they will attack the people that indicate the problems with it. They will go after anyone. Unless he's memeing. Unless this is an actual meme. This is a joke. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. But this seems wacky. Or this is a technical error that everyone experienced at the exact same time. But I've seen that screen myself.
But that didn't work. Then we didn't allow him to purchase the Visions of Eternity expansion. But the community went crazy about it, and we had to redeem the expansion code for him.
After 3 months, I finally managed to get the expansion. The support's still vague about the reason why I couldn't get it before. It doesn't matter, 13 years journey is still ongoing. Okay, that might just be a technical bug and or a glitch that other people may have experienced as well, but I don't know. ANET would totally do this? I agree.
He isn't going to give up, because he is mentally challenged.
I mean, you play Guild Wars 2, we all are.
But he has one condition: if you want him to slow down, all you have to say is, "Man, I love this guy."
No, that's never happening.
No way that's going to happen, and you know that.
Alright, I think we're done here, if you excuse me. Is he memeing? I can't, you know what? I can't tell if he's memeing or if he's being serious about this. Because I've experienced the spite myself.
What the hell is wrong with him?
Boss, I think his PC is dying.
I think this is it for me. It was a good 9 years.
No. Wait.
What? I'm sorry, but it's over.
I can't believe this. He is actually gone.
But boss, won't he be able to get a new PC?
With the current economy, he won't be able to get a new PC.
That's fine. Guild Wars 2 is old enough that you can run it on a laptop.
LMAO.
1 week later.
At long last, peace and harmony. Nothing will disturb it, while we are working on Guild Wars 3.
That's a liberal use of the word work. And he's back. Okay, he's memeing. He's memeing.
Oh no. But how?
Boss, take a closer look.
Did I just get trapped into watching an ad? Those are some nice specs, goddamn.
How could you afford it?
That I have a job. During break, coworkers, launch time. Yeah, you see, you can play it on a laptop. That's what he's doing.
I said this many times before, and I will say it again. Man, I hate this guy.
Okay, he's memeing. He's just memeing. I thought I was going to get some actual information out of that. He got me. Well done. Congratulations to him. Solid memeing. He did a good job. Well done. He caught me. He caught me. Fuck him, though. Fuck those spiteful pieces of shit. I'm not surprised that they would do all those things. I 100% believe that they have an infinite degree of spite and would do that to him. Right. Halo, creatively bad. Yeah, I don't care about that one. I don't care about the rice. That's just African ass on display. This is the end of an era for YouTube. Is this one worth watching? This one's hard to know if it's worth watching. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Yeah, let's give it a try. Why not? Let's see where this goes.
I've been on this godforsaken platform for 15 years, and in that time, I've had my cheeks clapped by YouTube copyright system so many times that
He's a music content creator, so that's going to happen infinitely, and people are going to copyright strike like 0.5 seconds of his entire video and then steal all of the revenue off of it. That's very common.
my tailbone is permanently fractured into the shape of a copyright symbol. I've complained about it in way too many videos, but I'm forced to keep doing that. I've been claimed for covers, I've been claimed for riffs, I've been claimed for music that sounds less like the original song than a wet fart sounds like Beethoven. But this right here is a...
Yeah, it's because YouTube's copyright content system is riddled with people who abuse the system.
certified hood classic of stupidity. I think we finally reached the final boss of copyright claims. I got copyrighted for playing absolutely nothing. And I mean that in the most literal sense humanly possible. In my latest video, I visited one of those anechoic chambers. It's one of the quietest rooms in the world, where it's so silent you can hear your own organs squishing around. And at the end of the video, I thought it'd be a real knee slapper to play The Sound of Silence in the most silent room. Peak comedy, I know. So I picked up my bass, I get ready to play The Sound of Silence, and then, as the joke, I muted the audio. The Sound of Silence. Check this out. sounds amazing. That's it. It's just me dry humping a bass guitar in complete silence. I didn't play a bad cover, I didn't play a good cover, I didn't play the song at all. And somehow, through the magic of YouTube copyright system, I got a copyright claim for The Sound of Silence.
Nice. What he needs to do is he needs to go into the copyright system, because YouTube indicates which component of your video got copyright claimed and what piece of time it is, and I wish you would show that on screen. You need to see the massive fail of Star Citizen livestream by its devs. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Copyrighted silence. Humanity has peaked. The music industry has officially acquired the exclusive rights of nothingness. Now they legally own the absence of audio from the...
Wait, solution is easy. Make an alt account, copyright yourself. No one else can already claim content. Yes, they can. What it does is if you claim your video and someone else also claims your video, it then splits the claim revenue between two different sources at the same time. So you can get at least a portion of your money back, but that's about it.
This day forward, every time you stop talking to take a breath, royalties are due. Shit, I just paused. This probably costed me $4. I genuinely cannot understand what the content ID system detected here. Did it grow eyeballs? Is the algorithm looking at my fingering technique and it's going, oh yeah, that left index finger is definitely play, I need flat. Send this man to the gulag. Because there is no audio. There is nothing there. Unless they just claimed because I said the title of the song. And in that case, they're gonna claim this video too. Shit. I'm really terrified now to upload a black screen because Pink Floyd lawyers might kick down my door and claim it for Dark Side of the Moon. And the craziest part is, this isn't even the only...
Make 1,000 alt accounts to claim, you get 90. Yeah, but then the problem is you're making so many alt accounts that you're never actually making anything else because you're too busy managing 1,000 alt accounts.
Time YouTube has gone absolutely unhinged recently. In another video where I go to Hawaii to the most remote guitar store in the world, something else happened. As you know, every time you walk into a guitar store, you are legally forced to play the forbidden riff, Smoke on the Water. Except that time, I didn't really play the actual riff. I played a slightly mutated version of it for 5 seconds, different rhythm.
If no sound, it means it got claimed here too. It got claimed.
Basically Smoke on the Water if it had entered the witness protection program. 5 seconds in a video over 10 minutes long. Copyright claim. Obviously,
doesn't matter, they steal all of it.
I disputed it, because surely any human with a pulse and an IQ above room temperature will look at this and go, yes, that's an error, right? Wrong. Rejected. Apparently the reanimated corpse of Deep Purple listened to that and went, yes, that's him. That's the criminal mastermind stealing our lunch money. So I was stuck with 3 options, and each one tasted like a different flavor of dog shit. Option 1, accept the claim and basically donate my ad revenue as beautiful charity for multi-millionaire classic rock publishers. Option 2, chop that part out of the video. Option 3, counter dispute it. Now, as I said before, here's where the system is completely backwards. I know I'm right here, but if my counter dispute gets rejected again, the video will literally get nuked and removed instantly. And that
and then you get a flag on your account and then they're going to come after you hard, so you don't want that to happen because the entire copyright claimant system is completely fucking rigged. Because it's easier to just scam one less person than to get into a big fight and lose all your scams. Probably just Indians. Yeah, I would bet that there's a bunch of people running an entire bot farm out there where they make a bunch of accounts and just claim random videos and they pretend to look like the real owners of music, even if it is a justified claim, and so they can steal as much revenue as possible. I wonder how much revenue has actually been stolen through YouTube.
The video also contained a sponsorship, so if my counter dispute gets rejected and the video gets removed, the sponsor might actually sue me as well, because they paid me for the space in that video, and if that video doesn't exist anymore, then it's on me. So I can fight for what's right, but I have to put my entire video on the roulette table to do it. It's like getting a wrong parking ticket and the judge says, you can appeal it, but if I disagree, I'm gonna bomb your house. Flawless system. As always, zero risk for the copyright trolls, and all the risks on content creators. And copyright isn't even the only thing making me paranoid now, because some days ago, YouTube moderation decided to take down a short I published 1 year ago. The video was extremely stupid. It started with this baby and a voice saying,
"You slap him for $13 billion.
And then it cuts to me doing this. This video got
no. You don't. You see, this is the problem. He looks generally European/white, so he doesn't understand this. He needs to grow up in Africa. You need to wind up from back here, right? It's standard practice. I know he probably doesn't have much experience with it, but the wind up's got to come from back here, not over here. Fucking slam that baby down like like you're fucking hitting a tennis ball with a tennis racket. They're probably not even trying to fake looking like real people because the copyright system is automated bot slop. You missed the top half of my post though. Yeah, I'll take a look at it afterwards.
Removed was cyberbullying. and my channel got a warning. I feel like I'm losing my mind by having to clarify this. I did not slap a baby. No infants were physically slapped during the production of that cinematic masterpiece. But a full year later, YouTube decided to remove it for harassment and cyberbullying. And now I have a warning on my channel. And if you get another warning, you get a strike. Here we go again. So now I have to sweat bullets every night, wondering if some random old video is going to get flagged because the guidelines changed again. I've published over 1,000 videos. Automated system change, policies update, and something that was perfectly fine a decade ago can suddenly wake up tomorrow and choose supreme violence. So what's the protocol here? Do I have to sit down every morning and review all David 404 videos from 2012 just to make sure I didn't accidentally cyberbully a chair? Nobody's safe anymore. Tomorrow they might decide slapping a base constitutes real world violence.
Yeah, they will. They will. At some point, what needs to happen is massive class action lawsuit against Alphabet Inc. What needs to happen is that all these platforms need to be regulated not as platforms, but rather as publishers, because then the onus on them to get this right is within their court, and that's never going to happen because they'll just bribe their way through to the other side.
Strike. Maybe saying Epico is deemed offensive to mediocre people. I take a 4-second breath in the key of C minor and Paul McCartney sues my bloodline. And apparently I can't even upload my silence anymore. That's gonna get copyright claimed. And that's the part that really wraps up this whole dystopian story. How do I make a video that can't possibly get copyright claimed? And now I finally have the answer. You can't. Even the literal sound of silence is copyright claimed.
There's one technique I found around this. This happened when I was streaming Dark Souls. Every single Dark Souls video that I made got copyright claimed by some copyright content troll. So what I did was I went and found From Software's music department. I emailed them and I said, I need you to verify for legal purposes whether this person works for you or not, because they are claiming every single piece of music that comes out of your video games. So whenever you play a video game that's Dark Souls, they claim those videos. All of a sudden, I just get a message, thank you for pointing this out. This person is not associated with us. We will be pursuing legal action against them as far as we can. And then all of a sudden, the copyright claim stopped. The only thing you can do is weaponize one copyright claimant who actually owns the music against someone else. That's all you can do. And if you're playing the sound of silence, then you're fucked. That's the only solution I found out around this. Hold up, they're currently regulated as public platforms and not publishers, which means there's legally no requirement for them to delete anything. That's why they're immune to crimes unposted. No, it means that they are regulated as platforms, not you. You are existing on their platform, which means that the most they need to do is have a mechanism to resolve copyright disputes and take no onus of blame whatsoever, right? They cannot get in trouble for your behavior on their platform. If they are regulated as a publisher, that means they can get in trouble, which means they would have to deal with the content copy ID trolls and be the final disputing factor when it comes down to it, right? Because they can get in trouble if they don't do that. They are currently legally immune from that because they are regulated as a platform, not a publisher. But you, as someone on their platform, are regulated as a publisher.
Now this video is 100% gonna copyright claim because I said that again. Shit. And that's about it. See ya.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the same problem that's been going on YouTube since its inception. It's never going to get better. It's just going to keep on getting better. Well, that's an interesting suggestion. I'm going to need to look at that later. That one I need to save for later. They're going after Andy Pants Gaming. How to spot a grifter. You got Andy Pants over here. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. He's going after the critical drinker. Don't know who that is. This guy, I bet we're going to get some left-wing takes out of him. I need to save that one for later. Right, what else is there? Where's the Star Citizen stuff that you were talking about? Oh, there we go. Star Citizen's disaster live stream.
Okay, what's up, friendos? Welcome back. In my triumphant return to YouTube a couple days ago, people kept leaving comments. Have you seen what happened with Star Citizen? It's really ridiculous. And I was like, I followed Star Citizen, at least loosely, for over a decade.
Wait, so ArenaNet isn't trying hard enough because core game Guild Wars 2 music is being constantly claimed, even on the big channels. ArenaNet doesn't give a fuck. They're like, fuck you, we don't care about the content creators. Every single video that I made, every single live stream that I made using Guild Wars 2, if I approached the ocean or the water and there were ocean sounds in the background, those specific pieces of content always got claimed. Always.
Now, how could it suddenly be ridiculous? And then I watched the live stream that they posted 10 days ago, and I was channeling my inner Harry Potter, and I was shouting ridiculous while doing so. This thing, I'm going to show you a little clip up front just to set the tone of what to expect from this video. And this explains the situation much better than I could, and it's just funny. So, context, they've just played an unscripted version, like an unscripted playthrough of a mission in the game for an hour and a half.
Please, God, may they experience every single bug in their game just because it would be so fucking funny. Please, please let that happen. I bet there are still people defending Star Citizen in the comments.
Roughly, it's been really bad, it's broken, it doesn't work. They're really passively, aggressively interacting with each other because of how broken it is and how frustrating it is. And this is how they end the stream. They've just wiped and just watch.
Yeah, we have to respawn and go back, right?
Just look at this guy's face when he says that they have to respawn and go back. This guy on the right.
Just to clarify. Yeah, we have to respawn and go back, right?
He's wide eyes, shaking his head, but then this is the really ridiculous part, because the guy who was hosting the event, who opened it at the beginning,
Man, I wish Swole Benji knew about this so that he could go and troll the devs directly.
Who is, I guess, a big deal at CIG or whatever. He comes in and the Lannisters send their regards to this guy whose idea this whole event was, and just completely throws him under the bus, just stabs him in the back with a dagger underneath the chainmail. Here you go.
We might well be locked out here now on this build. Wait, well.
They fucked up their own game so much that they can't even play it.
All right, fair enough. We lost.
Wow. So, we're at time.
Listen, it's only been in development for 13 years, and they passed $1 billion in funding recently. Can't expect. I want you to know that their $1 billion went into the LED lights around the rounded windows and their little bar that they have in the background. This is the most unnecessary office I've ever seen in my fucking life.
It's your show. Wrap it up. Thanks for watching, guys.
So, I don't know how to explain this.
This is beautiful. This is art. This is like walking into the Sistine Chapel and seeing the Last Supper for the first time. This is fucking amazing. This is like seeing a Michelangelo painting for the first time in your life. This is great. During the 90s, Oriel basically made raycasting sound for 3D audio a thing, but modern sound cards basically dropped the tech once onboard audio on motherboards became the default. Well, bring it back. Bring it back. Adapt it for the modern day. We need more efficient systems.
Other than in those few words and that action, you can see he's pissed that this guy has convinced them to all that they've done here, bear in mind, is
his boss basically looked at him like this and he was like, how dare you fucking do this to us? You ginger fuck. Do you have any idea how bad this made us look? You know what's coming at the next office party for doing this to us. $1 billion? Billion dicks for you. It's beautiful.
Show the game as it currently works on an internal dev build in the most perfect scenario possible. And the game is so broken still under the most ideal circumstances that everyone is pissed that this guy has convinced them to show the world how broken the game is. So just to show you I'm not talking nonsense as well, they're playing on...
You make us show your own game, you stupid fuck. Oh, it's amazing.
An internal, not only an internal dev build, so different from what the players currently have, they're playing on an internal dev server. So they're not playing on the server other people are playing on, which has 1,000,001 problems, which they even address in this live stream. They basically say, we know it's broken. We know the version you're playing on the servers you're playing doesn't work. So why would we show you that? We're going to show you how it's intended to work. And then for almost 2 hours, they show you that the game is still broken. But they can actually get in to experience how broken it is because the instancing on their server works, whereas on the live server, it apparently doesn't. So this is him saying this.
This is like it's a comedy skit from the fucking Office. This is beautiful.
Something we said at the beginning of the show. We are keenly aware of the instancing technology performance-related problems on the PTU right now. We see it
the PTU being the public test realm, basically.
It's why the content was delayed from its original July release to August. It's why it's still not out. We're very, very aware, as you are, as we are, everybody's are. To have a live stream today where we just show what we're already very aware and you're seeing the same thing you can see on any number of Twitch streams doesn't really serve much purpose. What we decided to do today is show you the intended design, show you the intended purpose, show you the goal, show you how it's supposed to work once the issues with instancing are resolved. We thought that was a much more valuable use of our time.
So this live stream was showing you how it's supposed to work.
You can't write comedy better than this shit. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, they deserve this so much.
And I think in context, they mean that like actually being able to get in to play the mission and get into the instancing, because a bunch of people that do play the game are on the subreddit pointing this out that, you know, why is this a good thing to show us that you on an internal build can run the mission when we can't, and it's currently there and
no, but you don't understand. This is what we intended, and instead of what actually happened. This is like running over a child in the street because your name is Extra Emily, and then you hop on your next stream and you're like, no, guys, this is what was meant to happen, and then instead you have a normal drive down the road. This is perfect. Earlier I mentioned games were better when dev offices were in a basement without windows, all run down and crappy, versus today where the office is all Art Deco, and here we are now. Nice office they have. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Peak game development occurred when there were like 3 fucking nerds in someone's basement, and one of the guys, it was his mom's house, and his mom was making pizza for all of them upstairs.
And we can't interact with this thing. As the top comment says, we know how it's supposed to work. The problem is it doesn't work. But my big takeaway from this is twofold. One, you've just heard him say, oh, this was supposed to be out in July, but it's currently August and it's not out, and it's not currently out. But the big thing for me is, like, obviously fundamentally, the networking issue of just things not working in the main game on the main server is a huge problem because it's an online multiplayer game. If that doesn't work, what do you really have? But not just
13 years of development, by the way.
That. Even if that did work, the thing they're showing you in this video for 2 hours of them playing the game, somebody had to make a list of just the first hour of the bugs that they experienced.
God damn. God damn. Oh, I need to read that. Issue Moby Quest, cognitive dissonance, devs deliberately, okay. Purple blue gun glitch, dev cannot handle subtitles, NPC desync. Dev complains his med gun, top left screen bugged, NPC corpse, bottom left. Devs can't find key card, lower left. Dev tries to loot item. Animation out of alignment with character model, bottom of the right screen, further inventory UI. Top right, dev trouble, bypassing, further inventory issues, relay station issues, passive aggressiveness. Who cares about that? Timestamp appears to have issues. Devs express concern about how he dropped a weapon, then another dev TK'd. I want to show you guys something. I want to show you guys something. I want to show you guys something.
Solar dynamics.
Where is it? It's here somewhere. Here it is. It starts here.
Exaggerating.
Nothing changed. It's been 3 years and nothing changed. 3 years. And you know what? Every fucking comment was the same one. I'm going to make a more constructed comment in addition to the other comments that were here. SC must be installed on an SSD. It was. 16 gigs of RAM. I have 16 gigs of RAM. I have an i7 in my old PC. SC is not a game, it's really an alpha in dev. There's the excuse. There's no tutorial in the game because everything changes so quickly. SC2 provides 2 shows per week where the devs showing us, oh yeah, they gave us a show, alright. They gave us a show. They gave us a fucking show, alright. It's an alpha, so there's sometimes wipes. Free flies are the worst period for SC because the numbers of players put in the server are even more trouble. 500 million in 10 years is nothing at all. $500 million is nothing. Should I buy Star Citizen? Yes and no. Oh, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it.
Hey, little boy. What's your name?
Potential Man. Holy shit. It's Potential Man.
You're right, Alarazzo. It's Potential Man all over again.
And the
3 fucking years, and the same bugs are showing up. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's so impressive.
Things not working properly outside of the networking issues. And obviously they are in the most ideal circumstances possible. And a lot of people, I guess, believe when a game's been in development for this long, lol, that most games have never been in development this long, but most people believe that, like, the version you're playing is really outdated, and
the tech debt in this game has to be so fucking insane. Think about the amount of debt the players have gone into to support this pile of shit if they've now got $1 billion and none of this has changed.
Surely there's a dev version internally that fixes a lot of the stuff and it's just not been pushed to live yet and it'll come out in a big update. But realistically, what you're seeing that is sort of read between the lines is that internally the thing that they're playing on, the thing that you currently don't have access to, is still broken.
I happen to have a med gun on my down, but I hope I don't cause a party.
So I can't heal anyone, just letting you guys know.
Just loot my body.
Gun is broken, won't reload. I experienced that one as well. I didn't put it in the list because there were so many of these fucking bugs that I went through that I just couldn't put them all in without making it like a fucking 40-minute video.
Max,
no pressure.
Lock in,
Time to
Max.
clutch.
Guys, I can't read.
We're
my
gonna
gun.
die.
It's broken. Help.
Alright. No, I'm just... You carry on.
No, I've got...
This is honestly like an office skit if it was about video games.
My guns are messed up. They're struggling.
Just, yeah.
Oh, I'm stupid.
You're chilling, Ollie. For a while, guys.
Which raises the question, if their internal server with none of the stressors or issues or incompatibilities or maybe unintended things other people are doing on the server.
Now, I'll give them this. It seems within 3 years they've managed to fix the screen tearing issue.
Is still running badly. There's still NPC desync. There's still like lagging for the players. There's still things not working. Just how far away is it?
It's another 3 years. Don't worry, guys. To be fair, $1 billion is not a lot.
Because one thing a lot of people don't really tend to think about when you're developing a game or looking at a game that's in development is the tech debt of if you started.
Man, is this the new word? Is this the new word that everyone's using? Is tech debt? Is that the new phrase we're all using?
Developing a game 10 years ago, obviously for Star Citizen it's even longer than that. If you started developing it that long ago, the things that were being done at the beginning have to work with the things you're doing at the end, and you're basically building on top of something layer by layer. And as people leave and new people come in and things get changed, you are essentially you're not working on something that just gets added and it just works. You're having to rework things and deal with problems that have been around forever.
3 years ago. 3 fucking years ago these problems were occurring and nothing has changed. $1 billion, by the way. For Crash Bandicoot, the devs literally pruned parts of the C library on the console that weren't being used by their program just to ensure there would be enough memory to run the game. Yes, because those were actual game developers.
Or the new stuff that you're doing breaks something from before, or is completely incompatible. And we're really seeing here with things like this that the game is a million miles away with the online version. Maybe the Squadron 4...
No. It's not 1 million miles away. It's another $1 billion away.
Maybe the single player version is way closer. I mean, there was a thread that made me laugh on the Star Citizen subreddit because people have been posting very negatively on there lately, which is funny to see, saying happy 10-year anniversary to Squadron 42 being completed. On July 22nd, 2016, a senior QA dev at CIG stated that he played through every level of Squadron 42. Happy 10-year anniversary. Only 2 more years of polishing, folks, while you wait buying Idris, which is obviously a tongue-in-cheek joke to go and spend money in the cash shop because, don't worry, it's definitely coming. People are, of course, posting the quality quote by Chris Roberts in March of 2015. By the end of this year, backers will have everything they pledged for, plus a lot more. Here we are in 2026, late 2026.
I mean, Chris Roberts, the good part about Chris Roberts was when he'd had the vision for what a wing commander was going to be, and he came and sat down and pitched it to us all, we all went, damn, he's right, it's going to work. I mean, he could describe it in a way that you just knew he was right and it was going to work. And so everybody, we invested in it because
it just works, guys.
And he was right, and it did work. The downside of that is that when you went to work with Chris Roberts, you did everything exactly the way he said to do it, period, or you were fired almost immediately. No second chances. I mean, he was very explicit with what he wanted, and you either did it that way or you were not part of his team.
I literally heard him say, "Make that pixel blue, not green."
And yeah, I mean, so it was a place where only certain individuals could survive it. I mean, they had to be very.
He thought he was Steve Jobs making the new iPhone. That's what he thought he was. Devs need more limitations. We're focusing too much on pointless shit like horseballs. Imagine getting mogged by the god, Howard. And listen, Star Citizen, Scam Citizen has been doing this forever. It's going to be another 13 years. If you had a child 13 years ago and you bought Star Citizen, your kid will graduate high school, go to university or college or whatever, graduate from that, and Star Citizen will still be an alpha.
Very talented, But on the other hand, they also had to be very subservient in their demeanor, if you know what I mean.
So that's Richard Garriott talking about Chris.
Who do you think is more delusional, Star Citizen players or Ashes of Creation players that think it can make a comeback? Star Citizen players, because most of the Ashes of Creation backers, even the YouTubers, were so fucking wrong about how defended they had, like how much they defended that game, that they deleted their entire fucking channel. There was this man back in the day. Who was a fucking massive Star Citizen defender. I mean, a massive Ashes of Creation defender. He deleted everything. Fucking everything about this shit. And now he's trying to pretend that people care about him. Or like he's got valuable opinions and shit. Most Ashes of Creation people, where they have given up and they will fall by the wayside and evaporate and pretend that they never supported the game. Star Citizen players to this day are still defending this shit. It's not even close.
Chris Roberts. And obviously at this point, it's almost a yearly occurrence, although every couple of years you get a really good one, of like a journalist interviewing people who work at or worked with Chris Roberts and worked at CIG and have worked on Star Citizen. And the
Wait, Corepunk has failed to release a promised update on time, and the response to player anger by the devs is to just temp ban them in the Discord. Well, then they deserve to fail as well, if that's their response and their behavior.
Report that always comes out, which a lot of the fans of the game completely ignore or say it's just hate or whatever, is that the churn and turnover of people that have worked at this company or the people that currently work there that have like negative views towards how the game is managed and the opinion that it will probably never come to fruition in the way it was pitched due to the scope creep and the tech issues and how the design from the top down from Chris is actually managed within the company and how it takes forever to get anything into the game because it's constantly micromanaged, whereas other things are forgotten or
oh, it sounds like the New World problem.
Or you work on something for months and then it's changed at the last minute that makes that time completely...
Oh, it's exactly the New World problem.
Worthless. It's just people's money being put to use in all the wrong ways other than to, I guess, prop up the ego of one man. And you've got comments here talking about this where he says, I've been making games for over 20 years. The only senior level people willing to work with Roberts are the ones who haven't been warned off by people who used to work with him.
So basically, the only people willing to work with Roberts right now are the cocksuckers who do whatever he wants. That's it. No one else. It's just the dick suckers. And it's no one who's willing to challenge him on stupid fucking decisions. Damn, Star Citizen really has a bright future coming in the future. Man, it's going to release any day now. Wow, that's crazy. You managed to stream for 6 hours without being raped by African infrastructure. I know, I'm kind of shocked as well.
Stories I personally heard from old dogs that have worked with him in the past are astonishing. The industry is small and has a long memory. Even smaller, by the way, because this studio is in England. It's in the United Kingdom. And this is another thing you see within the video, the live stream, which... if I was this company, I would have not uploaded the video to YouTube. I'd have killed the VOD on Twitch and I'd have just pretended this live stream never happened, maybe even apologized because it was so bad. It's like everyone was annoyed at the guy who they brought in to, I guess, manage some of the content, the guy who used to be a YouTuber. It's like everyone was annoyed at him and getting more annoyed at him due to how badly the live stream was going because of how bad the state of the mission and the game is.
The way that those guys are looking at each other in the office is like when you're having a dinner with your partner's family and you start oversharing the kind of positions you bang her in. And she just looks at you. And you know you've taken it too far, but you're in too deep. You've got to reach the end of the story. You've got to tell them about the double twist technique.
I'm down.
Are you both down? I'm trying to get to Max, but
down?
I'm not. Is everyone down apart from me?
No, I'm up.
Oh, you're up. Okay.
Hey guys, so at this point, two of you are down.
Devs that I've left to...
Look at that. Look at the awkwardness around that office. Look at them. like,
Ollie.
Left to die.
Elliot, you gonna pick up your buddies?
You mean the dirtier Sanchez technique? No, wait until you tell them about the Texan Hot Pocket.
I'm on my way. I'm
pick everybody?
doing
Yeah,
it.
we're trying.
All right, so while they're attempting to resurrect
There's
their
no
fallen comrades, well, you're not attempting.
I'm not attempting. I'm gonna
No,
do it.
you're.
Hold on.
All right.
The thing is,
There's
it
an
was just
enemy.
a
So while
nicer
they're
vibe,
attempting-
to be honest.
And they were like, obviously I'm from the UK, I'm from a council estate, which if you don't know, if you're from outside the UK, it's, you know, cheap public housing, rough area, grew up in a rough town, public school, all that good stuff. And I'm blue collar jobs, you know, banter between people in the UK, you know, go to a pub, people talking shit to each other, the heinous things you say to your friends and everything.
Yeah, that's normal. That's basically South African communication all the time. We say the most offensive shit non-stop to each other, and then we leave our country and everyone thinks we're an asshole. It's great.
I'm used to that. But in this circumstance, when you watch the stream, it doesn't come off as if a lot of it is banter, and it gets increasingly...
No. I can see those looks. Those are fucking daggers they're throwing at each other.
Sort of like passive-aggressive as the stream goes on. It's just really cringe, and also... and
it's not cringe. It's peak comedy. Oh, the universe has blessed us today. Finally.
It makes the company look bad. It just does.
What did you think of Siege?
$1 billion, by the way.
I enjoyed it. The cinematics, the immersion was good. Yeah.
The way he's saying that like a beaten dog. This guy just lost his job.
Jared?
And now how's he going to go to another video game industry or company and be like, I worked on Star Citizen for 13 years? Oh, it's going to be beautiful.
You say goodbye or you say goodbye? No? Okay. Luke?
Oh, this is perfect. This couldn't be scripted if they tried.
So, again, this is at the end of the show. He's just been, the Lannisters send their regards, and he's floundering now. He's like, are we going to end the show? Jared, do you want to end the show?
You say goodbye or you say goodbye? No? Okay. Luke?
No,
you know
Jared
what?
doesn't want to end the show.
You're making a good point there. I hope people save that video. You know who one of those people are? Me. Let's just quickly make sure. Let's make sure that we got this shit. Where is it? Where's the full live stream? Where is it? Hold on. Where's the full live stream? Where's your live content? Where is it? Where's this video? Please, God. Where is this fucking video? It's on YouTube. He's covering the title, unfortunately. Come on, where is it? That's Charlie's video, Star Citizen. It's just people talking about it. Where's the original? I want the original. Maybe someone linked it.
We lost.
Did they link it? Why is no one linking the fucking original? Star Citizen Disaster live stream.
Link?
No, that's Kira's video. Where the fuck is the original? Check their Twitch for a VOD. Oh, this needs to be saved like right now.
And Texas, Colorado.
Star Citizen. This needs to be saved. Where is it? Where's their official fucking channel? I don't see their official channel. I think they deleted. Yeah, they probably fucking did. Where is it? It's probably gone, isn't it? You click the category, not the channel search. Okay, that's my bad. Hold on. Let's try that again. Oh, fuck off, Twitch. You suck anyway. Star Citizen. Last stream. It's still up. Oh, dear God. Hold on. I gotta see if... I don't know if my program actually has Twitch support on it. It might. Hold on. This fucking gem It needs to be saved. And just find a folder to put that in. Oh, what a fucking blessing from the gods. Is it gonna run? You found the YouTube one. Okay. Star Citizen Live Game Dev Siege of Orison. Okay, well, if this doesn't download, then I'll go back to that. But this program should run through Twitch and download its VODs because Twitch has shitty ability to prevent these kinds of things and they never update. Oh, that's flawless. And they left it up.
So, again, this
What
is
a
at the end of the
treasure
show. He's just been, the Lannisters send their regards, and he's floundering now. He's like, are we going to end the show? Jared, do you want to end the show?
You say goodbye, or you say no? No? Okay.
No, Jared doesn't want
You want to say goodbye? No, I don't want to be on camera. Fuck you.
to end the show. He doesn't want to say goodbye.
You can see it. I'm super proud of what these guys are doing here. And it's helped us get this out. Help us get this out so that you can have the same experience that we had today.
Look at his face. Look at his fucking face.
Let's get this out so you can have the same experience as we had today. The game is broken, bro. I don't even know what else to say because it's beyond parody at this point. And people are going to say, oh, Kira, you don't even play the game. Why are you even talking about this? You don't have to play.
I played the game 3 years ago and got the same bugs.
The game to be able to look at this. I've played games that are broken for 20 odd years. You know what? I used to talk shit about Ubisoft and all these studios when they do a...
Yeah, but at least Ubisoft at some given point in time made some fucking games. Okay, it looks like the Twitch VOD is working and my program is downloading it.
Reveal of a game. You remember those back in the day? I remember vividly one of the main ones that really brought this to the forefront of my brain was The Division. They do like a fake let's play of a small group of developers playing the game, but it was very clearly scripted gameplay with a voiceover after they'd played the game.
Construction site here on the left.
As if Star Citizen has the editing and capability to put something together and string something together that they would then upload later. As if this is a indictment, this is an indication of the kind of quality they put into shit. It's fucking amazing.
Go check that out.
I think we should come back later. I think we should go to the police station first.
And they just had these very robotic personalities, if that's what we can call them, interacting with each other as if like, oh, I am a real human, just like you humans type vibe while they were doing it. And I'd always give them shit because I'd always say, oh, why don't you just show real people playing the game in a real way? But that doesn't...
This is why they don't do that.
Work when there's no chemistry whatsoever between the people doing it and the game's broken, because then what you get is just a mess like this. So it sort of makes sense now why you see all of these very scripted experiences even pretending to be organic and real, because if not, this is the type of thing you could end up with. I would still argue that this is a good thing for people to really see what's going on and to have access to this, because this is the reality. This isn't a big budget multi-month long developed vertical slice or trailer that they're showing you of like what it could be. This is, they're telling you what it is going to be and then showing you that it's fucking broken, which is good context for people to understand that are backing the game. As much as this looks stupid and it's looks bad for the game and the company, this is inarguably good for people who are giving their money and have been doing so for 14 years at this point, to be able to see. Imagine spending over a decade of your life giving these guys money. And then having to try and admit you were wrong.
Holy Jesus.
Where that money is going and what the current true state of the game is. I can't even really be too mad at this as an idea. Although I think this is probably the last time they're going to do this, and I'd be surprised if this guy doesn't have a very
he's fired.
Very awkward time at work in the coming future, especially knowing what Chris Roberts is like from hearing stories behind the scenes, and of course the clip we watched earlier with Richard Garriott.
I bet when he walks into a meeting with Chris Roberts is going to sit there and shit on him and say how much they embarrassed the company and blah, blah, blah and all that. But he's not going to make a single comment about how shitty the fucking game is.
Of all people, Richard Garriott, old Lord British, talking about Chris Roberts and his style.
Wait a minute, Star Citizen is a shooter. I was under the impression it was an MMO about piloting spaceships. You're wrong on both accounts. It's a crypto metaverse experience, kind of like Second Life, where people can pretend that it's their real life, except in real life they experience less bugs if they were homeless.
Of managing his underlings. That being said, if you wanted to know how the community reacted in terms of the PUP social media response, you can go look at the Reddit, and there's a lot of very critical, very negative threads being upvoted, which is interesting because that's not usually the case on the Star Citizen subreddit. But then if you want to understand why social media doesn't matter, just go and look at the funding, and bear in mind that this
over $1 billion
video came out on the 5th of August, and it makes no difference because just 6 days later they raised $500,000 in a single day.
Either those charts are completely rigged and completely false, or the depths of the human experience are so dark and terrible and destructive that these people are purely irredeemable. They saw that live stream and they thought, well, maybe if we give them extra money, they can fix it.
And then the next day they raised almost $400,000, and they're still, week by week raising millions of dollars, a couple million this month, million this month. It makes no difference. They could show the worst thing you've ever seen and people are still buying at unprecedented levels.
No, but if you give them money, they can fix these problems. Despite the fact that it's been 3 years.
It was only 2 months ago they raised $44.6 million in a single month. Like, they're over $1 billion. We're going to start climbing towards $2 billion at this rate. And I've said this a million times, but I'll repeat it just for the sake of it. Everyone involved in this game knows that they hold the power, but also that they want this.
Elite Dangerous is better. Simon Says is at least better. Because at least you get something. Those Bop It toys that people used to buy is better because at least you got a full product.
Thing to exist, which I don't begrudge, by the way, for people that think I hate Star Citizen or the community or whatever. I'd literally...
No, you can't hate them. You can only feel pity and shame for them.
I don't care. It's just something to talk about that's fun or interesting. But the people in the community know if they stop funding this thing, it just goes away overnight. Like... I think when you look at the financials of this company, they're only ever a couple months runway ahead of their burn rate, which essentially means...
I'm not sure if $2 billion is enough to finish the game. Come on, guys. Star Citizen needs our support. Well, they need the next $1 billion to refurbish their offices because they're looking a little bit old.
Means that if people stopped funding at the expected rate or the historical rate, within a couple of months, they'd have to start firing people and downsizing very quickly. And the train comes off the rails, so to speak, almost immediately with this game, if within a month or two, the funding dropped below historical levels. So everybody involved is cognizant of the idea that we have to keep going. It's total sunk cost at this stage.
Yep.
We enjoy what it currently is, or we hope that it gets better, because this is not a beast you could sort of like scale back to a couple dozen developers and a reasonable operating budget. This thing can't get made with the amount of money that they have had and the amount of people they have working on it. Just imagine if they had to downscale and all of these people went away. There's no real way to hold this studio accountable by the people paying for the game to be made, because the minute they stop paying, the game is just done. So everyone's just locked in. They've got to keep going, otherwise it's just fucking over.
It's gonna be over anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Give them another $500 billion. It's never getting finished. What up, Joe? Oh, God, this is beautiful. Oh, it's a masterpiece.
It's what's really interesting about Star Citizen, and why when people ask me about it, I'm like, I don't think the game will ever fail because people are too deep at this stage. It would have to be...
It's a scam. It's a continual scam that's going to go on for the next decade. It's never stopping.
Some ridiculous thing to stop the people who keep buying.
I said this game was never getting out of alpha. I'm right.
All the things and supporting the game and investing in the game. It would have to take something crazy for these people to stop. And the minute they did, it would just collapse overnight, basically. Either way, I think that's it for this one, guys. Star Citizen is in a really funny state. We'll have to wait and see if Squadron 42 actually releases later this year. If it does, of course, I'll try it because I'm not disinterested in the game. I am a backer of Star Citizen. I bought a package years and years and years ago. It's just that every time I try to download and play the game, I run into terrible performance problems or game-breaking bugs within the first couple of hours and then turn it off.
Yep. 3 years later, nothing's changed.
Why the fuck am I going to waste my time on a broken game? But there we go. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. I'll see you next time. Stay safe. Peace.
It's fucking beautiful. That was gorgeous. Oh my God. Oh my God. And nothing changes. It's always the same. Holy Jesus. Oh my God. I hope Star Citizen's around for another 10 years. Because I want to reply to every single comment of people talking about how they shat on me for saying that the game is full of bugs and it's broken. I want to be there 10 years later, replying to those comments. Some of those people will have died, and I'll still shit on them. Oh, the comments on the original stream, they're cooking the devs. Okay, let's see. What was the original stream title? It was Star Citizen Live. Live game dev Siege of Orison. 12 days ago. 12 fucking days ago. Hold on, I just gotta restart my program here because what it's deciding is fuck Twitch because Twitch is a piece of shit. So let me just steal this link. Even in the YouTube link, the identifier, it's almost got the word fuck in it. Because they can see what a disaster it is. Jesus Christ. What a fucking disaster. Dear God. That needs to be saved. That one right there needs to be saved. This is fucking so impressive. Go easy on the dev team. It was probably the first time they've actually played the game. Deleted by Night Rider CIG. The whole team looks so unmotivated and uncomfortable. Bro, what is this? I can tell you what this is, right? What happened is that someone in a managerial position decided that they were going to pick 4 people who don't know anything about each other and throw them in a room. Dev server, locked 30 FPS, only 4 players on the entire fresh server. Still seeing desync. Just straight up bullying towards Ollie. Went straight to the comments, didn't disappoint. If this is what FPS combat looks like, even on a private local server, we have a lot more to worry about than the server tech. You're bold posting this. Welcome, I'm your host, Jared. To Ollie, this is your show. Wrap it up. What camaraderie and unity. I want this content to be mandatory on live. Make them try to play weekly until the game runs well. I want something more than this. I want this content to be what every single gaming studio has to do with their game. Put 4 of these retards in a room and make them do a 2-hour live stream. Like a live stream. Make every single big AAA company do this. So we can all get the laugh of our fucking lifetime out of this shit. That performance on private server, oh boy, we're cooked. This is our most difficult content yet. proceeds to one-shot dozens of enemies who don't shoot back and just stare at nothing. I'm tired, boss. Incredibly awkward, cringe, forced, slightly sinister feeling at times. The local server gameplay was terrible. No one was having fun here. Felt like a hostage video. No. I think the hostage videos are nicer because those Al Qaeda ones, they at least, you know, gave someone like a mat to kneel on when they were begging for their life. I pledged when most of these devs were in elementary school. Get your act together. Elliot is the ultimate team killer, but blames it on everyone else. You all can't be serious. I felt the coldness when Jared says, "Wrap it up, it's your show." Now they're gonna all dodge responsibility like they're fucking Neo dodging bullets in the Matrix. Nothing could have prepared me for how beautiful that was. At least in a beheading video, there's a finish. At least in the beheading videos, the guy who got his head chopped off is having a better time than these people. This is insulting as fuck. Deleted by Knight Rider. New slogan for the game, Star Citizen, it's your show, wrap it up. Elliot, I can't do this whole game thing with 1 XP. Dies 5 minutes later. Bro, this was painful to spectate, and of course Elliot fails to filter. Here before the comments are deleted. Wrap it up, boys, it's over. Oh. I need this game to live for another 10 years at least. To be the perfect example of how fucking cucked the entire games industry is. It's glorious. It's like I'm dancing in a field of flowers right now. Knowing I was right 3 years ago. And seeing all these little bitches pretending like something was gonna change. Deserves more likes than dislikes. It's an amazing comedic video. The Office could not come up with better writing than this. You're right, it needs more likes. It definitely needs more likes. Oh, man. What a beautiful video to finish on. Now, unfortunately, I have kind of run out of time here. I have burned through every single second I have, so I do need to fuck off and disappear right now. But you get something special. You get something special. I know exactly how to end this. I can put the video on my cloud drive for download via link only. Don't worry, I've got it downloading. Yeah, it's downloaded. Don't worry about it. It's downloaded. Okay. I'm gonna end off. I'm gonna fuck off now. You should have fucked off a long time ago. It's time for the stream to end, but you know what? You're getting something special just for that outro. So just give me a second. Now, I'm gonna disappear. I'm gonna fuck off. I'm gonna vanish into the ether. Hopefully, I'll be able to stream tomorrow and old Sparky actually got, you know, an ass pounding by Long Dick Johnson. I'm surprised that my stream didn't crash. Hopefully this is a key indicating sign that all my issues are over for the most part. I'll see you all later. Hopefully tomorrow we'll play some Star Citizen, some Final Fantasy, and we'll go from there. We'll see what else we're gonna do. I'll see you later. Goodbye for now. Enjoy the song.
Are we ready? Yeah.
We're rolling.
How did they
spent 1.3 billion on a game that never launched. It's been like 10 years and they never took it off the ground. It got announced when Obama was still in the White House. At this point, I'd rather just have more bounce to the ounce. $100 billion crowdfunding and you still couldn't make it to the shelves. I just wish you would have been a little more smart with your funding. You had one job and you still couldn't make it to the shelves. Somebody just make the thing, wrap it up. It's your show. Somebody just make the thing, wrap it up. It's your show. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm thinking, what in the world have you been doing for the last 10 years? I'm just thinking, who has the rights to this thing? Is it still the original creator? Like, I don't know. I don't know how all that works. It's not like a company has it and it's a team working on it. Maybe the team disbanded or something, but I don't know. Like, it's just, it seems so weird that you could be working on something for this long.